challenge with the support. How much do you tell the athlete? So Lizzie was really mad. I said, well, Lizzie, just get up to Col de la Forclaz and it's all done. So Lizzie Hawker, 5 times champion, and her 5 times crown is safe. Francois Den, sadly, with four wins, has already withdrawn. And first time that Francois has ever started the UTMB and never not won it. So when Francois normally starts, he wins.
Yeah, I guess that just goes to show that sometimes things don't go to plan, and unfortunately, no one is invincible. Even the great Francois Dehaene. Just also interesting to note that Tom hasn't run a race since March this year. And I find that incredibly inspiring, because I feel like a lot of people feel like you need to do races in preparation for events like this. I'm one of them. I felt like I didn't do enough this year. But Tom is really just testament to the fact that you don't have to race to prepare for a race. I think he's put in a lot of solid and consistent work. He's been up in Argentina for the past couple of weeks now, preparing for UTMB with his family there. So very, very cool to see him have such focus. It puts a lot of pressure on a race like this when you do spend so much energy on one event in a year. But he's clearly dealing with that very, very well. And I think what you were saying earlier about him falling back in love with trail running is part of that. It allows him to be excited to race and not feel that pressure in the same way. So very, very cool to see him, just having such a great day.
And carrying on that conversation with Tom, he's been here in Chamonix with his psychologist, and so the mental preparation has been so important. But also, I think he's got a really powerful community around him. He became a father, and so also he's been training a lot and had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with his wife. And so I kind of feel that Tom's happy meter is full right now. And so forget the power meter. It's all about the happy meter. And as you said, falling back in love with trail running. And what a love story.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for races like this, honestly, being in a good place mentally is half the battle. If you don't have reserves to draw from in a race like this, it becomes very, very hard when things get tough. And a UTMB, you know that things are going to get tough. You know that you're going to hurt. So you have to be in a good place mentally to be able to push through that and to be able to keep digging.
Yep. And, obviously Courtney's articulated it so well, talking about learning to be comfortable in the pain cave. And I see a lot of our friends in the chat, and thank you for being with us today, talking about, wow, Courtney looks like she's in the pain cave, but she also seems to thrive in that place rather than being afraid of it.
Yep.
And that seemingly is half the battle. So yes, so much more racing to look forward to today as our athletes. Tom Evans on the way up to the top of the Bovine, and our front 3 female athletes cruising down to before the climb up to Champex-Lac.
So we've got Lucy Bartholomew is imminent in La Folie, so she should be coming into that aid station rather soon. Katarina Hartmuth just 10 minutes out from there, according to our trackers. So the women's top 5 are all relatively close together still.
So, we're it's interesting. So now we're behind second place. We keep jumping between second, first, and third, but this is what you're asking for, people. And we are very fortunate to have a lot of wonderful people with cameras on foot and on e-bikes and with the drones, giving you the race as it happens.
So it looks like we've got some information from the Terex team. It looks like Dmitry Mateyeva, we were just mentioning his wife, Katie, Ekaterina Mateyeva, Dima has unfortunately pulled out due to pain in his knee. So unfortunately, we've got the power couple, Dmitry Mateyeva, has dropped out. And it looks like we might also have news that Abby Hall has dropped out. But that is yet to be confirmed, so don't count on that news just yet.
What was that last one? Sorry, Tony.
Abby Hall, unfortunately, seems someone in the chat has just said that Abby Hall has dropped out too. But yeah, don't take this as truth yet. I
Gospel.
guess. Yeah,
there we go. This is what the athletes are seeing now as they make their way around the Mont Blanc Massif this morning. It's a few crazy days of weather, and the weather now is breaking. Thursday night, Friday morning, there was 0.5 meter of fresh snow on the summit of the Mont Blanc. And they probably had another similar chunk of that last night. So here we go. This little straight section of trail.
Yes.
It's so random and so not natural. But there we go. There is Courtney Dauwalter, and then somebody flying behind them at great speed. I'm assuming, that's a camera person. It was like, that didn't add up.
No.
So there you go. So there's the visual. So people were talking about the fact that Cami is, there we go. We can see that Courtney is in clear space right now, clear air. Courtney Dauwalter, race leader, being chased down by Cami Bruya and also Ruth Croft. And there it is. Nature. That's what nature does to all of us by getting outside, people. Oh, yes. So beautiful.
So beautiful. Yep. So confirmation, at least from Live Trail, that Abby Hall, the Western States champion from this year, has unfortunately had to drop out from this year's race. I think, like I said earlier, this race was the cherry on top of a great year for her already. So I assume that she just felt like it wasn't going to be her day, and that's all good.
Yeah, so I'm just playing catch up now because we have an adjusted course. So the pyramids was removed overnight for the reasons like what you're seeing on the screen right now. So our predicted time of our race leaders into Chamonix could be still between 1 and 1:30 p.m. There we go. So now you're getting the same images of Cami Bruya, of where Courtney was. So we're like a minute or so apart.
Yeah, I think when they hit this road section, you can see quite far ahead of you, and I definitely think Cami's going to have Courtney in sight, which is only going to fuel that fire. I think seeing someone ahead of you and knowing that you can catch them, knowing that you've closed a pretty significant gap, there's nothing more motivating than that.
So Cami Bruya, and then we can see some runners behind Cami, but they are not. None of those were Ruth Croft.
But Ruth is on that trail too, though.
Yes. Oh yeah, Ruth's at the top of that now. So and Ruth sat behind. There we go.
Can we see her in the back? Is that her?
People, we have second and third on the visual, and.
Oh yeah, that's her. That's them. That's her and Stephen in the back there. That is insane.
Stephen Kirsch and Ruth Croft running alongside each other. That's just how it's working out right now today. And they have a visual on second place right in front of them.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
So I'm going to put we're going to turn our volume up, so in case we hear any kind of dialogue here. But yes,
I think we're about to see a pass. Ruth is closing that gap real quick.
This is the third consecutive women's race where it has been on fire all the way through.
And it looks like people in the chat are agreeing the women's race is on fire. Now, is Ruth going to do what she did last year with Marianne and break that elastic? There we go. Look at this. Moment of camaraderie. They're cheering each other on. And Ruth is gone.
And now Ruth Croft up to second place. And the battle that we were looking at and we've been talking about in the lead up to this race, Courtney Dauwalter and Ruth Croft is on. And it's so good. Everyone's out and about on the course cheering everybody, as well as their favorites. So, yeah, Ruth getting some love from the crowd and the cameraman.
Yeah.
So we were talking yesterday as well, Tony, is that when you make the pass to someone, you feel like you've got to prepare yourself for a little bit of burst of energy because the worst thing is you pass them and they're still sitting.
Yeah. That's the last thing you want. You got to take a gel before you go because you want to make the pass and then disappear.
We saw Jim do the same. He speeded up behind Christian, slowed down, took a breather. It was like looked in the mirrors, signaled, and maneuvered.
Yep.
So yeah.
Loving the support for Ruth in the chat here. Keep it up, people. We love to see this.
Oh yeah, and this is, I think, our gang in the chat are fantastic. As soon as there's a moment, the gifts are on fire.
Gotta love it. Oh, Ruth is just about to exit that trail, and I think we might see her in the background here if she's moving the way she is.
Yep, and Ruth Croft is a big chance that between La Folie and Champex-Lac that Ruth Croft is moving up from third to first. But let's see if Courtney's got anything to say about that.
I think Courtney is the queen of pain. So if anyone can endure, it is her. That is for sure. But at this point, I really do think that Ruth is moving better than both Cami and Courtney at this point. But you never know.
No, I mean, I think that's a fair assessment, Tony. And because you're an armchair supporter today, like the rest of us.
Yeah.
There's a lot of love going on for Tony McCann in the chat this morning, as there should be. Tony is back on the horse. And, yeah, as she said, this is the best way to
lick my bruises, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Courtney making her way down this section of road now. So she'll be on the road now for couple kilometers, maybe 1 or 2 Ks before she hits the climb up to Champex-Lac.
Yep, so there'll be a bit of a crowd waiting for the runners down when they hit the main road, because they've still got to do that cross of the main road down the right-hand side looking down the valley. But there we go. There we go. Ruth Croft is moving. And we just saw Courtney go through that same spot. So... wow, you wait for one pass, and I think we're going to get two.
We're going to get two. Oh, I love that. Group of fans chasing Courtney. Got a question in the chat here. Where is Fiona Pascal? Fiona Pascal ran the CCC yesterday. She is not racing the UTMB.
So, yeah, the Courtney Dauwalter fan club just behind her.
Keep the Ruth love coming. I'm loving seeing this in the chat. Also, just look at that support. I think there's nothing better than seeing young girls like that being so inspired by someone. There's nothing better. And Courtney will definitely be getting a lot of energy from that.
Yeah, I mean, what a role model. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Go, Courtney. Well done, kids. That was a good effort, keeping up with Courtney for that long.
That was a good effort, for sure.
So yeah, there's Cami. Cami now in third place. And Cami may well have a visual right now of Ruth, and of Ruth hunting down Courtney Dauwalter. So this could be a truly pivotal section of this year's UTMB, the 19th. No, it's not. It is the 22nd edition of the UTMB. What started way back in 2003.
Right, we've got Lucy Bartholomew, who has been through La Folie and on her way to Champex-Lac, and Katarina Hartmuth, who is our lady in 5th, is imminent in La Folie. So our top 5 women are almost through La Folie, which is incredible. I think, yeah, again, such close racing up front.
Yep. Tony, question for you from the chat in terms of, maybe you'll know better than me, in terms of Ruth on their good day, and that's obviously who's the better runner uphill, Ruth or Courtney? Do they have would you say one is better on the up and one is better on the down, or are they both as good as each other on their day?
Oh, wow. Hard question to answer. I think Courtney is just so great at kind of getting into gear and just sticking at that pace. Whereas Ruth, I think, is maybe a bit more tactical and able to push when she needs to, and then, run a little bit slower if she needs to.
Sure.
I don't think either of them are bad uphill runners. I think they're both great uphill runners, I should say. Let's speak in the positive. I think they're both incredibly talented uphill runners, and that's why they're both incredible athletes. You don't win a race these days without being a great uphill runner. But I think Courtney is probably the person who I would bet on at the end of a 100-mile going uphill. That was Tom Evans coming down off Bovine.
Yeah, so Tom is on the descent from Bovine now, and that is Ruth picking up some water. So this is one of those strategic water stops. It might be the one that Hayden Hawks was using last year in the CCC as well.
Yep.
And you probably use it yourself, Tony. So yeah, Ruth is it. The race isn't going to be won or lost here.
No.
And so yeah, super smart, showing that. The mind is still switched on here.
Yeah, I think self-care, those moments of self-care and looking after yourself, making sure you've got water, cooling yourself down, they're the moments that make the difference. I think not stopping there could cause you to lose 10 minutes later.
And sometimes you could get sucked into, I've got to catch Courtney. No, you don't. There's
still
you've
50K.
got 50K to go. So no, really, yeah. Ruth's mind is on the job in hand. And so this is a great view as you're heading down the valley now. The pointed peak you can see on the left-hand side. Champex-Lac is sat on the saddle between that. But there we go. Ruth Croft back on it, crossing the road. So they're crossing the river now.
She's going to be crossing literally where we've just seen Courtney. She has closed that gap. I would say there's maybe 45 seconds to a minute between the two at the moment.
And Ruth is using her poles, and Martin had told us that Ruth has been working a lot on her poles. We had probably the king of poles in the studio yesterday morning. So Petter was in here talking about, we were asking Petter, are you a running coach? He said, no. I said, oh, Petter, you could specialize in poles, because the amount of athletes that we saw Hayden Hawks at the start line yesterday almost showing off that he was going to be using the poles. So if you use them well, they can become a positive addition to your armory, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we don't have a visual of Courtney in front of Ruth yet.
But it's only a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, it's close. Our tracker is estimating Ruth to be in Champex-Lac in 52 minutes, whereas Courtney is estimated in 59. So I think that's just an indication that Ruth is currently moving slightly better than Courtney. That doesn't mean anything at this point in the race. There's still a long way to go, but yeah, we can definitely assume that Ruth is moving slightly better than Courtney is at this point.
Yep, and
there we go.
With our lead athletes as well as the athlete, there's also a camera crew, so that's always a good indication. So if Ruth can see a camera crew and an athlete, then there's a good chance that is. Here we go, gang. That's the split.
There we go.
And
I think we can see just in the distance there at the back of the screen. There's Courtney.
Wow.
So Ruth will definitely have visuals on her now. She will definitely be able to see her. And I think Cami is probably not too far back either. So we're probably seeing all three women with visuals on each other at this point.
Yeah, so we're getting a ringside seat. Cami Brouillard is getting a ringside seat of the battle for first and second and third. Wow, this is amazing.
That is so incredible.
Our female athletes are bringing out the best in each other in all three races so far this weekend. Wow. Tom Evans was talking about looking at runners, and you're at the start of the race and you can tell who's likely to win and who's not. But right now, there's one athlete that's moving more fluidly and much faster than the other two.
I think in a running race, I would back Ruth over Courtney. And at least at this point in the race, it's very much a runner's race. Ruth is moving so smoothly. She's looking so fluid. And yet, Courtney is still moving. She's still moving.
Oh, yeah.
Incredibly
No.
well.
And
she's always got that slightly shorter stride, whereas Ruth, I think, at this point has opened up a little bit more. But, yeah. Incredible to see these two athletes battling it out like this at 120 Ks at this point. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is what we're all here for. We're here for the women's race, right, Tony?
Absolutely.
And Corinne Malcolm is out on the course doing the support crew for Rod Farvard right now. So they've just gone through, I think, Champex-Lac. So, Corinne, you may well be watching this live, but if you're not, you would be so proud right now of what is unfolding.
Yeah. So once these ladies hit Champex-Lac, and what the leading men are currently running is 3 really tough climbs. By no means is the race over at this point. Are we going to see it?
Oh my goodness, people.
Everyone, oh my goodness. I hope you are watching. We are about to see a pretty exciting moment in the race.
Wow. The changing of the guard just at UTMB, not in trial running in general, but wow. Incredible.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this is Ruth's section, that's for sure. Let's see if we can hear anything.
Wow. Okay, people.
There it is.
Ruth Croft is putting on a performance.
There it is. I love it. In the chat. Boom!
Wow.
That was definitely a boom moment. I mean,
Go
there's
the
no
Kiwis.
elastic
Yeah.
between those two at the moment.
No.
He's not even trying to keep up.
And Ruth passes and there's a slight uphill and Ruth is taking that elastic and is cut it through. And the way Cammie's moving,
I think
it wouldn't surprise me if we have a change in second place as well.
Yeah. I would probably agree with that at this point. Courtney is just not moving as fluidly as the other two.
No.
But like I said, this race, there's still a lot of really hard climbing to go, still a lot of really steep stuff. The climb up to Bovine is incredibly technical and steep. Triant even more so. And then the final climb up from Col de Montet to Flagey has some pretty gnarly technical sections too. So there's still everything to play for, and by no means do I count Courtney out. I think she is the queen of rallying. But yeah, at this point in the race, Ruth is definitely moving much more fluidly, much smoother. She looks a little bit more focused, a little bit less painful. So yeah, very, very exciting race, and we're here for it. We're here for this women's race.
Yeah, so we're expecting Ruth. 9:45, I think we'll expect to see Ruth into Champex-Lac. We'll see Ruth getting support from Mata. And now that Ruth broke the elastic, maybe it's time to get back into the rhythm.
Yeah.
And
yeah, there's some quick comments here saying, Ruth is going too quick. She's going to gas herself out. And I think, like we were saying, when you pass someone, you kind of want to put as much distance between them as possible. So Ruth is by no means running out of her comfort zone here, but I do think once she hits that climb and she can, find a bit more of a groove, she'll settle back into a more comfortable pace. But for now, she definitely wanted to just put some space between her and Courtney.
So for those people just joining us, and Tony, you know this person better. So now our race leaders, both race leaders, are supported by the same data analyst. So Ruth was there first, and then Tom. They're both trained by the same person. So Tom has been introduced to that. So tell us a little bit about, just remind our new folks about Joseph and the part that he is seemingly playing in today's the front of the UTMB. What a great advertisement for data analysis. Actually,
absolutely.
I think analysis. Go on. Sorry.
We're going to head into a break fairly soon, so I'm not going to get into it too much. You're going to have to stick around to hear that conversation. But yeah, absolutely incredible. I think this just just shows the progression in the sport, how much more information we can still get and still utilize and benefit from. So yeah, very, very exciting. Awesome to see these two athletes out in the lead. Stay with us. We will be back shortly.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey gang, welcome back to the incredible live coverage we're delivering for the UTMB World Series Finals. We just saw before the break, we were kind of blown away. Ruth Croft literally taking the race lead, passing Courtney Dauwalter. So right now on the split screen, we have Tom Evans on the right-hand side. He's on the descent down to Trion. And on the left-hand side, we have Ruth Croft. She's working her way up now the climb to Champex-Lac. And we have the pleasure of Tony McCann in the studio.
Very, very, very happy to be here, being at the front line of all the action. There's no better place to be, really.
So yeah, and the dream scenario for all of us as an audience is seeing the pass, and we've already seen a few passes today, and we've also seen some incredible racing, especially the women's race in the OCC, the CCC, and now here in the UTMB. And just before the break, I was just asking Tony, the one of the many things that Tom and Ruth have in common is they have the same trainer.
Yep.
And they also have they have access to the same data analyst, which is proving to seemingly be to add to their strength in terms of their list of their armory, their quiver of information they've got. So, Tony, you were going to probably give us a bit more information on that.
Yeah, so like you said, they're both coached by Scott Johnson from Evoke Endurance, American-based. He's got a bit more background, I think, in military training, so a slightly different approach. He's also got, I think, a bit more knowledge from cycling, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm actually wrong there. I don't think that's true, but he's definitely learning a lot more about the running side of things, and he has two incredible athletes to show for that. But besides just the running coaching, I think what's really interesting to see is the inclusion of someone who is more on the data side. You know, we're seeing more of an influence from the cycling world and how we analyze, you know, your carbohydrate intake, you know, your salt, your core body temperature, your lactate, all of these things. They've become, well, just quickly, if you're watching this, this was the moment we were waiting for, the overtake by Kiwi Ruth Croft from Courtney Dauwalter. What a moment. That was a very, very exciting, kind of something we've been waiting to see for a little while now. So very, very cool to see that. So yeah, back to the data analyst. I think it's just super interesting to see more of that influence in trail running. You know, we've always assumed that trail running was more of a feeling sport because it is very difficult to get accurate data. But yeah, we're seeing more of that influence, and it's very cool to see. And people like Ruth and Tom are testament to the fact that it works. Yeah, on screen, are we about to see another one?
Wow, Ruth Croft is seemingly on a different planet right now, but in the same race. So Ruth Croft and then Courtney Dauwalter, and over Courtney's shoulder right now is Camille Brouillard. So, wow. Here we go. Here's the crowd at the Col de la Forclaz.
You gotta love that support.
So slight adjustment to the course there now at the Col de la Forclaz. So Tom's about to land back onto the classic trail. So they just missed actually hitting the road.
The road, yeah.
And then so Tom's got a little bit of a switchback now down to Trion. So we're expecting Tom down into Trion in about 10 minutes time, where he will see his support team again. And there's Courtney and there's Camille right behind. This is incredible.
Very, very cool to see these women battling it out like this. And once again, Courtney is still moving well. I think she's probably climbing better than she's moving in the descents. So I don't know if we're going to see as rapid overtake here from Camille, but yeah, definitely Courtney will be feeling the pressure now from being passed by Ruth, but now having Camille again on her tail. There we go. Your dad jokes are coming out in the chat too. Ruthless Craft.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, I said that in the ad break. I was like, why didn't I say that on air? But, you know, I would like to
Someone beat you to it.
you know, a good speaker is someone that allows somebody else to
There we
speak.
go. Yeah.
So there we go. So Tom and, we'll be picking up Ben Demon. Ben Demon's about 15 minutes behind Tom, and Josh Wade is about the same distance. We don't know if there's any changing in the distance between Josh and Ben, but we will be following those as well once we have the camera crew. So there we go.
Some steep single track here before she hits a slightly smoother, more runnable Jeep track before she hits the final little climb before Champex-Lac. We are with the women's race here, the first, second, and third all kind of vying for position. Ruth seemingly broken the elastic to Courtney and Camille. I think she's probably settled into a more comfortable pace now. So I don't think she's going to be making any serious moves at this point, just kind of trying to maintain before she can see Martin at Champex-Lac.
Yep.
And we are waiting to see some more of the lead men. We've seen Tom go through Col de la Forclaz, and we will be hopefully getting some eyes on Ben Demon and Josh Wade coming off of Bovine at some point as well.
But there we go, gang. There's Courtney and Camille.
And if you're following the live stats, we've got a question here. Why are the live stats not up to date? We go off of the timing points, and unfortunately they have not been through a timing point in a little while since La Folie. So we will get an update on the positions at Champex-Lac. But yes, we can see on screen that Ruth Croft is indeed in the lead with Courtney Dauwalter and Camille Brouillard in second and third.
Yep, so time updates for you. So 9:23, we expect to see 9:20. We expect to see Tom down into Trion. The crowds are gathering now in Vallorcine. That is if you think of Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France, that is going to be in Vallorcine today. The crowds are working their way to Vallorcine. The inflatables, the flares, and the crowds they're up there. They're going to be cheering our race leaders through Vallorcine. They're all going to be gathering there from 10 o'clock. Champex-Lac, so we are expecting Ruth into Champex-Lac in the next 30 minutes or so. They're on this last tough climb through the forest, the first band. There's some water that they can pick up as well if they need it. So yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. So Tom Evans, Ben Demon, Josh Wade, Theo Detien, and Thibaut Garivier. That is your top 5 in the races. So, and the women's race, this is the 3rd women's race in the UTMB World Series finals here this week, and all 3 have been so close. So Joy Lean and Yao Miao, within a minute of each other at the finish line after 60K. Last night, I think it was 15 seconds between Martina and Sylvia at the finish line. And now we have our top 3 women. They're almost together here after 120 kilometers. So, wow.
We've got Billy Yang in the chat.
Hey.
He's here for the women's race, as we all are. I love it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the feed. If you're with us joining this morning, good morning. I hope you have some coffee. I hope you are settling in, because it is lining up to be a very exciting day.
Yep, this is this is the procrastination destination. So don't go and do anything with your life today. Come on, hang in there. Yeah. Let's watch the runners. But if you do need to go outside, the great thing is we're also on the mobile devices too. So, yeah, Courtney Dauwalter, Cami Bruya, 2nd and 3rd in the 22nd edition of the lap around the Mont Blanc. We're sat next door. The UTMB Live is transmitted in 6 languages, so we are sat next to the French team. So they're getting quite excited at the moment, as Cami is kind of almost there. And then Cami's like, now I've got... Courtney and Cami's pace is similar. So this is going to be maybe a harder elastic to break, but let's see what Courtney's going to do about this. Wow.
I feel like this is the first time I've seen Courtney have to battle it out with other women.
Yeah.
Because normally her strategy is, go out hard, go out fast, and kind of races on her own. It's very, very cool to see her out there battling with these other women. It just, again, shows that, this competition is getting so tight. There's no one best anymore.
Loving the chat. Someone's asking about Australian Lucy Bartholomew, and somebody from New Zealand's like, it's all about New Zealand today, mate.
Gotta love it.
We have 121 nations represented at this year's UTMB across the 10,000 runners. So there's a bit of space for everybody. But yeah, right now, Ruth Croft is absolutely flying the flag for New Zealand. And she's appropriately dressed in all black as well. So yeah, this gap, Courtney, Cami, it's almost like a truce for the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Kimi, if she's going to make the pass again, like we were saying earlier, you kind of got to bide your time and wait for the moment where you feel like you've got enough gas to go and hopefully put in some distance. So Cami is maybe just catching her breath there before she makes the pass, or Courtney's getting her second wind. Sometimes all it takes is someone being on your bump for a little while, and you kind of find your legs again.
There we go. That is
Ben Demon.
Ben Demon, yeah, this is the descent down to Trion. It's the Col de la Forclaz before getting to Trion. So there we go. That's our first visual of that. Yep, there we go. And there's Tom. Tom can see the pink church, the icon of Trion, and a big party there yesterday. And there's no reason why there can't be one of those today. The population of Trion is around about 100 people. But they punch above their weight when it comes to making noise during the UTMB. Saint-Gervais last night was insane. What a kickoff to the evening. Lake Contamine was also the same, even though those were getting hammered by the rain. And the good weather is kicking in now.
Yeah.
So, wow. Tom Evans.
He's put in a lot of distance over Ben Demon, who is running in second. So Tom Evans in first position. He is coming into Triant. Ben Demon is just starting his descent from Bovine. So yeah, definitely put in some distance there.
Yep, and so Team ASICS, both Tom Evans and Ben Demon, and I guess what we're kind of looking at now is Josh Wade on the charge for Ben Demon, and surely could we have a UK 1-2? Obviously, utterly biased here, and and the weather conditions playing perfectly into their kind of like strength. The Jez Bragg won the UTMB back in 2010. That was the last time. Well, that was the crazy weather edition where the race was stopped in Lake Contamine. They had to bring all the runners back to Chamonix, and then the following morning they restarted the race. They lost a lot of runners between there and there. They restarted the race back in Courmayeur. Did you know that, Tony?
No.
Yeah, Jez Bragg and Lizzie Hawker won the
In what year was that?
2010.
See, I was still a baby.
Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah.
Enough
So
of a baby that I didn't know what trail running was at that point in my
and
life.
in those days, the communication around phones and everything else was not good. So some of the runners, after being brought back to Chamonix, were like despondent. So they were in bars drinking and everything else. And then there was the message saying the race is going to. So I think of the 2,300 that took the start, they managed to get about 1,500 back on the start line the next morning.
I wonder how many of them had a couple beers in them already.
Yeah, exactly. So that was Jez Bragg, male winner of UTMB there. But here we go. Tom now, little punchy climb here, about to get into the aid station and see the team.
Fantastic as well. Good boy. Come on, bud.
Yep, and Tom will be getting intel in terms of time gaps, and also from the top of La Giette. We don't have one, but I'm sure there was people up there giving Tom a time gap as well.
So I feel like...
There you go, one of the A6 team giving Tom some intel.
Yeah. So I feel like I was wrong. Ben Demon is apparently expected in Trion imminently as well. So I think that visual that we got was further down the bovine than I was expecting.
I'm not so sure, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. If he's close, there's a chance that we'll see the going in and coming out. Oh, I love that.
Efficient.
I know I do, but if I eat, I'm going to say. Yeah, there is a just weight. Just weight is really like great.
Good job, Tom.
You need to take some caffeine.
You need to take some caffeine?
Yep.
No, I don't. No? You eat well. You eat well. I'm very well charged. Yeah. Do you want like a Red Bull? No, it's okay. I want to go. And sit? No, I want to go. Okay.
Ice bandana on.
I don't mind.
Et voilà, donc Champex-Lac qui indique une petite halte, c'est sûr que l'une va partir. L'écart n'est pas très grand avec le deuxième, donc nous félicitons la France pour la suite.
All right, there we have it.
Yeah, so
Yep.
Ben's not at Col de la Forclaz yet. So I think that's it's about consistent.
Yeah.
And interesting that Tom said if I eat, I'm going to be sick. I guess there's that nauseous feeling, but
I think that descent is deceptively long, and if you're a little bit queasy or if you're struggling a little bit with your stomach, it's just going to shake you up a little bit. Thankfully now he's got a slightly slower section up Triant, so hopefully that will just help settle his stomach. And it did look like he was able to get something in there. He was chewing away on something, so let's see.
Yep, Tom Evans, our race leader in the UTMB. So that is into trial. So that is at kilometer 145K. 2 big climbs between Tom and victory at UTMB 2025.
About 28 kilometers to go.
So well done, Tom, and same in and out aid station at Trion. So if you're close, you get to see your rivals, and we saw that yesterday in the CCC.
Yeah.
But Tom and Ben are not close, and we're trying to. Our next story we're looking at is how close is Josh Wade to Ben Demon. So the battle between second and third place out on the course.
Oh, there we go. That was a special moment. Sophie, Tom's wife, there with little Phoebe, his little girl, out there supporting him. So that must have been a great little moment for him there.
Yeah, and Tom was talking about the fact that they've been able to spend quite a lot of time together this year. Sophie was also training because Sophie's an athlete in her own right. And so, yeah, they... There you go, Tony.
We're back.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, everyone. We had a little bit of a stuck screen, but we are back with Tom. He's just been through the Triant aid station and heading up to Le Cep, down into Vallocine after that, where I hope there's going to be a giant crew. It seems like there might be.
Oh, yeah. Party time in Vallocine this morning. So if you're in the Chamonix Valley and, the last train before 10 o'clock to get to Vallocine is leaving in about 2 minutes. So, get yourself up there. That's going to be a party day today.
Oh, yeah. Here on the screen, we've got Ben Demon. He is coming into Col de la Foucla. So he is maybe 10, 15 minutes away from that Triant aid station.
Yeah, so healthy lead now for Tom Evans. And then at the same time, we're keeping an eye on our race leaders in the women's race. They are, as you saw very excitedly, they are on the way up to Champex-Lac. Predictions for Ruth Croft, who is on a charge right now into Champex. So Ruth is less than probably 20 minutes away from Champex-Lac, so 9:45-ish. Go Ben Demon. So Team A6 1 and 2, Tom Evans, Ben Demon, UK and United States. Ben Demon lives his life these days in the Pyrenees in France, but is a US citizen. Go Ben.
So if Ruth manages the win here today, she will be the first woman ever to have won a UTMB final in the OCC, the CCC, and the UTMB races. All 3 final races. She will be a champion.
She will. There's only one athlete that's done that. So Xavier Thévenard. Xavier has won. He's done the quadruple. So Xavier has won the OCC, the CCC, the UTMB, and Xavier also won the TDS as well. So, so Ruth Croft on course for the Triple Crown, as we've just made up the name for it. So so Courtney Courtney Dauwalter is probably, Courtney's either second or third now. Camille Brouillard, those two are together, and Ruth is gapping the two of them as she was powering up the hill. Here we go, Ben Demon just about to cross that little bridge, and then the right turn, switchback, descent down to Trion. So we're going to be able to give you a time gap between Tom Evans and Ben Demon into Trion.
This little descent here is sneaky and steep. Relatively short, but yeah, on tired legs, you certainly don't like seeing all of those switchbacks and how steep the section is. So yeah, he'll be looking forward to getting down to his crew again for sure.
So yeah, so Ben kind of just working his way along here. Then I think there's a right-hand drop, and then there's some switchbacks which you really need to be very careful on this descent coming up now.
Just a heads up for anyone whose feed is not currently working, refresh your page. That seems to be doing the trick to get the feed up and running again. We are moving on our side, so yeah, give your the old classics, turn off and turn back on, and it should work for you.
Reboot the router. So I was just pulling up some time. So yeah, Tom's elapsed time into Trion was 15 hours and 37 minutes. When Jim set the fastest time 2 years ago in 2023, he was in there in 16:03. Now we can't compare apples with apples here because there was one section of the course that has been removed from the UTMB. So last night, due to the horrific, heinous weather conditions, the pyramids was actually taken out of the course. So we're being told that would account for a 30 to 45 minute change. So it just so happens that is 26 minutes different time there. But there we go. Tom is just about to get now to the bottom of this climb that's going to take him up to Les Zepp and then down across the border, no passport necessary, into France and down to the baying crowds of Vallorcine.
Love that we can hear our French neighbors talking on the stream next to us. If you're looking for a different language, if you're a Frenchie or a Spanish-speaking athlete or
Italian and Chinese.
Chinese, yep. So if you are any of those and would like to actually listen in your native language, head on over. We've got the same feed and just different voices.
Hey, Alessandro, I'm with you. Alessandro just wrote in the chat, great to hear Tony in such great spirits. And yeah, there we go. Talking about people in good spirits. Ruth Croft, our race leader in the UTMB. The UTMB. Ruth Croft on her way up now to Champex-Lac. She's about 10 minutes away from connecting with her support team. And there we go. Camille Brouillard and Courtney, we kind of predicted that they're just going to be together. They're kind of moving about similar pace. But yeah, Courtney Delwalter now. Courtney down to third spot. And yeah, this is a bit of a slog through the enchanted forests.
Yeah.
But yeah, and actually if you come through here at night, there's a lot of wooden carvings. So if you're having fatigue and sleep deprivation, you think I'm seeing things. Yeah, there are lots of wood carvings in the forest there as well.
You got to love that about running on Swiss trails. There's always these beautiful wooden carvings. It makes for very interesting running, but I can imagine if you're a little bit sleep deprived or low on sugar, it can be a little bit frightening.
Yeah, talking of sleep deprived, the CCC course that Tony McCann had the pleasure of racing in yesterday, they left yesterday morning at 9 o'clock from Courmayeur. So we have a lot of those runners, and I'm going to tell you how many right now. We have 500 runners still on the course, and they have 2.5 hours to get to the finish line. So they were getting hammered with the weather last night. They've gone through the night without any sleep. So yeah, they're still going strong. So yeah, they've still got till midday to get back here to Chamonix. There was over 2,000 of them left yesterday morning. So 500 still making a move to the finish line in Chamonix. And then we have over 2,000 runners on the course right now for the UTMB as well.
Yeah, almost 2,500 runners for the UTMB, which is pretty awesome. Also interesting to note, while still not an incredibly big number, but we've got about 400 women starters of that 2,500. So, you know, we're getting there. I think watching people like Ruth and Courtney and Cami absolutely crush it today, I find incredibly inspiring, and hopefully more women find that inspiring too.
Yeah, I mean, you saw those girls running behind Courtney just before here in Switzerland. And wow, you know, the races that have blown people's minds this week have been the front of both the men and the women in the OCC. The women's CCC race last night was insane. If you haven't seen it, go and watch the recording of the final descent. Martina and Sylvia literally passing each other twice on that last descent in the dark.
Who have we got here? Because that is not Josh Wade. He is not wearing the
no flowers on those shorts. So, yeah, and maybe we've got a change at the front of the men's race.
Right, so
it was because Theo changed his. He had been all black all night. He went to a brighter jersey, but there was also Thibaut Garivier as well, but not with the blue HOKA. No. So we're going to have to go back to that one. So yeah, we'll give you an update on who that was soon enough, unless someone else wants to take a stab at that in the chat.
That looks like Theo Detien because of the, excuse me, the shorts that he's wearing. He's wearing those kind of maroon New Balance shorts. So that looked like it could have been him. He's not moving super well through there. Is that New Balance kit? Oh yeah, that's Theo Detien.
Oh, Debo is telling us he believes it's Duo G from China.
No, that's definitely Theo.
That's Theo Detien. Yeah.
Currently on our screen, yeah. But yes, the runner that passed earlier is very possibly Duo G.
Yeah. Wow. So he is on a charge, and there we go.
Is that Ludo?
No, Ludo's got the long socks.
Yeah, that's Duo G.
Yeah, wow. So some moving and shaking going on the course. Yeah, that was Theo and Duo G.
But then I wonder if that means Thibaut Garivier has also passed Theo Detien.
Here we go, gang. Our second place athlete, Ben Demon, into just about to hit the aid station here in Trion. Yeah, I agree with you, Pavel. Martina and Sylvia's finish last night in the women's CCC was next level, and they had some things to beat. There we go. This is Josh Wade.
There we go.
Josh Wade here now, just about to hit the Col de la Forca. So I think Josh is still in third.
No, maybe 5 minutes less.
Yeah, he's getting a time gap. I don't know if that was on Ben, because Ben's more than 5 minutes ahead, even more whoever's behind. So yeah.
But 5 minutes is not that much. I feel like that gap has closed.
Yeah, but Josh is still chipping away there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oops.
It's okay.
Oh.
There we go. Left. It's really muddy on the trails now. It's horrible there. Well done, Ben. Ben Demon. Second place here.
Awesome seeing all the support out there. People braving the elements. Josh is looking super, super strong here.
Yep. Everyone's waking up. Breakfast has been had. It's time. Somebody dresses the chicken.
And while we are watching the men here, I've just had news that Ruth Croft is the first woman coming into Champex-Lac. So she will be heading into that aid station now. Here we go. We've got Ben Demon in the aid station. Let's see if we can hear anything.
That looks like something that gives you wings.
Yeah. Love a little Red Bull. So he's definitely turning down what looks to be a ketone shot.
There we go. Ben Demon in and out. And we're going to give you a time gap of the front of the men's race. So you've seen the gap, but now we're going to put a value behind it. It is 15 minutes. So consistent from Champex-Lac.
Yep.
Here we go. Our race leader from New Zealand, Team Adidas Terex, Ruth Croft.
Des concurrents qui vont vite, qui vont très vite, et des concurrentes également. On accueille la tête de course au féminin. Est-ce qu'elle est typique la tête de course au féminin? Oui. Qui a gagné en premier Champex-Lac, la première féminine, porteuse du 900 numéro 3, Ruth Croft.
There we go, Martin. He's finished his commentary duties and now he's on support team duties.
Elle emmène la course, elle a pris les rênes de l'événement ici à Champex-Lac. Croft de Nouvelle-Zélande.
Cami is not far behind. They're really not far behind. So she's got a new shirt, sipping on probably some sort of electrolytes. Now she's going to want to be in and out of there before Cami gets into there, so that you know, out of sight, out of mind.
And I think they've got the time.
Yeah.
And you can see that Cami's looks like the elastic has finally broken there with Courtney. Everybody's wondering what Ruth's playlist is, because that whatever she had playing between La Folie and here, everybody wants a little bit of that.
Oh, yeah. And she's in and out of there.
Martin dressed more like for a day on the slope.
It must be cold.
Well done. Good job, Ruth Croft.
Ruth.
In and out of the Champex-Lac aid station.
That was a pretty quick turnaround from her.
Yeah. Tony in the chat now, they're wondering, are you moving up to the UTMB distance next year?
Well, we'll see.
I don't. You need to grace us with an answer with that today, Tony.
I feel like that's an answer that I'll have to think about. You know, maybe give me 2 or 3 weeks to think about that one.
Yeah.
Cami looks like she's in really good spirits.
Yeah,
still.
that's an awesome smile. Yeah. Well done. So, I think we're going to get between La Folie and here. Here we go. Courtney Dauwalter just behind Cami Brouillard. So here we go. Second and third working their way up to the A station. But I think you don't need to be an expert in body language to say which of those three is looking the stronger right now.
They're all looking strong to me.
No. But, if you're going to put your money on one of those three, I think you know where most people are going to go.
Yeah, I think currently we're probably all sticking with down south.
Yeah.
We love a little Kiwi gold.
Exactly. So there we go. Ruth Croft now working her way past the lake here in Champex-Lac. 3 climbs, Ruth. 3 climbs away from the Triple Crown. Winner of OCC, winner of CCC, and current race leader of UTMB. And then that would be testament to her versatility and also the way her running career has evolved from there across the different distances.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for how she's built up to this point. You know,
Yep.
she spent a lot of time working at getting fast in the shorter distances, and that's why she can run a race like OCC and win it. And then took her time building up to this, and I think that's a very smart and measured approach. And she's clearly, paying for those efforts.
You kind of feel that and most of the athletes over the years, the UTMB Academy is, there's no fixed time on how long it takes to graduate. And Ruth probably learned a lot from last year's fantastic second place.
Yeah.
Banked all of that knowledge and has taken it to the next level this year.
Yeah, absolutely. After 2 years of missing the race, one post-Western States, and then the next year she got a virus maybe in the week before the race.
Oh yeah, it was my goodness.
Super disappointing for her for 2 years to have missed out. So I think, last year she had a great race, obviously paced herself incredibly well. I think she was kind of testing the waters. And this year, she's come back with a vengeance.
So we've got some innovative camera work there on on one of those wheelie skateboards. Okay, Champex-Lac, our second place and our third place females are about to arrive. Let's listen in and hear what people are telling their runners.
En deuxième position ici au Champex-Lac, Camille Brouillard, la française.
Allez, madame, président. Comment? Allez.
16h01, 12. L'écart avec Croft est infime. 15h55, 52. Et en troisième position.
Well, and Courtney, welcome to Champex-Lac.
Les passes 2 et 3, beaucoup la poudre. Camille et Courtenay.
I think there was your other colleague that was in all black, the one who's been running a lot of the time with
Stephen Kirsch.
Stephen Kirsch, yeah. I think it was Stephen.
Yep, there he is in the background. You can see him with the crew there.
So Ruth's already left Stephen behind. Sorry,
Broke
Stephen.
that elastic too.
It happens to the very best of us.
Quelques échanges d'émotions.
On entend très mal dans le ravito.
Également une prise en charge de la vision.
Camille with her classic sushi. She's got some vegetarian sushi there.
Spontanée par petites gorgées.
We saw Ruth was stood up when she didn't sit down, right? We've seen both Courtney and Camille having a seat.
Yeah.
We're certainly not judging them, but just comparing the different styles into the aid station here.
Yeah, I think the energies of both Camille and Courtney are a little bit lower than what we saw from Ruth.
Yeah.
Ruth had a certain urgency about the way, still very calm and relaxed, but there was an urgency to get in and out as quick as possible, whereas this feels a little bit slower, a little bit more measured.
But the time gap, 4 minutes into this aid station. So Ruth has a 4-minute gap, but it just felt longer than that. Ruth was in and out much quicker.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Camille and Courtney now in the top 30, 27th and 28th. Ruth Croft has moved up to 22nd overall. And she's only doing one thing, is moving. There we go. Camille Brouillard is out of the aid station, second place. And the crowds are getting bigger and bigger as more and more. There's a lot of support crews appearing now for all the other runners in the races, so as well as the locals. Here we go. Courtney, the glasses on. She's still waving to the crowd, acknowledging the crowd, and wow, the volume just went right up.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you, Tony. Yesterday, we were talking about the fact that I think Drew Holman chose in one of his recent races to slug it out, even though so the temptation from athletes is to, if you're not having a good day, is to stop, because otherwise it actually has a detrimental effect on your UTMB index. And
Yeah.
it's a tricky one, because obviously you get a lot of admiration for, even on a bad day, slugging it out, but actually you're not necessarily rewarded by the UTMB index.
No, you're not. Look, I think it completely depends on the context. Sometimes it's important to slug it out. Sometimes I think you need it because, maybe you've had a couple hard races and you need to prove to yourself that you can finish. Other times it's really not worth it, I think for elite athletes where, you could end your season with a race that you slug out unnecessarily, it's not really worth it. And sometimes it is. It just depends.
No, that was good. Certainly good getting it from the athlete perspective. And the Josh Meister is in the house in Trion. Let's give you a time gap. Josh taking a seat. And huge fan of the Coca-Cola. I think we all are, especially in the races. Yeah. Here we go into Trion. So Josh has actually closed the gap on Ben. So Josh has been moving pretty well. So the gap was about 14 minutes at the previous day. So it's down by 5. Excuse me. So 9 minutes. Still a big gap. So Josh is 9 minutes down on Ben Demon and 27. So the gap to Tom hasn't changed. So Ben, he's been able to eat into the gap of Ben Demon, but still a long way to go. And there you go. You just got a glimpse of 1, 2, and 3 at the front of the UTMB in the men's race. And they've got 2 big climbs to go. Go, Josh. So there we go.
Out of there.
Josh Wade, 3rd place. So we got 2 Brits in the top 3. And there he goes. And we're curious to see, we're trying to identify. So our next runner coming down is probably going to be either Thibaut Garivier or Duo G. So that's our next 2 on the way down. We've seen Theo Detien. Theo is having a tough time on that descent.
But we'll be back in after this ad break, so don't go anywhere.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We are at the front of the men's race right now. Second place athlete Ben Demon is in the house, and second place he's about 15 minutes behind Tom Evans, and then we've got Josh Wade. We just saw Josh Wade firing out of the aid station in Tryon. So 2 big climbs left for Tom, Ben, and Josh Wade. So Josh is third spot. So in fact, some official time gaps out of Tryon for you. We have 18 minutes between Tom and Ben, and then between Ben and Josh. Oh no, that doesn't look right. So let me try something different. Yeah, here we go. So 18 minutes between Tom and Ben at Tryon, and then between Ben and Josh Wade, 9 minutes. So there you go. And what I can say is, for all of our audience, we have got a big party awaiting our athletes in Vallecine. Huge crowds. Think Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France. That gang today are down in Vallecine. So there's Josh Wade on the left, third place from the UK. Tom Evans leading from the UK, and then Ben Demon from the United States.
Yeah. After, it's more slow, it's more cool. Come on.
So yeah, the camera crew doing a great job, both sharing info, giving some encouragement as well.
Yeah. 10 minutes behind Ben. C'est second. 10 minutes.
There we go. Thanks to the camera runner, we now know.
So Tony, as an athlete, when you get that information, do you then do you take that as Bible? You say, well, that's kind of an approximation, or?
It's generally, it would be an approximation. I would trust no one really, but other than my crew to give me really accurate,
that's what I expect.
Spits.
And there we go, gang. Courtney DeWalter, the GOAT of trail running. Courtney is still slugging it out. She's out there in third place. 3 times winner of the UTMB. And she is in the pain cave, but she is not giving up. The sunglasses are on, and there she goes.
Yeah. Interesting to note that she didn't change her t-shirt or take off her long sleeve. It's clearly still cold out there, as much as it's humid.
And also, I think that orange t-shirt is the same one that Courtney started with, and then in Lake Contamine, unless it was changed, that white top went over the top.
Oh, wow.
I haven't seen any change there, so unless there was a change in Courmayeur, which that was in the middle of the night, so I didn't pick up on that one. So
you're forgiven for having a little nap.
Well, that's Stephanie Case. Stephanie Case is going to be back in the house around about midday. We're going to let Tony go. So, Tony, what are you going to do with the rest of your day once we let you out of the studio in 2 hours?
What am I going to do? I don't know. I'm probably going to try and head out onto the course and see Ruth come in. Because, I mean, if she can take this home, that's very, very exciting. I'm always stoked for my teammates when they can crush a race like this.
This is amazing. So, Ben, you can see now how muddy the trails are. It's like, a real test of the footwear, especially on the descent. And Ben Demon, second place. Team A6, the same teammate as the race leader, Tom Evans.
This is that climb is incredibly steep. I think at some points it's up to 30%.
Yeah, no, it's a nasty climb. It's a painful one. I remember Josh Wade actually literally diving into the bushes at some point, almost like throwing up the white flag. He got going again, and Josh Wade, we talk of the devil, 11th place last year. So Josh, like Ruth Croft, has taken on board all of the knowledge from last year's UTMB Academy, and is graduating with flying colors so far.
So we have our top 10 women are all through La Folie and heading up to Champex-Lac. So
go on, Tony, let's do the countdown from 10 through to 1, because we know 1, 2, 3. We've been there all the time.
Yeah. Let's see. Waiting for my page to load.
Yeah, I think in the chat there's so much traffic to the website right now.
Yeah.
I think that, of course there is.
Yeah. So Magali Mellon from France. She is through in 10th position. Emma Stewart from Ireland, a SCARP international athlete, is in 9th.
Yes.
Claudia Tremps on running. She is in 8th position. Elisa Clark on running, USA athlete, in 7th. Anna Carlson, Essex Trail. Essex are having a day. Anna Carlson, Essex runner, is in 6th position. And then we head into our 5th place. Katarina Hartmuth, she was at the Hard Rock Run just, 8 weeks ago? Not even 6 weeks ago.
July, middle of July, yeah.
So about 6 weeks ago, she's done the back-to-back, which is incredible. She's through La Folie in 5th position and Lucy Vassal-Lemieux in 4th. So we shall see them heading up to Champex-Lac in probably around 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yeah, well, Josh is not still going. There we go. This is that horrible climb, but there you go. There's the best visuals so far.
That's a great
of
visual.
Where Tom, Ben, and Josh are on the climb. So Tom nearing the top, as you can see, and then that long descent down to Vallocine. So just about to cross the border into France. So country number 3 is about to be completed. Back into France, and one more climb down to Vallocine. That horrible, Martin calls it the douche climb, but the false flat from Vallocine up to Col de Monte, and then the finish climb, which is not so nice, up to La Flégère. There'll be a big crowd up at La Flégère for the race leaders.
Yeah.
And then Chamonix awaits our UTMB 2025 champion.
Yeah, that climb out of Vallocine is really brutal. I think you cover about 150 meters of elevation gain over a couple kilometers, so it's really not steep. But there's something about that douche grade climb when you don't really want to run at that point, and you have to run it, unfortunately. It's incredibly hard.
Yep.
Great split screen here. You can see Tom there is really moving with force. He's looking very smooth and very strong still.
But he's also like, yes, I've got the steep section behind me now. You can see Ben is right in the middle of the hellish section of that climb. And Josh is also chasing down there. So now this is probably going to be Tom.
Yep, that would be Tom.
Tom Evans coming to the top of this climb now.
We should get a timing point relatively soon for the SEP checkpoint.
Oh, yes.
So hopefully we'll get that in the next minute or two. He has really not got long until he crosses that point. He's back up running, Dang. He is really looking so strong.
Yeah. And this is like, the good news is, so... the worst part of that climb is behind you now, Tom Evans. Good lad.
Yeah, thankfully now there's a couple little sneaky climbs, but he's mostly going to be heading down to Vallocine fairly soon.
Here we go. There is our... Yep, that's just a checkpoint. No passport control today.
Says in Oz, I feel you. When your own training goes out the window because you can't leave the live stream, well, that's happened to me more times than I care to admit.
Yes, that's what we're here for. We are Temptation. So there we go. Tom Evans through the checkpoint at Les Cep. That was that checkpoint there. You just saw on the screen. So next, Vallocine, Tom Evans awaits you. He is going to be down there about 10:40. Yeah, 10 a.m. here right now in Chamonix. We're close by the finish line in the Majestic Conference Center. There we go, Cami, moving well.
And we can't see Courtney in the back there, so she has broken that tether too. It seems she's put in a bit of space. People at Champex-Lac have said that Courtney wasn't looking super good. So, we hope that she is feeling okay. I think it would be a shame if she wasn't able to complete this. But knowing Courtney, she is the master of toughing it out. I think she will probably get through this low point and come back with her guns blazing. Yeah,
I think Martin was saying to us that the one thing Ruth didn't want to do was that Courtney pulls out. Ruth wants to not be accused, you won because Courtney stopped
Yeah.
out. So, and I totally understand that mindset. But
Yeah.
you know what? Ruth now has set herself up so well
Yeah.
for years to get to this point. So this just doesn't happen just overnight. And so this will not diminish any of Ruth's performance today. But there you go, gang. You can see Ruth Croft almost down at the Plan de L'Eau. This kind of like slightly runnable downhill section if you're feeling good after Champex-Lac. So I think we saw Courtney still on the climb. And then Cami and Ruth now are on that little deep downhill before we're going to throw you up that left-hand climb up to the Bovine.
Nice. That's one of those climbs that does feel like it tends to go on forever. It's not that long. It's around 750 meters of climbing, but it really does. There's so many switchbacks, and it's quite technical. Here we go. Thibaut Garivier. Let's see. Is he in 4th or 5th?
Yep. So Thibaut's our 4th place athlete into Trion. So, so we've got UK, USA, UK, and now France. That's our top 4. And I think Duo G is probably going to be coming down shortly as well. And we may well get one of those classic passes that we see here in Trion as the runners come in and out on the same section.
C'est bon, il faut qu'il s'occupe de lui. Devant, c'est vraiment loin. Ça temporise un peu. Par contre, ça va être à peu près 4 minutes. Regarde derrière, t'as tout là. Tu veux boire un peu?
Oh, wow. In and out of there.
Well done, Thibaut.
So he was asking how far the person behind him was. So I would assume
I think it's Duo G because they both passed Theo on that descent. So so Thibaut is 13 minutes behind Josh Wade, and not sure how far, but maybe he's going to get a visual answer.
Maybe the worst kind of answer to that question. That's for sure.
So Thibaut up to 4th, and there we go. Camille Brouillat, our 2nd place athlete out on the course.
Great to see Thibaut Garivier having a good day out there. He was supposed to run the Tenerife Blue Trail earlier in the year, flew all the way to the island and then got sick on the plane and had to lie in bed while the race went on.
So Thibaut, he was 10th here at UTMB in 2022, and he was 6th in 2023. So he's got some recent history. We had him, he was at Lavaredo last year as well. He did the full course, the 120. He was top 5 there.
There we go, nice bouncing between our 2nd and 3rd men here. Ben Demon and Josh Wade heading up the climb to Trion. Ben, little sneaky look over his shoulder. I don't think he'll see Josh.
No.
I think there's enough of a gap.
I agree.
That he won't get a visual on him, which is going to be great for his head.
So, we so top 4 through. Duo G has now arrived. We didn't see it, but he's arrived. So now we understand why Thibaut was asking. So the fight between 4th and 5th now is on. And you know who else is just about to arrive into Trion? Ludovic Pomeray. So Ludo, after an incredible performance at the Hard Rock again, Ludo now is up to 6th spot, we believe. So Ludovic Pomeray, former winner, 2016, I think it was. So Ludo, UTMB legend, based on the fact that he's won here, is doing what Ludo does. And
what Ludo does.
Yeah. And memories last year of the HOKA team carrying Ludo around the finishing line were quite funny. So Ludo now, it's been quite well publicized that Ludo just turned 50 and he's still smashing it out of the park.
Hard Rock Endurance Run this year and last year, the champion. So many results to his name. It's absolutely incredible. Honestly, if I'm still racing by the time I'm his age, I think I'll be a very, very happy chap. Although the motivation, honestly, I think what I find most inspiring is the fact that he's still motivated to train and race as hard as he does
Yeah.
at that age. It's absolutely incredible.
Yep. So, gang, yeah, we're jumping around now, but giving you live coverage. You can see the trails a little bit sticky underfoot, but they, I think, are going to dry out today now, so they're going to get a breather. Forecast is great for the rest of today and great for tomorrow. When I say great, no rain, and it's not going to be crazy hot either. And then Monday, the rain's back in again, but Chamonix will be
By that
empty.
stage, yeah, no one's going to mind.
No, the Mont-Blanc tunnel will be closed for 3 months for repairs. So, yes, it will be very, very different place on Monday. I guess all the humans will then start to head towards Courmayeur for the Tour de Géant that's going to be starting in a couple of weeks.
Yep. There we go. That is Duo G
Yeah, Duo G's in. Just having a little bit of a
into
soak.
the aid station here. Yeah, quick little rinse off. There's nothing worse than getting sticky hands when you're running.
Oh,
or,
yeah.
like gels or drink mix running down your legs and you're getting all sticky. There's absolutely nothing worse. So I can imagine, cleaning your hands like that for him was a nice little...
Washing the hands is such a simple but enjoyable experience.
It's like Courtney brushing her teeth.
Yeah, 100%.
Alors nos conférences sont bien entrées sous la tente, on va laisser repartir. Et là, je pense qu'on aura l'occasion, l'opportunité de vous faire partir, vous. Je rappelle aux parents.
This way.
There you go.
Also making very quick work of that aid station.
Yeah, and a nice little face wipe.
Yeah.
Nice little face wipe just at the end there.
Yeah. It's interesting to note how little they're eating. Like very, very little physical, like solid food.
Yes. Oop, just getting rid of some...
Making space for it in the back. I guess at this point in the race, your stomach is not really digesting solid food all that well. That's why they're probably switching more to liquid calories. You can see people have been drinking a lot. I think it's also pretty humid out there, 82% humidity in Chamonix today. So they will definitely be feeling that.
Did you say 82? Wow.
Yep, that's, it's getting tropical out there.
Here we go. So Duo G 5th, I think, into the aid station there in Trion. And in terms of the official time gap, there you go, Josh Wade, 3rd spot on that evil climb out of Trion on the way up to the border with France and Switzerland, and chasing down Ben Demon and Tom Evans. Oh, we haven't had one of these for a while. This is one of our Strava segments on that climb from, actually, this is the descent from Lesseps to Vallocine. So Tom Evans is on there now. So distance 5.3K, about 800 meters of down. And we're going to tell you who is the QOM, the KOM, and what does the average runner do this in. So there we go. Isho Speed, Holly Page. And there you go. So 28 minutes for Holly, 23, and then 53 for your good old average enthusiastic trail runner as well. All of them noble. There you go.
It doesn't surprise me in one little ounce that Holly Page is the queen of that segment. She is an absolute beast on technical trails.
Right.
And this descent, there's some smoothish sections, but it is pretty technical. And I think with this rain that we've had for the past couple days, it's going to be pretty muddy and pretty slick on those rocks. So yeah, hopefully everyone watches their footing. We don't need any hurt bodies going down there today. But yeah, very, very quick descent.
Brilliant. So yeah, and the party people are down in Vallocine. There we go. Courtney Dauwalter on that slight descent to the Plan de l'Eau before heading up the climb to the Bovine. Courtney Dauwalter, third place behind Camille Brouillard and Ruth Croft.
And just behind Courtney, we've got Lucy Bartholomew, the Australian Salomon athlete. She is heading up to Champex-Lac still. She is estimated to be there in about 30 minutes. Let's see if we can hear what Courtney has to say here.
To eat candy and nachos and croissants.
Vous me prévenez quand
I'm back at
la journée.
UTMB this year to hopefully make the full loop, get to the finish line, and celebrate with everybody. And I'm hoping to spend a lot of time in my pain cave, trying really, really hard.
À ce moment-là, je vais lâcher dans 100 mètres, même pas.
Thanks, Courtney. So, nachos, didn't see any of those in the aid station, but there's probably croissants.
There's probably croissant.
Yeah.
Indeed. Back with Ben Demon. He is probably, so he's just gone past where the old route connects to this section of trail. Previously, they went a slightly more direct way up this climb, but due to some unfortunate trail issues, some landslides, I think they've had to reroute up the SEP climb. So Ben has just crossed there. He's probably got another 200-ish vertical meters before he hits the top of this trail.
Yeah, this is going to be, so this is a climb. You've got to slug it out. And then they've got the douche grade climb from Vallocine up to the Col de Monte. And then they have the final slog up to La Flagère. So still plenty to play with for our race leaders.
Oh, if you are not in Vallocine, I think you're going to be missing out. I've just got a photo from the train station, and that train looks like it's fully packed. So if you can find your way to Vallocine, I can tell you right now, it's going to be a vibe.
Here comes the king, Ludovic Pomeray into Triomphe. Sorry, yeah, into Triomphe.
Into Triomphe. What a legend.
There we go. Good noise from the crowd, of course. So, Ludovic Pomeray from France, Team HOKA in the house. Ludo now up to 6th. He's passed Theo Detienne, I think.
Yeah. I think Theo went out potentially a little bit too hard. Unfortunately, it looks like he's moving very slowly down this descent, having been passed by 3-ish people that we know. Yannick Noel and Shen Jiasheng seem to be running together. They went through La Giette only a minute apart.
Right.
And then Rod Farvard rounding out our top 10 in the men's, running just maybe 6 minutes back from Shen. So we've got a pretty tight race at the back of that top 10 as well.
Corinne Malcolm should be down here in Triomphe because Corinne is doing the support for her HOKA colleague. So Rod Farvard. Rod is now into the top 10. Can you hear Dylan Bowman? Yay, Debo! So another American has moved into the top 10. So you've got Ben Demon in 2nd, and we have Rod Farvard down there in 10th spot. Rod soon to be arriving here in Triomphe.
Interesting. Let's see if we can hear anything here. Let's tune in. On the split screen, we've got Tom Evans on the side.
Sorry, Tony, there we go. Turn the volume down for you.
Well, we've got Tom Evans on the left-hand side of the screen here. He is making his way down from Le Cep. He has finished that climb in the little contour section, and he'll be hitting the forest fairly soon, where it starts getting a little bit more technical.
Yeah, So yeah, so down into Valacine, which will be kilometer 157. So that means that once Tom is down there, he's still got a way to go, but once Tom is down there, he has 18 kilometers until he's into Chamonix. There might be slightly less than that. It just depends on, because I kind of feel Valacine to Chamonix is around about 20K, normally 2021. Yep. So yeah, so about 20K to go for Tom once he's down there into Valacine. There you go. Ludo is back up and running, literally.
On the women's side of the race, we've got Katarina Hartman and Lucy Bartholomew coming in to Champex-Lac relatively soon. And they're both estimated to be there around the same time. So Katarina is moving up in the field for sure. Either Lucy slowing down or Katarina is putting on the second gear and pushing a little bit in this last part of the race.
Yep, there we go. Josh Wade pounding the poles. It's all about the poles today. We've seen Ruth Croft absolutely hammering it with the poles. Josh Wade doing the same. Tom Evans doing the same. Ben Demon doing the same. So, yeah.
Yep.
Josh working that upper body. Look at that gradient.
Great visual. Love it. 34.8%.
It is nasty, and you don't often see a pink on there, but yeah, that is nasty. So well done, Josh. I think you're almost at the back of that awful segment now, but still got a bit more climbing to do. Ben Demon almost at the top now, and we're going to be able to give you a time check between Ben and Tom and Josh when they get to the top. So, yeah, Tom Evans, 25 minutes away from Valacine. Valacine, are you ready?
Dang, if there's one thing I wish I could be there is that, you know, just to experience that energy and that vibe there. It's going to be amazing. If you can find your way there, I would highly recommend it.
Yeah, talking to the athletes 2 years ago, the crowd at Notre Dame de la Gorge and then at Col de la Forclaz were literally so loud. It was like almost deafening for the athletes, and it was very entertaining for the crowd, though.
Yeah, you need to run through that section with some earplugs in.
Yep. Yeah, this is like a never-ending kind of like. This would be awesome on a mountain bike right now. And, but yeah.
I mean, if you've got skill on a mountain bike, sure. This on a mountain bike for me would be probably some sort of broken bone.
So yeah, this is just like keeping your mind on the descent and staying focused. Focus, focus, focus. There you go, gang. Tom Evans, you can see on the visual now where he is, whereas Ben and Josh are still at the bottom here of the graphic on that climb.
Yeah, they still haven't passed that checkpoint on that bottom left-hand corner. So we will see them passing through there hopefully soon.
Yeah, Josh was very funny on this climb last year, literally diving into some deep grass at some point, like. But he's on it this year. And he finished 11th last year, so this is right now third place. Fantastic performance from Josh Wade, as well as Ben Demon, and as well as Tom Evans. Hey Tony, got a question for you for the chat. Is asking like for the runners doing 30 plus hours, is there any point in carrying the gels, and why don't you just eat the food out of the aid station? I could answer that, but I want to hear your answer.
Honestly, I think it really depends on what you like. I think the aid stations, especially if you're running a little bit, you know, within yourself, you're not kind of pushing that intensity.
Yeah.
The extra carbs aren't necessarily going to be the best fuel for you. Sometimes a whole food option is better. You know, I think having some carbs and some gels on you is always good as a backup, a little bit of a pick-me-up. But yeah, I think relying on the aid stations, I don't know if you've seen them, but there's a feast and a buffet. So definitely worth checking them out.
Cool. All right. Let's go for a break. We'll see you in a couple of minutes, guys and girls.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey gang, welcome back. Perfect timing as we see Ben Demon, our second placed athlete in the men's UTMB, go through the checkpoint at Les Cep. So yeah, we're going to be able to, we're going to be able, hopefully, we're all having fun right now trying to refresh. There's so much traffic is going to the website. So we'll see if we can give you a time gap between Tom and Ben. We're not expecting it to have changed much. So there we go. Tom Evans has got a 23-minute lead at the top of this climb. What will be interesting is Josh Wade is in third place. Josh is on the climb right now. So, So Josh Wade's going to be our next runner up to Les Cep in... The tracker's saying 19 minutes, but I don't think that's the case. So we'll find out. We'll let you know. So Ben Demon, Team A6 in second place. Tom Evans, Team A6 in first place. And there you go. There's Tom on the descent. Ben's still got a little bit more of a climb there, but Tom is now literally, and as you can see, it is getting sloppy underfoot after all of the rain of the last 2 or 3 days we've had out on the course. Tony McCann, I'll let you. Tony's just discovered there was some crepes for the speakers. So, yep.
I'm just quickly stuffing my face. You know, I still ran 50Ks yesterday.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, that's good. I just saw something very funny. The French guys were trying to they offered the Italians a cappuccino, but they were going to use it making instant.
No.
And the look of the Italians was like pure gold.
Blasphemy.
Yeah. So that was a no from the Italians. But yeah, very good. So Tom Evans, we said 10:40. So yeah, Tom Evans about 10 minutes or so away from a lot of humans ready to cheer him on. You can see the cable car, the chairlift here now feeding the ski area at Vallecines and Le Tour. So yeah. Tom is just kind of working his way up this now.
Yeah, I would say he's got a little bit more than 10 minutes, honestly. He's still got some descending to go and some technical stuff too. And just seeing how sloppy on foot it is, I think
you're right. You're actually right, Tony. Wow. Always. I think we're getting an update. It's about 20 minutes now. So yeah. 10:50 is looking like our Vallecines for Tom Evans. There we go. You can see Ben.
Great visual.
No visual for Josh Wade just yet, but there we go. And then Josh is ahead of Thibaut Garivier in fourth and Duo G in fifth place. And what's going on in... what's going on in the women's race, I hear you all say. And yeah, so our race leader, Ruth Croft, followed by Camille Brouillard and Courtney Dalwalter, they have all passed through Champex-Lac, and they are on their way up the climb of the Bovine.
So we should get some update of where they are at La Giette. And at the moment, it's predicted that Ruth will be there first, and she will have opened up a bit more of a gap on Camille, about, oh gosh, more mental maths, about 12 minutes back from Ruth at that point. Camille in second position, and then just 8 minutes behind her, Courtney. So they're all still relatively close together, but definitely Ruth has opened up there a little bit, and I think she might be hard to catch at this point.
Yeah. We were attempting to give you a visual there. That was a drone shot of Josh Wade, still on the climb. And this is Tom Evans, still on the climb. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's downhill, but it's not quite downhill just yet. He's going to get to a point shortly where it does become downhill time. Here we go. This is one of the early movers and shakers. So yeah, Théo Détien he's still slugging it out, but yeah, he's definitely in the pain cave right now.
Yeah. I think he's going to need to take a little moment here to recollect himself, and it'll be interesting to see if he is able to continue.
Wow. He's still, feeding off the crowd. Come.
Yeah.
This is where the crowd can play a part. Come on.
Yeah.
Théo, keep going, buddy. Wow. Well done, gang. Keep throwing the energy at all of these runners. They need all of our love. Thibaut Détien, he's been on the race course now. All of our runners have for nearly 17 hours. So 17 hours all through the night as we were all tucked up in our bed. These wonderful humans were literally fighting the elements last night. Yeah, the mountains threw everything they had at them, and they all came out the other side. And now they're enjoying the good weather that is now across the whole of the course. I think Théo might be sitting down. It's just a...
I think that would be a good guess.
Best seat ever.
Now we've got that split screen here. The split screen here with Josh Wade coming up to that timing point in Le Cep, while Théo Détien is at the Trion aid station, our 7th man. He's managed to hold off the 8th position Yannick Noël and 9th position Jiexing Shen. So he's still moving, but yeah, he's definitely looking like he needs to recollect and gather himself at this aid station.
Someone in the chat, Tony, asking, are you not tired from yesterday?
I'm sitting down and watching the best live stream there is. So even if I am tired, this is the best kind of recovery I can have. It looks like as tired as Théo Détien is looking, he's still getting ready to get out of there, which is super cool. He's smiling. I think, yeah, tough descent, but hopefully this climb out of Trion will refresh his legs, give his body time to assimilate all of those carbs that he's eating now, all of that food that he's getting in. So, yeah, hopefully he's still in the fight.
Yep, and I think the smile is encouraging more than anything else. And there you go, Théo is up. And yep, he is out and he's going. But the information will be given to the runners behind him that he's not in a good spot. And so I've seen Cody Lind and Rod Farvard are moving up the field, and so their crews will be telling them that if they keep going, if they're doing well, they have got a chance of moving up further in the top 10.
Yeah, you never wish another runner a bad race, but definitely helps mentally when you're out there and you're grinding it out and your crew tells you that someone ahead of you is not looking so good. It's like a little bit of motivation to push a little bit harder in hopes that you can pass them for sure.
Go on, Josh. So yeah, this is a never merciless climb, never ending. And yeah, so Ben and Tom at least have it behind them now, and they're working their way down. So yeah, let's give you Rod Farvard is 10th. Shen Jiasheng is 9th. Yannick Noel is 8th. Theo Detia is 7th. Ludovic Pomeray 6th. Duo G 5th. Thibaut Garouvier 4th. Josh Wade 3rd, Ben Demon 2nd, and Tom Evans is way out in front. So Tom is now into the 150 kilometer, he's gone beyond 150 kilometers distance, and you're getting closer and closer to Chamonix.
We haven't had too much movement yet in the women's race. Yeah, still Emma Stewart in 10th, Magali Melon in 9th, Claudia Tremps in 8th, Alyssa Clark in 7th, Anna Carlson in 6th, and then Katarina Hartmuth and Lucy Bartholomew moving together towards Champex-Lac. So we will hopefully get some more information from them soon, probably in the next 30-ish minutes.
And I wanted to share with you we're talking about prize money for the UTMB this year. The total prize purse across all of the races is almost 200,000 euros, courtesy of the title sponsor, HOKA. The winner of the UTMB, both the first female and the first male, they're getting 20K. For their troubles and hard work. In the OCC and the CCC, the winners are getting 13,000 euros, and the prize purse goes 10 deep in all of the different race categories.
So we've got a question in the comments. How long will it last for Tom to run the last 20 kilometers? Understanding that there's about maybe 900 meters of elevation gain and about 18 Ks from Vallorcine. So it's a pretty technical section. I think the most of the top runners will probably take around an hour and 40 to 2 hours.
Yeah, looking at the timing, we've got from Vallorcine. Let me put the timetable up there so we get some proper times. So yeah, so from Tony Vallorcine, fastest runner is expected at 11:17. So Tom's going to be there before that, but that's probably to do with the course adjustment. But if we just did the straight maths, they're kind of talking 2 hours, 20 minutes from Vallorcine through to the finish line, and based on the slightly adjusted course. So if Tom is down into Vallorcine at 11, that puts us about 1:30 p.m. into Chamonix for our race winner today. But get there early, so don't say, "Oh, Keith said it was going to be 1:30," because
get your spot next to the track so you can get a high five as our leader comes into Chamonix today.
There we go. Respect to the Tour de Mont-Blanc hikers, because they've had 3 tough days out there on their holiday as well. Thursday, Friday, and again overnight tonight. So yeah, so the good news for all of those wonderful people is they've got a break in the weather today and tomorrow before the rain comes back in again on Monday.
I feel like, well, My namesake. Thank you, Tony, for the little nudge here to use our soundboard. There we go. That's perfect. That was a perfect demonstration of our failure to use our soundboard.
Yeah, we didn't know. So there we go, Tony. We've got a new toy that we can play with today that we didn't even know existed. So thank you, Tony, in the chat, for giving Tony and myself a heads up that there's that. So now we're going to have fun. We've got 8 soundboards there.
Yeah.
And
I feel like these might come in handy, especially the one that's labeled fall.
oh, right.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I've just seen the color code there. So yeah. So well, let's go through them. So we don't want to do alarm. That sounds like it's probably fall. That's kind of got your name all over it, Tony. Right?
Does,
Sorry.
But maybe. Whoa. Oh wow.
Wow, that was kind of scary. Yeah.
Oh wow, here we go. Everyone getting ready at Vallorcine. That is insane.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. La vie à Dieu.
This looks like it's outside of the aid station, beginning of that climb, and that is Sada Alonso down there on the left-hand side. So yeah, that is what you can expect.
Does your sampler play the New Zealand national anthem? I love it. We should definitely have that. Maybe we can get that. These are great. Why did we not find these earlier?
I don't know. Yeah, that's good. They were excellent. So there, I like that one. Revelation. Yes.
You can see just how technical this trail that Tom is running down here, and it's slippery out there. That rain has really made all of these rocks really slick.
Yeah.
But he is making quick work of this. I love, you can see he's shortened his stride, just making sure that he's light on his toes so that when he's going down there, he's never landing too long in one spot. You're kind of like skipping through that technical stuff.
Yep. And then you see another 1.5K of descending here on this kind of terrain before it kind of flattens out.
I just love watching someone run downhill who's confident. It's like a dance, and it's very, very cool.
Wow. The crowds, I guess you're seeing it on the screen right now like we are. So yeah, the crowds down in Vallorcine are immense, and that's going to be it's going to give the athletes a bit of a shot in the arm. There you go. Tom can actually see the town of Vallorcine now. Whoops.
Oh, that was Maud Matisse.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, that was Maud Matisse on the descent there, just giving some cheers to Tom.
Yeah. You're right. They definitely kept me away from the soundboard. So true.
Very.
And but now, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, and Tom absolutely smashing this savage descent. I can hear the crowds, and and Tom can probably hear the crowds as well. So yeah,
that's crazy. You gotta love it.
Yeah. What you're also seeing on the screen right now in the bottom, the ticker is tomorrow is going to be the Walk of Champions. So Martin is going to be spending 30 minutes with each of our champions from the weekend, from the 3 races, and in different locations in Chamonix. And so you may well stumble across them at some point. They're going to be in public places, and they're going to be doing a quick, relaxed catch-up and interview about their experience at this year's UTMB World Series Finals. Here we go, dropping down now to the houses on the edge of Vallorcine, And this course has had a few changes over the years, this section, but here we are. Just dropping down now. Can probably hit the road in a minute.
Yeah, you've got to...
And...
Whoa, those crowds.
Are you ready in the audience? You are going to be you're going to be right in the moment with Tom Evans as he drops down into Valocine.
Holy moly. Hey.
Go, Tom. Lap it up, buddy.
Wow. That's crazy. It's so cool to see.
Il est en quelle tenue? Il est en quelle tenue le premier? Parce qu'il y a 3 mecs qui courent.
Guillaume, je vais pas trop m'enfiler, ça va être le bordel après.
It's arriving, but... Ok, celui du milieu.
Making his
So, yeah,
way
the
down and
crowd.
he'll be able to
Sorry,
see
Tony.
those crowds there.
Oh, wait, hang on. Let me turn that volume down. I didn't hear you. Apologies.
No worries. I was just saying he'll be able to see all of those crowds now. I mean, you could see his reaction to it at the top of the climb. Oh, wow. He's soaking it up. You know, he's talking about falling back in love with the sport. This is it.
This is the way to play this game. You know, this crowd, when Courtney gets here, they are going to go mental as well. I think Tom's got another of a gap now to enjoy this moment so much.
Yeah. Soaking it up.
And this is nothing. The main gang is down by the train station in Valocine by the checkpoint. But well done, Tom. He's in the right mindset. Brilliant.
Yeah, I feel like there's different ways that you can take that. It can either be really intimidating, but I feel like Tom is really taking it into the stride. You know, people commenting in the chat, he's a showman, and he's definitely a showman, especially when it comes to this. It's awesome to see. You can see he's got people checking with him before he gets to the aid station so they can inform Joseph if there's anything in particular that he's looking for. But yeah, he seems good. He seems like he's managing to keep his keeping everything in his stomach, I should say. Doesn't look to be too sick right now. So we'll see when he gets to this aid station, but he's looking like he's recovered from whatever was bothering him in Triant.
Yeah, so Tony's referring to the fact that he was telling his team that I can't eat. And but yeah, he's obviously been able to drink and so take carbs through liquid. So yeah, Tom looking good. One more climb for Tom Evans and victory at the 2025 UTMB. There you go, Tom. Enjoy a little bit of silence here, just on the outskirts of Valocine, because we know that there is a crowd waiting to cheer you like you've never seen before.
Oh, yeah.
You have done very well. Hi, I'm so strong, man. Very good time.
You have done very well. Yes, indeed, he has.
There we go, 153.7 Ks elapsed. The course adjustment, we're at 172 kilometers to the finish line.
I cannot follow you anymore. You're awesome, man.
Here we go, all the developments that have taken place here in Valocine in the last 10 years or so. It's become a whole new kind of satellite town on the outskirts of Chamonix. And
yeah, great place to go and ski in the winter because it doesn't get much sun, so it's pretty cold down there. But it looks like it's perfect running weather at the moment.
Yep, I think Tom's about to cross the bridge, so he's going to be on the right-hand side. The aid station is on the, it's right in the car park of the train station. There we go. Yeah.
You can see ahead, there's that crowd gathering.
This was the famous location where Kilian and Mathieu Blanchard arrived together, and Kilian just sprinted past Mathieu to get into the aid station first.
Oh, wow.
There we go. So Tom's going to be doing a left over the bridge shortly into the aid station. You can see the aid station on the left-hand side, and the crowds are actually beyond that, beyond the tent.
Maybe control, okay?
Is there a control? Who was he telling?
Sorry?
Was he saying there was a control or something, or just?
I think he was saying stay controlled.
All right.
Yeah.
There's the crowds. You can see them at the top of your screen.
Oh, yeah.
Then 23 minutes, 23.
23 minutes. Tom's getting a time check from his team. This is also Tom's last time with the support team before the finish line.
You see the little sign there. Last time it was efficiency.
Yeah.
This time it's eat and smile.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Put it in the you want that? It's, I drink, no, I've never tried it.
Smart, Tom, smart. Quick little wings.
Yep, Tom's getting his wings.
There's mud everywhere. Thank you so much.
Okay, Tom, it's time for some partying. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Inflatable donuts. Come on.
That is wild.
Somewhere in there is an elite athlete. There he is.
Dang, that's so crazy. Have you ever seen anything like this in our sport? Oh, wow. You gotta love it.
And everyone in the fancy dress outfits running behind Tom. This is so funny.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. I mean, there's no better injection of energy than running through a crowd like that. It's insane. So good.
Brilliant.
Absolutely insane. Everything's going to feel very quiet after that.
Let's go, Tom. You are strong, very strong. Go!
We've had, let's turn that down a little bit. So there we go. We've had 5 runners now in the front of the women's race through Champex-Lac. So we saw Ruth Croft, we saw Camille Brouillard, we saw Courtney Dauwalter, Lucy Bartholomew came into the aid station. So Lucy's in, and she was about a minute ahead of Katharina Hartmut. So that is our top 5. So Katharina was an hour and 4 minutes behind Ruth Croft into the aid station. So the top 5 women separated by 1 hour. And there we go. There's the gang. They know that the drone is on them, and they are so much fun. Well done to the crew there, and they are waiting for Courtney. They're waiting for Ruth Croft.
Yeah.
They're waiting for all the runners. That is party time at Vallorcine. Well done to the gang. Here we go. Ben Demon, the crowd awaits you, sir. Team A6 1 and 2. Tom Evans and Ben Demon. Josh Wade in 3rd spot, and actually we should be able to give you a time gap between Josh and Ben at the top of Les Cep.
Yeah, so we've got Thibaut Gurivier went through at 10:52 a.m. at Les Cep, and Josh Wade was through in 10:37. So now my mental maths is not going to be able to do that, that's for sure. But there's a significant gap there, I think.
I've got so 11 minutes between Ben and Josh, and then between Josh and Thibaut it's 15 minutes. So Josh and Thibaut is about the same as it was down in Trion.
Yeah.
And I think Josh and Ben is about the same as well. Yep, Ben is holding firm in 2nd spot. There he is on there. He's got that last little bit now before he can begin the descent down.
Well, he's on the descent now into Vallorcine, but there's like a sneaky little douche grade climb in the middle of the descent, which is just really quite mean.
Yeah.
So it's maybe a couple meters of elevation gain, but it's significant enough that in the middle of a descent it does tend to halt you in your tracks. So he'll be over this very quickly, and then he'll be back on the descent.
Hey gang, so we have had and we continue to have the pleasure of Tony McCann in the studio this morning. Tony's going to be with us for probably 1 more hour, and then Tony wants to go outside and cheer on all of her fellow athletes, and I think that's only right. So if anybody's got any great questions for Tony McCann, I haven't even asked Tony's permission for that, but if anybody's got any great questions, feel free to post them in the chat, and we'll see if we can answer 1 or 2 of those. And the ones who post a question and a South African GIF, you probably are going to elevate your chance of getting your question answered. So there you go. So keep posting your questions in the chat, and we'll get Tony to answer 1 or 2 of them. Ben Demon on the descent here into Vallorcine. We are going to go for a short commercial break. And and once we're back, we're going to join the party in Vallorcine.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of this year's UTMB World Series Finals. We are with Tom Evans, our race leader. Tom, timing laps now 17 hours and 15 minutes since he left Chamonix last night at 5:45 p.m. Tom is one climb away from winning this year's UTMB. We are very honored and very excited to have Tony McCann in the studio. Hey Tony.
Hello, hello, hello. We are coffeed up and very excited to be with you guys. Tom has got 16.7 kilometers to go according to the stats on the screen. A couple little sneaky climbs and descents before he finishes up towards Flagey. And then he's just got the descent and then he's on the home stretch. So very, very excited for him. A Team Asics runner and a new dad. So we've been speaking a lot about dad power today. And mom power as well. And yeah, it's absolutely proving to be true.
Yeah, parent power. We had Joyce won the OCC. So Joyce is mum. And then we saw yesterday some more parents doing well. So yeah, so Tom Evans at the front at the race lead. Tom has probably got about a 20+ minute lead right now on Ben Demon, also a dad. And then Ben is being chased down by Josh Wade. So Tom and Ben from the same team, Team Essex, and Josh and Tom from the UK. And so that's our top three. The women's race has been really exciting this morning. Ruth Croft has put the hammer down. Ruth Croft is our race leader. Chase down, the gap is increasing to Cami Brouillard in second place. And then we also have the GOAT, three-time winner of the UTMB, Courtney Dalwalter. Courtney is in the pain cave, but she is digging it. She's still pushing along in third spot. So there we go, gang. First and second on the screen right now.
There we go. Saw Sophie and Phoebe again. Quick little pit stop to give them a kiss, and he's back on his way.
So Tony, we did also offer you the opportunity to post questions for Tony. So Tony, first question I saw in there was about your go-to solid food during races, if that's if you do such a thing.
Yeah, this year the plan was to do some like ramen and broth because I actually thought it would be colder than it was. So I had some instant ramen available, and then I tried rice last year, but that was a fail. I think rice is a great option, but it needs to be with something. So generally something.
So it was too dry.
It was too dry.
Right.
I think what Cami Brouillard does, you know, as the sushi with the soy sauce, I think that's a great option.
Have you tried that?
I haven't tried that in a race, no. But I do love a good rice pudding for breakfast. So, you know, rice is a great option always. And then, you know, gummies I think are sour gummies. They have to be sour. But a sour gummy is also always quite tempting.
Yeah, I was super excited when Cliff Blocks added sours. So there was like, yes. So thumbs up to that one. Tony, have you done much training in South Africa in the last few years?
I mean, I spent, you know, all of my early days trail running in South Africa.
Of course,
so.
yeah. So someone was asking if you've got a favorite training. That was where the question came from.
Yeah.
Your favorite training spot in South Africa?
There's so many. Honestly, there's so many beautiful places. I think the first thing that comes to mind is a place called the Montrachel Nature Reserve. It's out towards Franschhoek, which is like little France. Basically, it's a little French village in the middle of South Africa. It's an incredibly beautiful place. The proteas are insane, beautiful pin cushions that kind of reach over your head. And yeah, I would probably say that was my first real mountain experience in South Africa, and it's absolutely beautiful. Speaking of mountains, it looks like we've got Ruth Croft at the top of Bovine.
Yep, there we go. Ruth Croft. There she is, yep, working her way up to the Bovine. So that's the climb out of Champex-Lac and working her way up to the Bovine, and then she'll be descending down to Trient. So Ruth is still in Switzerland, and we've got Ben and Josh and Tom. They are already into France.
Oh, we've got her camera runner getting dropped at the back there. But this is a great shot of Ruth coming up to the Bovine here. You can see there on the side of the screen her recent wins, the Adidas Terrex Maxi Race, the 60K, Tarawera Ultra Trail. She was first place there this year. I think she broke the course record as well. So she is having a great year too. Also cool to see her not racing too much.
Yeah, that seems to be the new thing. I guess this is if you're sub-ultra, you see a lot more races perhaps. But then, yeah, I think as you move up the distances, that's seemingly a conscious decision. So there we go. On the left-hand side, that is an image from earlier today. I believe that was on the climb up to Champex-Lac after Ruth had passed both Camille Bruyas and Courtney Dauwalter.
Yep.
And yeah, in the chat, someone like saying Anna Carlson is having the race of her life. And we absolutely agree with you. So, yeah, Anna Carlson, top 5 in the women's race. So, yeah, Anna Carlson into Champex-Lac. She was 6th. She's behind Katharina Hartmut and Lucy Bartholomew. So that's 4, 5 and 6, because we've obviously been focusing a lot so far this morning on the front 3, because we had them in our sights and they were passing each other just for fun.
There are so many great questions in this chat. Thank you so much. I don't think I'm going to get to half of them. Let's pick another one. At the top level, how much of the last 20 kilometers is physical versus preparation versus mental? Good question. I think it can be a combination. I feel like all of my answers recently have been it depends. But it does really depend, because if you're incredibly physically prepared, you know, the thing that can let you down is if your headspace is not super strong. So yeah, it can be, I think a lot of it can be very mental at that point, because, you know, you're going to be hurting. You kind of know that you're going to be hurting. And again, you have to be in a good space mentally to be able to know that you can keep moving and move well, even if it is hurting. So yeah, I think a lot of it would be mental.
Yeah, yeah, the mental fortitude is incredible. I think in these 100-mile athletes, and especially going through the night and absolutely being hammered by the weather through the night as well. So yeah. So the resilience, the flexibility to have to adapt, if you like, and also based on what your body's telling you.
Yep.
And yeah, incredible. And I think Courtney's been the one telling the story about this is not a solo race, and that there is so many people and so many things going on around you that contributes to your performance on the day, right, Tony?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Who was doing your support crew yesterday?
Quickly, we've got Camille Bruyas, I think, on the screen. Hard to tell with the trees, but I spot an orange Salomon top.
Yes.
So there we go. We've got Camille Bruyas coming up the climb here to Bovine.
So yes, second place. We saw Camille passing Courtney just before the aid station at Champex-Lac. So yeah, so Camille Bruyas in second place. Team Salomon from France. So yeah, that crowd in Vallecine is going to be giving Camille a huge shot in the arm at some point once she gets over there back into France.
And she looks like she's still all smiles, which is really cool to see.
Oh, Stephanie Case is back in the house, so we're going to get Stephanie after her night maneuvers over in Courmayeur. Stephanie is looking refreshed and ready to add her energy and joy to the team this morning. So yeah, there we go. Tom Evans on this this false flat, as we call it. Not that far now to reaching the road. The Col de Monte, he's going to kind of stay left for a short while, and then they cross the road and then begin that never-ending pull. The final climb for Tom Evans in this year's UTMB up to La Flégère and then back down into Chamonix. Go, Tom. So, no, Steph, are you going to join us, Steph? Come on, don't be shy.
We're going to be a threesome here today.
Absolutely. I am so excited to join you guys. Things have really changed since I was in Courmayeur at 4 a.m.
Oh, yes.
I mean, a lot happens in, 6 hours?
I was listening to the broadcast to try to keep up, but man, am I excited to see Ben Demon still absolutely crushing it. I chatted with him in Courmayeur. Of course, he quite infamously had never left the Courmayeur Sports Center, and I said, "We're all cheering for you to get your butt out of this aid station." And he said, "Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm out of here."
I'm out of here. And indeed, he has been, and he has been on a roll. You can see him now coming into the Vallorcine aid station. I'm sure he's hearing the crowds getting ready for the onslaught that is waiting for him as he leaves that aid station.
There we go. Ben Demon, runner number 2 in the men's race. And Steph, did you see the crowds at Vallorcine?
Oh my goodness, that was insane. They just get bigger and bigger every year. Really, I know that everyone who is not in Chamonix Valley this weekend is having massive FOMO. And trust me, for all of us sitting in the studio, we wish we were out there on the course as well. So shall we do a little bit of a recap about where we are at with the top men, the top women? What are the big stories?
So,
Tell me what I've missed.
you want us to give you a
Yeah.
okay, yeah. I was like,
Absolutely.
we've been doing that all day, Steph, but yeah, no. So, Tony, I'm going to let you go first.
Okay.
With the women's race.
Bring it on.
I'm putting you guys on the spot. It's not just me. There might be people who are just tuning in who want to know what has been happening this morning.
Well, you've probably missed the biggest pass in the race so far. Courtney Dauwalter leading through La Folie and then overtaken by Ruth Croft, who had just overtaken Camille Bruas. So she went from third to first within the space of maybe 3 kilometers after going through La Folie, and she broke that tether real quick. So she's now put in a pretty big gap between Camille Bruas, who then overtook Courtney as well. So we are now sitting with Ruth Croft from Adidas Terex in first position. She is imminent at La Giette, which means she's over Bovine, the big climb out of Champex-Lac.
And, you know, we were expecting her to really throw it down in this second half because we saw her last year. She was second, of course, to Katie Scheid with the course record. And she had played it quite conservatively during the first half. But she did probably what we saw was the fastest back end of this course. So we knew that she would probably be trying to do something similar here.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's 100% executing that plan with to the T. It's very, very cool to see.
Now, do we have any intel on what's happening with Courtney? Is she struggling? Do we know? Are the others just stronger surging ahead, or do we know why she's fallen back to third?
So everything that I've heard from people out on the route just saying that Courtney looks like she's struggling a little bit. She looks like she's hurting. She's still moving, and she's still moving well, but unfortunately it seems that Camille and Ruth are just moving better at this point. And at this level of competition, you know, everyone is getting so strong. You can't have an off day these days. If you want to win a race, you have to have the day. And it seems like Ruth is having that day. And unfortunately for Courtney, that it's just not hers.
Yeah, what was interesting was Ruth flew past Courtney, but we could see with Cami and Courtney that they were about the same. So Cami passed Courtney, but they stuck together. The elastic didn't break till they got to the aid station. But in the men's race, Steph, we've been at the front for a long time now. We've been looking at the top three: Tom Evans, Ben Demon, Josh Wade. The gap's been kind of consistent here or there. So Tom's gap, if anything's got bigger. Ben and Josh have been holding it similar. So Ben Demon, as we see on the screen right now. But then there's been lots of changes going on. Theo Detiam is paying for the early pace he put in, so he's been slowly moving out. But he didn't give up, and he left Trion with a smile on his face. The muscles are not happy with him, but he's still going. So now what I can say is that people like Rod Farvard and Shen Jiasheng have moved into the top 10. And so there's a lot. The message to the runners from 11th through to 20 is, if you're feeling good, you still have a top 10 opportunity. So going backwards from 10th, we've got Rod Farvard, we've got Shen Jiasheng, Yannick Noel, Theo Detiam. Ludo, your favorite. Ludo is now up to 6th. And, the silent assassin from China, Duo G, 5th. Not that far. And Thibaut Garivier constantly asking how close is he. So Thibaut's more worried about how close Duo G is than how close he is to Josh Wade. And then there's the top 3. So that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of the men's race as well.
It's interesting. I'm hearing all of the same names, but maybe in a different order than when they came through in Courmayeur in the middle of the night. But what I was excited to see on the women's side, we talked about the top 3, but Lucy Bartholomew coming up into 4th. She was 10th the last 2 years at UTMB. I saw her before the race, and she looked quite relaxed, and I just had a good feeling about what she might be able to do today. In in the middle of the night, she came through very focused. Her crew, her Solomon teammate, Ryan Sands, was crewing her and was a bit worried at that time because he had heard she'd taken a fall and her tracker wasn't working, keeping everyone on their toes. But she has just continued to climb up the pack. And then, of course, followed by Katarina Hartmuth, who just got a 3rd at Hard Rock, but not the performance she was expecting. Now we've got some visuals on Courtney in 3rd place. Now, the split between them at Champex-Lac was about 7 minutes, 8 minutes between Courtney and Ruth in 1st. Just 1 minute behind Camille, but it looks like that gap has widened.
Yep.
Here we go. Ben Demon into Vallocine. We saw Tom here. Interesting conversation he was having with his crew. They were almost encouraging him to try something he'd never tried before. And he was like...
I heard that. And quite rightly, he said, nope, I haven't tried that before. Not doing it now.
Yeah. One or two people commented in there's like, maybe his support crew had been hacked by Josh Wade. Hey, Tom, try some of this. So Ben Demon now final checkpoint with the support team. Ben Demon, 2 DNFs here, but once he gets past Courmayeur, he's been on the way. So Ben Demon having a fantastic race. Team A6, 1 and 2 as well for you, Stephanie.
It looks like he just downed a bit of a mashed potato, like a potato puree in that bag.
Well, Rod Farvard, whose birthday it is today, he had some birthday mashed potatoes at Courmayeur. He was expecting birthday cake, but no, it was mashed potatoes.
Birthday potatoes?
So the other thing we saw was Tom was hamming up the crowd here. Let's see if what kind of mindset Ben's in for a party here in Vallocine.
We're just getting some people weighing in the chat about Courtney, saying that it looks like she's limping and her left leg is struggling.
There we go. He's soaking it up. You can see him cheering on the crowd there as he runs through.
And how could you not? My goodness.
Well, and Ben is had such an amazing race this year in breaking Hannes Namberger's course record at Lavaredo. And he said that day went to perfection. Today is as close to perfection as well. Tom's kind of slightly messing it up, but Ben Demon is on it today. Well done, Ben.
Got some very, very interesting outfits on that cheer group. Got some guys out there in their little Speedos. He must be pretty gold. Ben through the crowd, soaking up all of that energy that he would have gone through there.
I'm just so excited he's having a good race this time.
Yeah.
I mean, a number of people had marked him as the one to watch, I think because of his 2 DNFs. Some people weren't sure, but those who have been watching his latest performances, his course record at Lavaredo earlier this year, in quite hot temperatures, knew that he would be coming in here strong and also wanting to get the monkey off of his back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then hearing Ben talk, about the quality time he spent with his father after UTMB last year, and that he hadn't done enough of that, and then his father passing not long after that, and so, all of these things adding up here today. Ben also married, now living in the Pyrenees with a young child, so kind of all of these things, like Tom talking about his happy meter rather than the power meter, and the joy and the love that they are having for this sport. So yeah, this is one of those fantastic days. This tells me that Tom's already across the road.
Yeah, he is just starting that climb now up to the climb up to Flagey. We will be getting some images of the women's race shortly. They are heading over Bovine, which is a notoriously difficult place to get some imaging. So hopefully we will see a bit more of them soon. But we will give you updates as soon as we have. We've got Ruth Croft imminent at La Giette, which will be our next kind of checkpoint to see where the women are. Camille Bruas also very close behind that, and same with Courtney DeWalter. They're all expected at La Giette relatively soon.
Yeah, and if you're out on the course, Tom's going to be at La Flagère just after midday, which means he's going to be into Chamonix, the finish line, just after 1 p.m. as well. So 1 p.m. Plus is going to be our finishing time for Tom. The course is adjusted because we removed the pyramids this morning, so no talk about fastest time today, but I think Tom's more here for the win than the fastest time.
Oh, yeah. Just watching him go up this climb, he is attacking this with purpose. Anytime there's a little bit of a flat, he's back into a run.
What's happening in the women's race?
This is an incredibly impressive performance by Tom.
We were talking this morning, Stephanie, about the UTMB Academy and time served on the course and during races. And both Tom and Ruth today are using some of their graduation over the last few years, and it's coming to fruition today.
It's quite difficult to come into this course and be a one and done. It often requires gaining a little bit of experience, because you can train on this course, you can get specific, but it just doesn't approximate what it's like to be there in the race. And Tony, I think you know that more than anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I've not done 100 miles before, but even with 100 Ks, I just feel like being in a race setting is so different. Mm-hmm. You can be on the course as much as you want, and sure, that definitely helps. It helps to know what's coming, how long the climb's going to take. But there's something about being in a race setting that really just changes everything. You can be the best in training and crush workouts, but if you don't show up with your head screwed on straight and feeling good for a race, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a great day. So very, very cool to see Tom back here. He's been on the podium before, but this will be his first time winning it.
Do you guys see the snow? No, not.
And hopefully, I think we're pretty certain that we're looking at the champion here. I think something disastrous will have to happen if he doesn't take it home. So I think we're all hoping that he can hold on to this and take it home for the UK.
Here we go, Josh Wade in the house, just coming down now to the outskirts of Valentine. runner number 3. Well done, Josh. 2 UK athletes in the top 3. Come on!
All right, we're supposed to be impartial here, but
oh yeah,
I have to say we do have our secret favorites and our not so secret favorites. Tony, you were one of mine. We had to pick our favorite picks as commentators before the race, and I said, yeah, I know that the CCC is going to be competitive on the women's side, but gotta give it to my girls, Tony.
I appreciate the faith.
And you know, I have to say, because I'm a collaborator on the UTMB Instagram post, I am getting a notification every time someone makes a comment on the reel that they posted of, unfortunately, when you had to, when you're in the aid station after your fall, and you are getting so much support from everyone, from the viewers, and of course from your fellow commentators. And it's great to have you on the mic this morning. I thought this might be the last place you'd want to be, but it just really speaks to your professionalism and how you're able to just pick yourself up and keep going. So it's really great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, on a different day, I think I could be up there, which is, you know, as hard as it is to pull out, it's also gratifying to know that I can mix it up with those top women. And, you know, there'll be another time. These races are not getting less competitive, that's for sure. I think every year we keep saying, oh, it's the most competitive field we've ever seen. And I don't think that's going anywhere. I think it's only going to get more and more competitive. Seeing the women's race today, seeing the men's race today, how, you know, close it is, specifically in the women's race. I don't think we've ever seen, you know, an OCC, a CCC, and a UTMB in the women's race be so tight. And, you know, I think it's only going to get more and more so. So, you know, I'll be back. As much as it hurts, I'll be back. And I think, you know, it's always going to be competitive and always going to be challenging. And that's really exciting. I think it's a great place for the sport to be. So, yeah.
And we are here for it. We will be excited to see you back on the trails. But lucky to have you on the mic. You know, I have to draw an analogy that I think a very niche part of the listeners will appreciate and the others will not. But with UTMB being, you know, every year the most competitive ever, it reminds me, I have to admit, I have a vice watching reality TV. I've been watching The Bachelor and The Bachelorette series for the last 20 years. And every year is the most dramatic season ever. Yeah. This is, I think, the ultra running equivalent. I apologize for that reference, but I had to make it.
Oh, I love it. It's brilliant.
So the gang are asking for a time check between Ben and Josh. So we're going to give you that as soon as Josh lands in the aid station. We're probably going to have a camera crew with Josh shortly, so you can see Josh having his final conversations with the support team in Valenciennes. And then we're going to get an update from Stephanie Case on the next episodes of The Bachelorette. The Bachelorette, yeah?
It's currently now actually Bachelor in Paradise.
Right, okay.
So, you know, you have to keep up, Keith, keep up.
Sorry, I am so not with it.
Also
Yeah, it's like
have the Golden Bachelor, which you might be interested in.
Oh, what are you trying to suggest? Does that suggest, is that an age kind of targeted thing? Oh!
You just had your 60th birthday there.
Ouch!
You know?
Yeah. Cool. Ben Demon on the talking of
race.
Talking of demons, there we go. So Ben Demon and Tom Evans, 1 and 2. Ben is still on the douche false flat climb up to the Col de Monte. Tom is already on the climb up to La Flégère, the final climb. Yep.
And on the women's side, it looks like we've got a tracker not picking up at La Giette. There we go. As I say that, it updates. So Ruth Croft has been through La Giette now at 11:27. So just a minute ago. Camille Bruas is imminent as well. So hopefully we'll get an update there soon and have some sort of time gap there for you. And once they come off of that climb, once they start descending down to Col de la Fauclaire and Trient, we will get some eyes on them as well. So hang tight. We've got the women's race coming soon.
Yep, and thanks to Justin calling out that our friends from Iron Farah saying that the gap in Valenciennes is about 12 minutes. So it's holding steady. So those two boys, Josh and Ben, are looking good now for 2 and 3. And Tom is, there we go. that's Josh, just about to hit the aid station here in Vallorcine.
We had a question in the chat about what happened to Abby Hall. Do we have any intel on that?
Unfortunately, not. Nothing that's come through on my side that we've seen.
Okay, stay tuned on that.
Someone's asking about if Tom wins, is he the first British male to win? So Jez Bragg won the rain-adjusted course back in 2010. Lizzie Hawker won that year as well, and Lizzie Hawker went on to win the race 5 times. But Jez Bragg won the 2010. 2010, the race started normally. The weather was mental, so when they got to Lake Contamine, they stopped the whole race, and then it was get as many buses as possible. We need to get all these wet runners back to Chamonix. Then about midnight, they said, we're going to start the race tomorrow morning again.
Oh, how
in
terrible.
Courmayeur. And so they managed to get about 1,500 of those runners back on the start line, because the mobile phones weren't so good back in 2000, especially not for international folks.
Yep.
And so Jez and Lizzie won that particular race. So that was 2010. Really powerful image of Sebastian Shenyo and Kabaraki from Japan in tears in Lake Contamine, like, what is going on? I've trained all year for this, and you just made it stop. It was that was the craziest UTMB ever, I think, in terms of weather.
You know, it just shows how much things have progressed in terms of the organization as well, because not just 2010, but in 2012, that was the year I was racing UTMB, actually, and because of the weather, the race had to be completely changed. I remember, I think they even it looked like someone was drawing the course on the back of a napkin, and that was the updated course for us, and it was moved entirely to France. So not just one little course shift, but an entirely different course, cutting out 2 countries. So the fact that we have been able to run through this crazy weather last night with just what we would call a minor change, but I'm sure the runners saw it as a big one, just speaks to the amount of planning, the amount of organization, and the amount of thought that goes into making sure the runners can stick to as close to the original course as possible while staying safe.
So after the 2010 drama, the UTMB kind of did their kind of looked at the course and said, right, we have the classic course and we have a plan B for everything, which is a low-level option, and we guaranteed to all the runners within reason that we will give you a course to race. It might not be the one. So as you saw in 2012, they couldn't go over the Col de la Seine. There was too much snow.
Yep.
So, and I think Francois Den, that was his first victory. The rain was never ending that year, and I think you ended up doing 100K or something like that. A lot of it was on the roads.
Yep.
I remember and stayed in France. So yeah, so the UTMB, the one thing they can't control is the weather, not in the mountains. So they endeavor to do their very best. There's to go. Josh is piling his way through the crowd right now, alongside the railway line here at Vallorcine. Yeah, 13 minutes is the official time gap according to UTMB Live.
And you know what I was also surprised to see when I woke up from my brief slumber after the midnight broadcast was how low the DNF rate is so far, given this weather. We have almost 2,500 starters, but less than 400 people have dropped out so far. I think that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, considering the conditions that they experienced last night, that is very, very impressive.
Yeah, when the runners were coming through Courmayeur, they all had the same look on their faces. They said, that was spicy, that was wild. Ben Demon said it was like the Himalaya on Col de la Seine. And I believe... we are just looking at some of the images coming out of the party in Vallorcine. There are costumes, there are people in space outfits. It is out of this world. And I think we had gotten a bit of a heads up that it would be a party and that people should arrive in Vallorcine. There was a call out on social media that people should arrive in Vallorcine ready to take things out of this world. And so we do see some atmospheric type of costume.
Tony, we've got a question for you. Sorry, Steph. Before we do that, just a quick update. Some people say, I have just joined. What course adjustment? So the climb up to the pyramids, which would be the highest point of the course, was reduced. So was removed from the course. So the runners went from the Col de Bonhomme, Col de la Seine, straight down to Lac Combal. So that's we're kind of talking about 30 to 40-minute kind of adjustment for the elite athletes. But the question, Tony, in the chat is the next World Championships in 2027 are going to be in South Africa. So
Oh, yeah.
those two people say, how does Tony feel about that?
How do I feel about that? Honestly, I'm so excited. I think South Africa deserves a race like this. It deserves the recognition. The trail community, the trail running, the trails there, the national parks, honestly, are so incredible. And I'm so excited for the rest of the world to get to see that. I think it's going to be a bit of a shock for a lot of the world because the trails in Cape Town are pretty technical and pretty tough. They're not like Europe at all. I've not experienced much like it, honestly. So I think everyone's going to be in for a bit of a surprise. I would recommend getting out there and trying to run on the trails. I know it's far away, but it's worth it, I promise. But honestly, I'm so excited. I think it's going to be a great thing for our sport and a great thing for South African trail running. We've got so much talent in the country, and this is exactly the opportunity that they need to be able to shine. And that's very, very exciting.
It will be amazing, maybe, to see you there out on the course on home soil.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to go for it, that's definitely the place to do it. Yeah. So hopefully I'll be wearing my green and gold in South Africa in 2027.
So maybe we'll see you back here at UTMB next year and then the World Champs the year after?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Give me like 2 weeks and then we can answer this question.
I'll let you take a beat after the excitement of yesterday, for sure.
And then Tony McCann, you also have a future career as a speaker, commentator as well. This is, Martin is definitely already saying, yes, hey, Tony's amazing. She's like, So and I also had the pleasure to work with Hayden Hawks last year. So many of the athletes now and, sharing your insights. So I know my days are numbered in the studio, but I'm okay with that because when I hear about all of the, the thoughts of our athletes and so much experience and also it's great that the audience can almost connect with you as well. This is the beauty of UTMB Live.
And the really cool thing, the UTMB World Series event that Tony and I got to commentate together was Eiger, and we had almost an entirely female broadcasting team. We did have one man slip in there, but
one man,
but
allowed it.
We had almost an entirely female broadcasting team, which was so cool because UTMB is really pushing to make an effort to not only have equal coverage but also to have women behind the mic, on the mic, because we just can maybe bring out a bit of a different perspective, a different view on the course. And I think we saw that at Eiger, and we are seeing that here today. Maybe as we are watching the men's team, the head of the men's race, we are still keeping an eye on what is happening with the women. I was talking about how things have really shifted up over the night. And there were a few surprises that I saw, haven't talked yet. I mentioned Lucy Bartholomew coming into fourth. Really excited to see that. But also Alyssa Clark. She is now running in seventh. Now, a lot of people had not really picked her out as coming into the top 10, but she had been running incredibly strong. I had a few tips, a few people speaking in my ear before the race that actually we should not count her out, and she is having an incredibly strong race.
Yeah, I mean, she's had a great race at Lavaredo. She came in after Courtney there. Unfortunately, DNF at Desert Rats, I think that was due to some stomach issues. First place at the Puerto Vallarta, Mexico by UTMB last year in the 100-mile category. So, she's got a couple really solid results behind her in the past couple years. And
11th
be a great,
at UTMB last year.
So she's coming back and she's gotten herself into the top 10 position now. And I think, there's still a long way to go. Still a lot can change, but she's putting herself in a position for a great race here today.
Tony McCann, you got a gold star from Dylan Bowman for your performance this morning. So there you go. So Debo's giving you the thumbs up as well for the. I think first of all for getting straight back on the horse this morning. We even said, Tony, don't come today, but you were like, no, I'm coming in. So that says as much about you as anything else. So I think we're all appreciating that, as is Debo as well. So there we go.
We've got a question in the chat for us, Tony. What are our thoughts on the UTMB start line being only 10% women?
Oh, I think last year it was maybe 8%, and the year before that it was maybe 6%. So as much as it doesn't sound like much, it's still improving. It's still getting more women on the start line. And I think, us being able to watch the amazing performances that we're seeing today from Ruth, from Cami, from Courtney, it really just does inspire other women to step up. And I do think, as much as it's only 10% this year, I do think it's going to increase year on year on year. And it starts small and it will grow. I definitely think that's going to happen. So while we are watching Tom do the sneaky little technical descent into the final climb up to Flagey, we're going to take a quick break and then we will be back. So don't go anywhere. We will see you soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back. I'm joined now with Keith and Stephanie. We are here watching Tom Evans on this final little technical descent before the final climb up to Flagey and then down into Chamonix. And just before this, we had Ruth Croft on the screen as well. We think she is heading down into Triant. Not sure if she's past Col de la Faucla yet. I think if she has, I would have seen it pop up on my phone. So I'm assuming she's still got to go through there.
She is estimated into Triant in about 14 minutes, according to the tracker, with Camille Brouillat in second, estimated to come in about 13 minutes after that. And then we have Courtney Dauwalter, who is expected into La Giette momentarily.
Yeah, so exciting stuff at the top three. And then we extended beyond that. We've been excited all night to see Lucy Bartholomew in fourth. Lucy was the 10th last year. Katarina Hartmut in fifth. Anna Karlsson from Sweden in sixth. So we actually have a really nice 6 different nations in the top 6 in our women's race. And then below that, we've got Elisa Clark, Claudia Tremps, Magali Mellon, and Emma Stewart from Ireland wrapping up our top 10. So well done to Emma. Here we go. This is Ben Demon. Ben is just on this kind of old disused road that's running alongside the Col des Monts. So historically, the UTME went up to the Tête au Vent, but there's a slight difference now. So Ben's going to go around to the left, cross the road, and then join the trail that we've already seen Tom Evans on already at the front of the race. So Ben Demon, Ben's gone past Courmayeur for the first time, 2 DNFs there, and he is absolutely on it today. And Team A6, they're going to be so happy right now, both Tom and Ben from Team A6. And then we've got Josh Wade, our third place runner, so 2 runners from the UK in the top 3 as well.
Yeah, Ben has just been strong from the start. We saw him come through the Courmayeur aid station really very focused. Just a completely different scene from the past 2 years where he had to, unfortunately, DNF. And he has really started out near the top, stayed near the top, and now holding on to second.
Just an update from the women's race. Sorry, Keith. Ruth Croft went through La Giette at 11:27. You can see on the screen she's making her way down to Col de la Vauclin now. So she went through 11:27. Camille Bruyas went through in 11:38. So Ruth has extended that lead that she had going through Champex-Lac, which was about 6 minutes, to about 11 minutes now, going through the top of Bovine and a little bit down to that La Giette checkpoint there. So Ruth has extended her lead. We haven't seen Courtney go through La Giette yet. She is imminently expected. So once we have that, we can give you the time difference between our first, second, and third ladies. But for now, all we can see is that Ruth has extended her lead on Camille Bruyas, and we are seeing her coming down now into Col de la Vauclin.
And, you know, we have to take the algorithm, we have to take the tracker with a grain of salt because it's not perfect. But what it is showing us is that perhaps that lead has even extended further. This is based on the speed at which the runners are going, where they are at in the course. But right now it's showing, it's hovering between 12, 13 minutes of expected time between Ruth and Camille coming into Tryon.
I'm actually, Ruth, last year, fastest second half split on the UTMB course. And I'm going to be as bold enough to say that by the finish line, Ruth will be an hour ahead of second place. I just think this is just going to go and go and go. So Ruth is on a charge now.
Very bold statement coming from you. Very bold. I love it.
Do you know, I would support that, though. You know, we spoke with Martin about how last year Ruth worked with his data scientist to really crunch the numbers, figure out exactly, not just in training and in prep about how she should pace the race, but in real time. She was getting information about how she should pace that first half and then how much she could push the second half. Now, speaking about whether some people were wondering whether she regretted going too conservatively in the first half last year, and apparently no. According to the data, if you believe the numbers, she would not have been able to keep up with Katie Scheide's blistering pace and course record of 22:09. But now she's come back this year, and we're seeing the same type of strategy. She was running a lot further ahead, a lot more aggressively, I think, in that first half than what we saw last year. But she still has energy left in the legs to really have a fast second half. So I agree with you, Keith. I think we will see her continue to push, continue to lead, and probably widen that gap even further.
So in terms of the time zones, it's probably not brilliant for our friends in New Zealand right now wanting to watch this. But come on, guys and girls.
Stick it out. Go and have a little quick power nap.
Yeah.
And then come back in maybe an hour or two when Ruth is going through Vallorcine and heading up to her final climb towards Chamonix.
Yeah.
You don't want to miss this.
Well, here we go.
The T-Rexes are out for her T-Rex athlete.
And I have to say, even though the time zone isn't great for the Kiwis, I suspect we are going to be having any trail runner who is from New Zealand tuning in, because if Ruth wins, and it certainly looks like she will, it will be the first New Zealand win ever on the men and the women's side. We have only had 2 Kiwis podium before, Ruth second last year and Scotty Hawker third in 2019.
Brought a little smile to Ruth's face.
It's great to see all the support out there for her.
Loving it. Well done, gang, getting outside, cheering on our runners. It's only 9, it's not even 10 p.m. in New Zealand. Yeah, come on, gang. Pull the night shift. Whoops.
And that's true. It's only 10 p.m. in New Zealand right now, but you guys go make yourselves a cup of coffee. We have a few hours left to go, and you have got to stay here to see her bring it home to the finish.
So Felix, if you're in the chat, you need to hang around to see what's happening in Vallorcine, because Col de la Faucla was the Vallorcine of this year. There are so many people out there cheering. It's a very, very cool place to be. If you're around town, if you want to get involved, yeah, I would definitely recommend getting down there. I think the women lead coming through there is going to be insane.
Okay, Courtney has gone through La Giette just a few minutes ago, or she's at least come into La Giette.
Go Courtney in the pain cave where she thrives.
So now we have about a 24, according to the algorithm, about 24 minutes expected time between Courtney and Ruth coming into Trion. But if we look at the times that she came through La Giette, Courtney came through 20 minutes behind Ruth Croft and about 10 minutes behind Camille Brouillat.
And I see people in, because Ruth used to live and work in Taiwan, so Taiwan is also kind of cheering on Ruth Croft today, so that's good. And we have our colleague Martin Gafuri. Martin is down in Trion. He's doing Ruth's support crew now, dressed like a skier. We saw him this morning wrapped up in all of his thermals and jackets to stay warm in Champex-Lac. So Martin is down in Trion, and he's waiting for Ruth to descend down to see him shortly.
And there we go. We are down to the last 10 kilometers for Tom Evans, our leading man in this race. That is nothing.
Yeah, we're kind of our guesstimate, because people are asking now. Tom is going to be into Chamonix around about 1 o'clock, 1:30, and therefore we'll put Ruth at 3 or 3:30. That's kind of where we're going to go with our projected time finishes right now. There we go, Ben. The never-ending final climb to La Flégère.
No, Ben is looking very strong on this climb, but I have to say, between the images of Ben and Tom, there was a little bit more pep in Tom's step.
Yeah. He's moving with a little bit more intention.
Exactly.
It feels like he's on a mission.
Yep.
Whereas Ben, as much as he is still moving incredibly well, I just feel like,
he's
like
grinding.
Yeah.
He's grinding.
He's gritting it out right now.
Yeah. But I wonder what is going through Ben's head. I don't think he is going to be necessarily trying to chase down Tom. He's probably more thinking about holding on to second, making sure that nothing goes wrong for Josh Wade to be able to come up behind him. But he's got a fairly good gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe, Steph, this is a question for you. We've got a question here saying, what is the strategy that people are doing regarding sleep in the days before a race starting in the evenings? Do runners commonly adjust their body clock knowing that they'll be running through the night?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know, from what I know, from racing these types of races, from just speaking with the other elites, you know, it would be quite difficult to try to adjust what time of the night you are sleeping. I think the name of the game in the days leading up to the race is to just get as much sleep as possible, and particularly to stay off your feet. You can't really change when that melatonin kicks in when you are having your sleeping hours, but to make sure that you give yourself as good of a chance as possible to kind of calm yourself down, get your sleep in, and with all of the excitement going around Chamonix, that is the biggest challenge. All your brands, all your sponsors are around, all your friends are there. The energy is massive. And so you can be hard pressed to actually find the elites hanging around Chamonix in the middle of the day, as you will know yourself very well, Tony, because it would be impossible for you to walk through the streets of Chamonix without people coming up, and it's a nice thing to be able to talk to all the fans, all the supporters, but you really need to conserve your energy in the days leading up to the big race, particularly for UTMB, which is a late afternoon, evening start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, gang, back at the front of the women's race, Ruth Croft on the descent now down to Trion. She's already cleared the Col de la Forclaz. This is our second placed athlete, so Camille Brouillat. And then I think Courtney is in third place. So the gap at the La Giette between Ruth and Camille, I think, was 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 20 minutes. And then Courtney is a further 9 minutes down. So if you remember, it didn't feel that long ago that Ruth was passing Courtney. So Ruth now has a 30-minute gap between first and third, and then Camille is 10 minutes ahead or 9 minutes ahead of Courtney Dowald. So that's your top three.
And we've got quite a gap between third, Courtney in third, and Lucy Bartholomew in fourth, and Katarina Hartmut in fifth. In Champex-Lac, Lucy and Katarina came through just 1 minute apart, but it looks like Katarina Hartmut might have overtaken Lucy Bartholomew. The tracker is telling us that Katarina Hartmut is expected to come into La Giette in 34 minutes, whereas Lucy Bartholomew is expected to come in behind her in 41 minutes. So that is giving us a bit of an indication that maybe there's been a switch up there.
And there you go, gang. You got a visual on the left-hand graphics. There's Ruth almost down into Trion, and Camille is still yet to reach Col de la Forclaz. She's still a way away from that, and that's what 20 minutes looks like right now on the screen. So Ruth Croft 20 minutes ahead of Camille on that same descent. Tony, we're about to lose you.
You're about to say goodbye to me, and
So,
I'm going to stand out on the trail and cheer these runners in, because there's no better place to be at the finish line.
Any desire to hop over to Valersine and pop on a costume?
Dress up as a dinosaur?
Yeah, maybe I'll get in a dinosaur suit. No, honestly, I'm thinking about heading up to Flagey, maybe go and cheer the runners on through there.
And how are you feeling today? We saw you on the footage after the fall. It looked like you'd hurt your hip, your back.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tender, but I don't think any major damage has been done. I think 2 weeks should be good for this to heal up.
Good.
Yeah, I think stopping was the right call for me at that stage, as much as it sucked. But I think health for me is always first, and yesterday just wasn't the day. So,
well, we are all going to be cheering you on in your recovery, and we are going to see you back out on the trails, smashing it very soon, I suspect.
Appreciate it. Thank you. There we go. I think
Fabulous.
That's my cue to leave. Keith has found the noise pad again. What's it called? The sound pad?
Soundboard.
Soundboard, there we go.
Somebody in the chat was like going, why doesn't the English-speaking channel have the soundboard? And then we're like, oh my goodness, we forgot about the soundboard. So we've been playing with that a little bit this morning. Steph?
Love it.
Yeah,
All right, guys.
that one's for you, Stephanie, when you start telling us how tired you are.
No, you will not hear that from me. It is full gas today. If the runners can do it out on the trail, I can certainly do it sitting on my bed.
So, gang, huge, massive thank you to Tony McCann. Thank you for all of your questions to Tony.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're, like everyone in the chat, Tony, I think we're wishing you well and look forward to seeing you racing again. So, less time in the studio, more time on the trails. But the good news is, Tom's just doing what he does best. He's just picking up nature's water supply as he moves along the course.
Love it. Cool.
So
Well, guys,
Tony,
thank
massive
you so
thank
much.
you.
And good luck for the rest of it.
Thanks to you.
Okay, so thank you, Tony. Tom Evans in the house, working his way up the climb to La Flégère. And the crowd should be pretty good up there. And Tony McCann, quick, get in that cable car, Tony, and whiz up there.
Cable car? Are you kidding? She's going to go hike. Come on.
Oh, no, I think her coach is like, no.
She said some crepes. I heard on the live stream this morning. She's got some fuel. She's ready to go.
What was funny was Tony sent a message to the team saying, I'm sorry I'm going to be slightly late, but I'm not moving as fast as I used to.
Okay, and we have a question in the chat about when Ruth is expected to come into Chamonix.
We're going with 1 p.m. for Tom, 1 p.m. plus, and we're going for 3 p.m. plus for Ruth.
There we go.
There we go, everybody. There's Camille arriving into the Col de la Forclaz.
Camille breaking into a smile as she crests the top of that climb.
I think that's the right one that we're muting now. Oh, no. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Thank you, Steph.
We are on it.
Allez, courage. Allez, bravo. Allez, Camille, allez.
A little brains now. Sorry, Steph.
No, I was just saying, looking at Camille's running style, look how steady she is. If you just covered up her body and watched her head, it would look like she wasn't even moving. That just shows how little vertical bounce she has, how smooth she is running along the trail.
Yep. And we got Ruth here. She's just getting some intel from the Terex team. And Martin, support crew, is waiting for her now here in Tryon. And the crowd goes wild.
As they should. Ruth looking incredibly focused. Let's get an update on the splits here. She comes into Tryon. So let's remind ourselves, Ruth was 11 minutes in front of Camille at La Giette. And we will soon get an update on what the split is once Camille comes through as well.
There we go. Marta kind of just conversing with Ruth, just seeing how things are good. And what do you want? Here we go, Marta.
Let's look at what he's got prepared. We can see switching out of the flasks Don't see any solid foods on the table. We are sticking with gels, with liquids. Quite difficult, as I think Tony was saying earlier in the broadcast, it's quite difficult to digest solids later on in the race. Now, a bit of a different strategy. We saw this in Courmayeur as well. Camille Brouillat took some time in Courmayeur to take in some solids. Ruth did not. So you just need to find, you just need to find what works for you.
Oh, yeah. It's very, very individual, and it's, trial and error, for want of a better word. Yep.
A lot of error. Okay, you can see Ruth loading up on the gels. And she is out. That was an incredibly quick transition through Tryon. She was only in there, I'd say, for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, not long at all. I think we've seen, other than Theo Detien, Theo was kind of in a tough place, but he's out, up and out of the course. He was the only one in the top 10 in the men's race as well. That was, they were all pretty swift through this aid station. Efficient, not rushed.
Exactly.
So yeah.
In Tryon, you can't exactly smell the finish line yet, but you know that it is ahead. We are getting into really that final gritty push. And she is off. This is a chance when the runners, if they're close enough, you can see the runners coming in as you leave. But Ruth is not giving Camille a chance to lay eyes on her.
Yeah. So back to 3:45 p.m. for Ruth would be 22 hours back into Chamonix, and 1:45 p.m. would be 20 hours for Tom. So that's probably helpful for us to get. We're kind of like, by having a 5:45 start, it's kind of messed up made it a little bit harder, the calculation. So there we go. The dinosaurs are around again. The T-Rexes, the T-Rexes.
And also just trying to judge the timing. We do have a changed course. We cut out the Pierre-Remide section in the middle of the night due to the weather, because of the hail, because of the really Himalayan conditions, as Ben Diemen called them. That means we're probably running about half an hour faster due to the course change. But again, because of the conditions, we're not seeing the fastest time. So we can't exactly compare anymore to previous course record times. But estimating Ruth coming in 22 hours is probably a good bet, because Katie Scheide's course record time of 22:09 on a longer course, but in better conditions.
There we go, gang. We've got Ben Diemen on the right-hand side. You can see where Ben is on that section of the course. And Ben's got a bit of a traverse and a downhill to come, as you can see. And then there's Tom. He is now on the final crux of the climb up to La Flégère at 1,900 meters. And then Tom is full speed ahead down to the finish line here in Chamonix. So just after midday Chamonix time. So we're expecting Tom Evans to be down here in an hour, just over an hour or so. Yeah, so
wow. He is flying.
Time. Yeah, really time.
Really
incredible
get a
time.
sense there by looking at the map of the spread between Tom and Ben Diemen. We have seen in the other races, in the OCC, in the CCC, we have seen incredibly tight finishes. Not something we're going to see here today, at least in the top men for a UTMB race. But again, you can really tell the difference in, as Tony was saying, in intention with the way that Tom is tackling the climbs versus Ben Diemen. Both moving incredibly well, but we can see here quite easily, if you're watching the visuals, why Tom is in the lead.
And I think we're expecting that the gap from between Tom and Ben by the finish line, I think it's going to be way over 30 minutes now.
Yeah.
But Ben is kind of in that Ben is in a fantastic position here in second place as well.
Oh, yeah.
Josh is far enough back that he doesn't need to sweat about that. He can focus on his own run and make sure that there is no untoward steps. And so, yeah, Ben Demon looking very good for his first UTMB finish here in 2025. Go, Ben. So let's have a look. There's a lot of traffic on the website right now, so it's really hard to get the data. Oh, and just one thing to let you know, it's looking like Drew Holman's going to join us in the studio here about 1 o'clock.
Oh, fantastic.
So Drew's agreed after his award duties tomorrow to come and join us. So Drew Holman is going to be here in a while. So, yeah, 50 minutes away from Drew Holman. So it'll be perfect timing for Drew to come in before we have our first finisher in this year's UTMB.
Well, Drew is going to have a fantastic few weeks. Podium at the UTMB finals and getting married in a few weeks. What more could you ask for?
Exactly. So we can talk to him about all of those wonderful things. And you, lovely audience, we're going to give you the chance as well to ask some questions. Here we go. Camille Brouillard coming down through the through all these routes on the descent now. So she's cleared Col de la Forclaz. Camille is on the way down now to see her team in Trion. So, yeah. So Thibaut Garuvier, Thibaut 16 minutes behind Josh Wade. So Thibaut is fourth into Valocine. Duo G is into Valocine 3 minutes behind him. Ludovic Pomeray was 13 minutes behind Duo G in sixth. Yannick Noel. So just the top six in the men's race so far. So Ludovic Pomeray now is up to sixth place. Shen Jiasheng is eighth. Rod Farvard is ninth. And Zhao Jiaju from China is wrapping up our top 10.
Camille just doing this final little descent into Trion. We'll be able to get an exact split of now the gap with Ruth.
Words of encouragement in French for Camille.
Now, this might be happening for those of you who are following online as well. If you go on the live tracker, at least for me, it doesn't show that Ruth has gone through Triumph, but of course we saw it on the screen and we reported it here. We've got images now on Courtney. She really is not moving nearly as well as we are used to seeing her. This is not the usual Courtney for sure. We have been speculating whether she has been dealing with a bit of a problem with her leg, either an injury or something popping up, but she is really struggling. Lots of local support for Camille Brouillard from France.
Yeah, just trying to protect the legs as best as possible on this descent before getting into Trion, because the next climb out of Trion is not a nice climb. We've already seen the front of the men's race going up there, and that is steep, almost 30% steep at some points.
Now we can see here, while we might be struggling with the live tracker, we can see at least on the map the split between Courtney and Camille. Courtney is definitely moving much slower than Camille or Ruth, so that gap is going to widen even further.
There we go, Ruth Croft on the right-hand side. She has Trion in behind her. She is following the riverbed, and she can see ahead of her the second to last climb of this year's UTMB course.
Ruth is on a mission. And here we are back to Tom leading the men's race at UTMB. He is over 164 kilometers in to this now 172.6 kilometer race. We had a course change overnight due to the weather.
Here we go, gang. One of our lovely Strava segments. So this is showing the climb that Tom and Ben are already onto, the Col de Monte up to La Flégère. We're going to give you some fast times from the Queen and the Kings of the Mountains, plus what's the average speed of your amateur enthusiastic trail runner. So 7.1K, 750 meters of climbing. There we go, Remy Bonnet, of course, 46 minutes. Judith Vida, 56. And then your average runners banging it out at 1 hour 47.
So the regular people are mere mortals an hour behind Remy Bonnet.
Of course, he is fast. There we go. We're just coming round the bend there, get you a visual of where Tom and Ben are right now, and Josh Wade. No, I'll have to look on. Oh. Wow, Ben's jumping.
Yeah.
Full of beans.
We are getting a bit of intel from those who are actually on the course and seeing the runners, saying Ben Demon, while he's moving well, he is looking pretty tired, and asking about the splits.
It is a funny assessment from ordinary humans like ourselves that were stood at the side of the going, yeah, these guys have been running for 18 and a half hours, and the conclusion is they look tired. So, yeah, it's that is the case. So 18 and a half hours now, time elapsed for our race leaders. Tom Evans on the final climb, Ben Demon on the final climb. Josh Wade is also on the final climb. Josh is at Vallecine, was about 9 minutes behind Ben Demon.
Sorry to jump in there, but we are seeing the images again of Courtney, and she is down to a walk in places on the trail. That is not what anyone wants to see. Even her competitors. We know that Ruth really wanted, if she was going to win here, she did not want to win on account of Courtney dropping out. Courtney, as she comes in Triant, she will have the whole DeWalter crew there to greet her. Her mom will be there. Hopefully that will give her a bit of a boost and she can regroup.
Yeah, we saw them this morning. Big hug at La Folie.
Yep.
From the Walter family. Here we go into the aid station here at Triant, number 2 in the women's race.
Okay, so we don't have the splits on the tracker because there just seems to be a bit of a lag, but we know that Camille is coming in at 12:15 local time, and from what we saw, that is about, we're talking about 10 minutes. She is coming in about 10 minutes after Ruth left Triant. Ruth spent probably 2 minutes in the aid station. So just to give you a bit of idea of the splits while we are struggling with the live stream tracking. And as I was saying earlier, Camille is doing the same thing that I saw in the middle of the night at Courmayeur. She is taking in solids, sitting down. She spends more time at the aid station than Ruth does. Ruth, at both aid stations, came in, did not sit down, only took in liquid, only took in gels to carry with her on her way, whereas Camille has a very different strategy. Efficient, not rushed, sitting down, taking in solid food, really making sure she has what she needs.
Yeah, okay, and then the visual on the left now, you can see Ruth is on one side of the climb, Courtney's on the other side of the climb, and Cami is down there in the valley. So this is our top 3 in the women's UTMB for 2025.
I'm quite impressed that Camille is able to get down solid foods right now. She seems to be taking a bit of a breather. She'll be getting intel from her support team on Courtney, how she's doing. But, you know, Katarina Hartmuth is creeping up. As we see Courtney kind of faltering back, Katarina Hartmuth is speeding up. Okay, and we have Camille Bruya leaving the aid station, taking a pause, but certainly not lingering around. So she is leaving the aid station at 12:15. So by my tracking, it's about 12 minutes, maybe 13 minutes after Ruth Croft left the aid station. That was what we were predicting from the live tracking.
Here we go, now up on the top half. So Tom has broken free of the forest and the trees, and now he's on that final slog up to La Flégère, the chairlift to his left. He can already see a visual of the top of the climb, the top of the ski station, the top of the cable car station in La Flégère. Always an opportunity for people to walk and run alongside Tom, but Tom is unrelenting even on this final climb.
And, let's put this performance into context. For many of you will be familiar with Tom's background, but for those of you who maybe haven't crunched the numbers, looked at the stats as much as some of us, Tom has DNF'd at UTMB the last 2 years. He was third in 2022 and he won CCC in 2018, but this really is a big jump up to be able to take the win home on UTMB. Keith, you've mentioned a few times on the broadcast over the last couple of days how Tom is really has worked on having a new attitude around his approach to racing. And this is around wanting to win rather than having to win. So he is back here for redemption.
Yeah, Tom has learned to fall back in love with trail running. And so today it's kind of like amore infinito. So Tom is well and truly back in love. And there you go, gang, there's the best visual. That's what Tom can see now. Not much further to go until the top of the climb here. One more aid station up there if Tom needs it. Tom's been very smart in using nature's kind of water all around the course. Some of the troughs, but also the waterfalls that were there as well. And staying cool, hydrated. And yep, there we go. He is almost at the top of the climb, and we're expecting Tom to be into Chamonix. Looking at this now, somewhere between 120, maybe 130, maybe sooner.
I predict sooner. I think he is going to absolutely fly.
Yep, and today's both race leaders, so we've already kind of mentioned this a few times, but if you're joining us now, Tom and Ruth, they share the same coach, and they also share the same data analysis, and Joseph has been actually doing the support today for Tom in the aid station. So moving on from nutritionists now, we have data analysts supporting you, and Tom and Ruth kind of like sharing that information and been using that to their benefit, both at the front of the women's and the men's course. So well done, Tom, and well done, Ruth Croft.
And well done to the data scientist. That is a pretty cool performance piece to keep in your back pocket, to say that you were out there crunching numbers for the women's and the men's leaders.
Yeah, and Tony was talking about how she, that's not her thing. So, having data is one thing, but using it and whatever. So, but yeah, so apparently Tom and Ruth are proper geeks and they love that kind of stuff. And so it's working for both of them. So yeah, this is a great advertisement for Joseph's work, the data analyst, plus Tom and Ruth's coach as well.
Yep. But don't expect, if you're planning to race against either one of those, to be able to get his support, because while he takes on multiple people as clients, he can only actually support in the race one woman, one man, due to potential conflict of having to have multiple people.
I've got an official time gap for you now, Stephanie, and everyone at home.
There we go.
Out of the course, 14 minutes between Ruth and Cami. I'm still going with Ruth. Going to stretch out that lead over the final climb.
Yep.
But there we go. And word on the street is Tom's coming, so everyone is making their way up there. Yeah, so Tom and Ben have both had in different UTMBs the last couple of years, both yep. This is part of the UTMB Academy of even though you had a setback, you can always learn from that, and turning adversity to your benefit. So here we have Tom Evans.
And I first met Tom on the podium of the Eiger Ultra Trail.
Sorry, Steph.
No, that's all right. I first met Tom on the podium of the Eiger Ultra Trail in 2017 when he was really just breaking out into the scene. And it's just been thrilling to see how his career in the ultra running space has progressed. He's also a coach. He was coaching 4 of the elite women in the CCC race. Now, you were kind of exclaiming, wow, look at this aerial view. We can see here, if you're only listening to us on audio, the crowds have come out on the climb up towards Flégère. It's not quite as busy as we saw in Valorsine, but given that there is a chairlift straight from Chamonix Valley up to the top, it is a great place to spectate.
Well, and Tom, you are almost about to bag your final meters of climbing, and then it is downhill. One more climb, which is the metal bridge down in Chamonix, which last night the front 2 women in the CCC were both on the bridge at the same time. It was unbelievable.
That was
That's
exciting.
not going to happen today. Tom can take it easy now. He has worked hard for this significant lead, and the adulation of the crowd.
He has definitely worked hard. He could take it easy, but I suspect we will not be seeing him pull back by any stretch of the imagination. He is going to be pushing it hard to the finish. That is just his style. And we will see that signature finish line salute when he gets to the end.
Yeah. And yeah, when if Tom's planned, I always kind of joke about athletes, do they have a finish line strategy? The dance, the wave, the sign, the flag, the baby.
Salute. It's the salute for Tom.
Oh, yes.
He, with military background, he always does a very strong salute at the finish line. Not something that he needs to practice. He knows it well.
And Tom, here's a moment of, there we go, Tom.
Going for the cola, a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of sugar to bring him down those final few steps into Chamonix. I can't wait to hear the crowds when he comes into town. We are sitting in the studio in a building with very thick walls, but we will be able to hear Tom.
Tom saying thank you to the volunteers. There are 2,500 of those fabulous humans all around the course.
So he is estimated down into Chamonix in 33 minutes. So really just before 1 p.m.
Wow.
Take it!
18 hours, 40 minutes into the course. I know that Tom was aiming for a finish of 19:40. Now, of course, he will be faster than that, but that is because we have had a shortened course, a course change through the first night due to the weather. So he'll be beating his expected time, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's running faster than expected. We'll have to wait to the post-race interview.
Yes, Tom's on for a just before 1 p.m. now. We're expecting Tom down here, so 33 minutes from here down to the finish line in Chamonix. So 1 p.m. would be a 19 hours.
Yep. Just
and
over 19
minutes.
hours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have someone saying in the chat they're impressed by Tom, but really calling out Ben, saying Ben has a Cinderella story because he didn't get into long distance until 2017.
So let's, while we cheer on Tom, I mean, everyone is doing the same. So Tom Evans first, Ben Demon second, Josh Wade in third, Thibaut Garivier fourth, and Duo G from China. That's our top five. Ludovic Pomeray, sixth. Yannick Noel from France is through Valorsine as well, seventh. So yes, our top seven have passed through Valorsine. Okay, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we are going to have more of this wonderful racing.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back following the head of the men's race in UTMB that we are seeing on the screen here. This is Tom Evans. He has gone through Flagere. He is on the final descent down to Chamonix. We saw him using his poles there. Some comments about that in the chat as well. I was surprised to see him keep the poles out, maybe just trying to save the quads a little bit, but they've now gone back into his pack. Interestingly, we will expect to see him in less than 30 minutes down in Chamonix. There will be quite a gap between him and Ben Demon in second, at least 30 minutes. And the last gap that we had that was this big in UTMB for the men was in 2019. Pau Capel against Xavier Thevenard, which was a 48-minute gap. Really interesting.
Yeah, we got Drew Holman's going to be joining us in the studio shortly. So Drew, after his successful run from Courmayeur through to Chamonix yesterday, so Drew's going to be, he was going to come in at 1 o'clock. We said, Drew, Tom's going so fast, get your butt into the studio. So Drew Holman's going to be joining us in a few minutes. So, yep, and there we go. Ben Demon, our second-placed athlete. So another fantastic performance today. Ben Demon in 2, Josh Wade in 3 right now.
And as we are seeing images of the head of the men's race, we are keeping an eye on the women's race. Ruth Croft absolutely flying. She was 14 minutes ahead of Camille Bruyère at Triant aid station. And this is what I was about to reference. We have still not seen Courtney Dauwalter come into Triant. She is now down to a walk. Certainly not what we are used to seeing from Courtney. She has been struggling. Some have been seeing a bit of a limp. Maybe there's a problem with the leg, but this is not her day. So the big question is whether she is going to continue or whether she will drop when she gets to Triant. With the pace that she's moving at, gosh, it would be a total slog for her to keep going. And Lucy Bartholomew and Katarina Hartmuth will be on her tails. They are also expected, they are expected into La Giette, so they are a full aid station behind, but they will be catching up soon.
Yeah, so there was the conversation about has Lucy and Katarina fought the 5 who's ahead of who, so we'll find out. Actually, we'll find out quite soon because both of them are kind of projected to be pretty soon at the top of the climb at La Giette before they descend. So that's that one. And there we go, back on our race leader. Ruth Croft now is on the charge on as much as you can be on that gruesome final climb. But yes, oh no, second to the last climb. Sorry.
Yeah.
So Ruth Croft on the this in some sections where I think was about 30%. So yeah, this is not a nice climb, but yep, Ruth is on it. Cami is also on it. So there we go. That is 1 and 2 at the front of the women's race.
Not a nice climb, but you know, we are gluttons for punishment. So just like Courtney says, she looks forward to the pain cave. I know Ruth will be excited when she gets to that final climb. And thank you for the shout out from Jeff in the chat for the coverage. Yeah, incredible images that we get. We have such a fantastic team. Our camera runners, our camera bikers, the drones. To be able to bring this footage to you around the clock is such a privilege for us as well. Really tough time for Courtney there. Ooh, she is moving slowly coming into Trial. Ruth, we can hear her pushing hard, breathing up this climb. She is having an incredibly fast second half, as we saw last year when she was second to Katie Scheid, the course record holder. Ruth has been fueling herself on gels, on carbohydrate drinks. I haven't seen her eat any solids throughout this race so far, but it is working for her. Now, the women's race is getting quite spread out. We've only had Ruth and Camille go through Trial, waiting for Courtney to come through. And when Lucy Bartholomew and Katarina Hartmuth come through La Giette imminently, we will get an update on who is in front, who is behind. They are followed by Anna Carlson from Sweden, Alyssa Clark from the U.S., sitting in 7th, really having quite a good race. She has been consistently climbing from Courmayeur in the night, followed by Claudia Trumps and Magali Melon, Emma Stewart in 10th.
There you go, gang. You can see Ruth and Cami there on the climb. So Ruth is actually a big chunk of the way up that climb and almost at the end of the worst part of that. But yeah, and then on the right hand, there we go, Cami. Yeah, you can see Cami is right in the thick of that climb, and the trail is also really sticky, slippy. Yeah.
Runners were complaining in Courmayeur in the night, not just about the hail and the snow. Some were talking about the snow, but also how muddy the trails were. And we can get a sense this morning. It's not as bad as they could be, but definitely not dry conditions, far from it. There is Tom Evans, our leading man. We saw him descending. Oh, and here are some great images of Courtney with her support crew, still with a smile on her face. She is just such a professional. This is not the day that she will have wanted, not the day that we wanted for her.
No, but she's still doing Courtney things, even in the pain cave, with all of her fans. And I guess the family and the team are all down there waiting to cheer her in now. So yeah, so Tom Evans, back in 2022, Tom was third here at the UTMB. He did 20 hours, 34 minutes behind. That was the famous year of Kilian and Mathieu Blanchard going head to head, and both finishing sub 20 hours on the course. Here we go. This is the La Flégère to Chamonix descent, 850 meters to the finish line for Tom Evans and John Albon. 26 minutes, and Caitlin Fielder, 29 minutes. And your enthusiastic runners, they're running just under 1 hour. That's the average time we're getting from our friends at Strava and Sunto.
La Flégère, just under 1,900 meters before runners do the final descent down to Chamonix. You can see the course profile here. Quite steep at the beginning. It is a technical single track trail most of the way. before coming through to Chamonix Valley.
There we go, Tom, on that descent now. So last night in the dark, this was the scene of one of the most exciting finishes we've ever had at the UTMB in the women's OCC race. Sylvia Norsgaard, CCC, yep. Sylvia Norsgaard overtaking Martina, and then Martina re-overtaking Sylvia, and then literally separated by 13 seconds at the finish line after a 100-kilometer race from Courmayeur to Chamonix. So incredible scenes here last night in the dark with the head torches on that final descent. So here we go now, the Tom Evans procession down to the finish line, and Ben Demon still working his way up the final climb.
Yeah, this has been an incredibly exciting UTMB finals. We saw quite the race in OCC, starting with Jim Walmsley. He was leading, and then he was passed at some point. Came to the end. We saw a sprint really to the finish, and then the women's race in the CCC, expected to be the most competitive out of the group, with the three most recent winners, including Tony McCann, who was with us on the broadcast this morning, and it certainly delivered quite a show. Unfortunately, not the day for Tony, but we saw such deep competition, such a deep field. We aren't seeing the same close times. That we won't be seeing a sprint finish here at UTMB, but certainly exciting nonetheless.
There's Drew Holman looking fresh as a daisy, and
he's got a shirt with no holes in it today. Just for us. And as we are setting up Drew to join us on the live stream here, we have Courtney coming through into Trion, getting a bit of a boost from the crowds, I'm sure. She has been walking down the trail. Really a hard moment for Courtney, but now breaking into a bit of a shuffling jog as she comes through into Trion. So she has clocked through in Trion, just to look at the split, about 35 minutes after Ruth Croft. Ruth Croft came through at 12:04 local time, 18 hours, 19 minutes elapsed time. Kimi Bruya was 14 minutes after that. And now we have Courtney coming through another 20 minutes after that. Tough day for Courtney. And we have Drew Holman joining us. We've never met before.
We have not.
Stephanie,
good to meet you. Thanks for all the incredible coverage over the last couple days.
Oh, it is
y'all have been
absolute blast.
Y'all have been just crushing it. It's been really fun to tap in and watch in between prep and post race, and post racing you can't sleep, so you get to watch a lot of coverage as well.
Speaking of crushing it, let's talk about your performance yesterday. That was awesome. How are you feeling today?
Feeling pretty sore,
yeah.
I would say, but a really, really special day, and to put it all together at CCC, and the biggest stage was super special, and so feeling very, very fulfilled in just the experience.
Now, how were you feeling going into the race? Were you expecting to podium? Were you expecting to do as well as you did, or was it a bit of a surprise? What was going through your head?
I came into the race just knowing that I'd had a good training block.
Yep.
I've stacked a bunch of bricks over the last 6 months. I was coming off an injury at the beginning of the spring. Then I was able to put a good block together pre-Lavaredo, race-style Lavaredo. And we've got such an incredible training group in Boulder.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm training with a bunch of folks who are racing well and, having good performances. And so I thought that the fitness was there. But you never really know. And so I just came into the race with the mantras of, just believe believe that, I belong, believe that I can put together a good day. And then I just wanted to like absolutely obliterate myself was like the other big goal. And so just like leave it all out there. And I figured that if I could do all those things, like stay present, believe, and then just like empty the tank completely, that I could probably have a pretty good day.
And did you have anything left in the tank when you crossed that finish line?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Now, speaking of not having much in the tank, I want to hear more about your race, but as we are seeing these images of Courtney, of course, a race favorite, but she is obviously really struggling today. What have you been seeing, at least in the top of the women's race?
I mean, I think it's just like, it's so inspiring to see Courtney, who's the absolute best in our sport, the GOAT, somebody I think that most of us look up to massively. Yeah. Continuing to just show up even when clearly it's not the day that she probably had dreamed of, and definitely not the day we've seen her have in the past. But I just think it's so special to see a true champion perform in this way. Yeah. And for Courtney to just keep showing up, and it'd be pretty easy for her to probably pull the plug right now. But she's just charging.
Yeah, I thought that we might see her drop, actually. Just the way that she was moving, the way that she was walking down the hill. I wasn't sure that we would see her leave this aid station.
Well, like, look at Courtney. She's still, like, engaging with the fans. She's got a big smile on her face. She's still clearly doing it for the right reasons, even when it's not feeling, the way that she probably would like it. And I think that is just the true sign of a champion, somebody that we are so lucky to have in the sport. Man, Courtney, you're just the best.
Well, I think we are all getting inspired by what we are seeing here today. She always talks about the pain cave and how now it's a place she looks forward to. It's a place that she likes to get in, chip away, and make bigger.
Yep.
And I think that pain cave is pretty darn big right now. And we have Madge on the air with us. Madge was at Arnuva, commentating through the night after taking the reins after I was there in Courmayeur. How are you doing, Madge? Did you get any sleep?
Yo, what's up? I'm good.
Hello.
Yo. I'm good. I met Drew here. Drew and I had a little hug in the car park, and then Drew gave me some of his special sauce out of the feed bottle that he's got carrying around, and I feel great, man. I don't know what was in that, but I feel like I'm ready to see the rest of this day through.
Oh, you're looking fresh.
Oh yeah. It's I've been told that, but I definitely don't feel it. But yeah, Drew, it's awesome to have you here, man, and so amazing to see you put together another classic Drew Holman performance, because you just execute races so well, dude. Like it's and that is a true talent in this sport, to be able to run your own race and not get too caught up too early in a lot of what goes on in these races. And so, yeah, I don't know, like, what you could share about that, because you have time and time again proven to like do that so well.
Yeah. Thank you.
How do you do that, man?
I think it's just, for me, it's like, one, I've had the benefit or the privilege of having raced from the back numerous times now, and so I, like, when I am trying to believe that people are going to come back, like, that's coming from a place of like lived experience, which I think is really, really helpful to, like yesterday, had just like so much fun going up to Tête La Tranche. You do that descent. It's just like the most beautiful climb in the entire world. And that ridgeline is insane.
Speaking of beautiful,
look at this.
Tom, going through La Floria, this is one of the iconic parts of the course. It is a little cafe, a little mini refuge just covered in flowers, a great spectating spot. But when you pass this on the descent down to Chamonix, you know that you are in the final stretch. Drew, I wanted to come back to you as well because we were seeing these images of Courtney. We were seeing how she was gutting it out despite not having her day. We were talking yesterday. I was giving you a bit of a shout out, watching you in the race, looking at your background. Now, you are someone who has won Lavaredo, the 80K this year. You were 5th at Canyons, but you also, when you came to do UTMB last year, you were 41st in the men. And I looked at that and I thought, this guy is someone who you've had a 5th place at CCC before in 2023. You came back to do UTMB, did not have the day that you wanted. You were nowhere close to the top, and yet you still finished.
Yeah.
And, you know, I understand why elites will drop out if they're not having their day, but I really respect the runners who have the ability that you have, and you will still grind it out to the finish out of respect for the other runners, out of respect for the race, and you're not afraid to have that result on your profile. And we were speaking with Dylan Bowman about it, and he said, you know, I just hope that gives good karma. I just hope that gives good karma to him today so that it will come back to him in spades, and it did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe tell us a little bit about your approach to races and maybe what Courtney is feeling, what we've seen. She's grinding it out even though it's not her day.
Absolutely. I just want to pause for a second here. Like, Tom is moving so well down this climb, and this is a moment where, you know, it opens up a little bit and you're able to turn the legs over, and he's 104 miles into this race, and he's still moving so well.
Yeah, he's
That's
just
awesome.
like, he's so controlled in this descent too, right? Like he's just, he looks so relaxed.
Yeah.
Right? He just looks so relaxed cruising down here. Just out on a Saturday jog.
Yeah.
It done.
He just had brunch at La Floria.
Yeah.
He's just cruising into town now.
Oh, yeah.
Have a coffee at the bottom.
It's so unreal that he's just, still moving like this. It's epic, eh?
Yeah. But no, to answer your question, I think that, like, I'm by no means a death before DNF person.
Yep.
I think that there are incredible reasons to decide that it's not the day to kind of soldier through to the finish.
Yep.
But for me, last year at UTMB, it was just really important to get to the finish line. You know, it's what's so special about a day like that is that actually you end up having experiences that you don't otherwise get to have. And so I came into Champex-Lac last year and was really having a tough one. And, you know, made eye contact with Dylan in the aid station. And he gave me like a little, like, you know, hand to the heart, like, I see you. And then we both just started crying last year. And, like, I then got to kind of mosey all the way from Champex-Lac to the finish. And I got to hug, like, so many friends. And I got to sit on some rocks. And it was really important to me to just, like, respect the race on that day and to get it done. And I think that it can be hard as an elite because there's an ego side of, you know, this sport. And there's an ego side of just, like, having those results show that, hey, this was the best I could be on that date. It's not the best that I think that I could be in the future, but it's still, like, it's a statement of, like, well, that's as much as I had to give on this day. And so I think that for somebody like Courtney, who has won this race numerous times, to show all of us that, hey, you know, you can still keep just working through it. And I think that's, like, oftentimes a much more relatable experience for the vast majority of folks who run these races and who spend, you know, years trying to get in, and once they get in, just want to have that experience of running around the mountain.
I'm certainly taking a lot of inspiration away from not just the incredible performances we are seeing from Camille, from Ruth, but really from Courtney and how she is grinding it out. Now, we are watching Tom come through into Chamonix, the leader of UTMB. You have had the experience just yesterday coming in 3rd in the CCC race, chasing down David Sinclair. You were just less than 3 minutes behind. You were 2.5 minutes behind David Sinclair. and about 10 minutes behind Francesco Pupi. What was it like to enter Chamonix, enter those crowds, head towards the finish line? Talk us through what is ahead for Tom Evans.
Oh, I mean, it's just absolutely electric. And you can see here, he's already collecting a pack of folks who are following along. But he's going to drop into the streets of Chamonix. He's going to go over the iconic bridge over the little highway, which is, you know, the last uphill. And then he's going to hit the path along the river. And it is just going to be absolute chaos. And, you know, that's not something that you really get to experience at any other trail race. And I think that that's what makes UTMB so special, is that, you know, it's almost a little bit more of that like Tour de France vibe and energy. And no, I mean, it's going to be absolutely electric. And the cool thing is he probably knows that he has a good lead at this point. And so he's really going to be able to enjoy that experience and soak it all in. And, you know, he's on his way to being a UTMB champion. And there's not many people who get to say that.
Certainly not. You know, we talking about the crowds, I think there is something, you know, really special about these crowds around UTMB. We do see, of course, huge crowds at other major trail races. Western States, you know, is also known for just having so much support. So many people come out to cheer on the runners. Different vibe because the runners also get pacers. Here, the competitors are running on their own, but being able to run through 3 countries, being able to have all of these different nationalities represented, being able to be cheered on in multiple languages. I remember the first time I heard the Italians say "die, die, die," and I didn't know that it meant "go, go, go."
Totally.
It really is something quite unique.
And especially the night that they all went through. You know, I was laying in bed at 1 a.m. not being able to sleep, and it was just absolutely torrentially downpouring. And I was just thinking about how all of the UTMB racers are out there going through that, and so that really adds to the experience and will add to probably the joy and elation that Tom and all the racers that cross the finish line of the UTMB this year are going to experience.
Definitely. That was something I was commenting on. We have almost 2,500 runners in UTMB, and yet only 420 people have dropped out so far. I am shocked because when I was in Courmayeur commentating from about 1:30 a.m., 1:15 a.m. until 4 a.m., and the runners that were coming through looked a little shell-shocked. They were just incredibly grateful to be in warmth, to be somewhere dry. Ben Demon said it was like the Himalayas going over Col de la Sun. Tim Tollefson said that he thought he was going to die over Col de la Sun.
Wow.
Ludo Pomeray, when he took off his top, you could see his skin was bright red. From the cold. I mean, it had really affected everyone. So now seeing the runners having gotten through that in drier conditions, we know that they have been through hell and back, and they are continuing to persevere. As we lead up to a commercial break, we are seeing Tom Evans storm his way to the finish. Do not go anywhere. It is sure to be an exciting finish. Stay with us. We will see you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
the trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back following the UTMB race. We are looking at Tom Evans storming his way through to the finish. And as Drew Holman, who is here third place in the CCC yesterday, he's here as a guest. He was pointing out this is actually the last climb.
The last climb. And he made it. And he made it look easy.
And Tom is about to leave the trail for the last time, and he's going to hit some asphalt, which is going to take him all the way into town, into the huge amount of crowds that are going to be waiting for him. You can see so many people running with him already. Drew, you were telling us that this is just such an incredible moment to come here and to be able to run into the township of Chamonix after such a big mission out there on the trails, and to experience this huge fan zone and the huge stoke that is alive for trail running in Chamonix right now.
Yeah, and he's gonna come around this last corner after the bridge, hit the path here, and then there's the last kilometer sign.
So Tom Evans is in the last kilometer of the 2025 UTMB. He is out. He's not yet, but he's going to be the champion of 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Someone who has placed third here overall before, and the first Brit to win this race since Jez Bragg back in 2010.
Amazing. And, we've had some questions around the times because we've had the course change. We know that Tom Evans, a little birdie, told me that he had been planning to run a 1940, which would have, of course, been close to the course record of 1937. But the course was a bit different this year. We actually started out with a course that was 100 meters higher and 2 kilometers longer because of the change that they had to make at the beginning. But then, due to the weather, we cut out the pyramid section, which cut it back down 2 kilometers and 250 meters less. So we really can't compare any times here, unfortunately, but we can say it is a course record for this course.
100%. And what we can also say is it's just a wildly impressive time to run, no matter how, 1 or 2 kilometers. I mean, 1915 now, already in Chamonix, is absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's so true. And going through some really adverse, the trail conditions out there would not have been dry and easy underfoot. So it's just, there was a whole lot that's been thrown at Tom, and a whole lot that's been thrown at all the other runners out there over the last 19 hours. And that is continuing for sure. But Tom absolutely putting on a clinic, an incredible show here by the Brit, coming back. And, he's had some trials and tribulations here at UTMB. He's dropped out. Last year he dropped out at the Fully.
Yep. And
this year he went through the Fully in first place. Must have been feeling amazing, and he's just taken it from there.
No, it's really incredible to see this. I actually passed Tom last year going up over Grand Col Ferret, and he was having a really, really rough day.
Yep.
And I think that this is, we've had a few examples of this this year where, Abby Hall had a really tough day at UTMB last year, came back, won Western States. Tom had a really, really tough day at UTMB last year, wasn't able to finish the loop, and obviously that lit a fire, and now he's going to be UTMB champion. And look at these crowds as he's coming into town. Absolutely incredible.
We are going to start to hear the crowds coming in through the walls into the studio. We can see it on the screen. But my goodness, let's get a little bit of that atmosphere, a little bit of that vibe.
Folks, if you're on the chat, give Tom a big shout out. Let us know what you think of your 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc champion, World Series final champion. This is it, coming through this iconic, the parting of the sea as he moves through the town of Chamonix. No stranger to this place.
If you are in North America and you are just waking up, grab your coffee, run to the screen. You are going to want to see these visuals.
He said no stone left unturned, getting ready for this one. So he's absolutely made that point of that.
And the flags are out.
That is a smile of a champion right there. He is going to be so stoked right now. He knows it's in the bag. Folks, if you don't have goosebumps, you're not a trail runner right now. This is so impressive.
Two more turns and he'll be there. He'll be a UTMB champion.
Let's ramp this up. Let's give Tom a little bit of support. We have our 2025 UTMB male champion. He is coming back after 2 DNFs to take this course by storm. He has refound his love for running. He's changed his strategy coming in, and it has worked. We have seen him run near the top from the start. Very consistent race, very strong. He is getting the flag out, and I'm expecting to see that very signature salute as he makes it to the finish line. There we have it, coming in 19 hours and 18 minutes. Tom Evans, our male UTMB champion. It is all smiles. Team Essex, Team Sungard, there we go, I knew it. No need to practice that one. Pure elation.
Please, folks, give that man a round of applause. That is an incredible effort. Congratulations, Tom Evans, the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc champion. What an unbelievable performance. Third back in 2022, DNF last year at the Fully, and he came back, leaving no stone left unturned. And this is him with his little daughter.
Oh, killing me. This is killing me. And you can see they've put the headphones on her so that she can withstand the noise. It is deafening to anyone at any age.
Wow, what a family moment.
This is killing me. This is absolutely killing me.
Yeah, nice work, Tom. That is so impressive, mate.
Hell yeah,
Congratulations.
Tom.
Congratulations.
Wow. And the emotion of that finish line, so special to see. You pour so much life into these races, and for Tom to be able to celebrate that with his partner and fresh new child is just so special.
Let's listen in. There we have him exchanging with Catherine Poletti. Wow, what a moment. There is a bit of a recap of Tom's finish. This is going to be one to remember.
Oh, he's going to do a shoey. No way. Yes, Tom. Get that can of Red Bull into that dirty shoe and give it what it deserves. Look, here we go.
19 hours in a pair of shoes. Here we go.
Yes.
But
oh, yeah. This is something else. All right. Now, that is how you finish off UTMB. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we just saw the first shoey I've ever seen from a champion of UTMB. I was expecting Drew to do a shoey yesterday, and he didn't.
Next time.
Next time. Next time, man.
We are setting a new standard here at the UTMB finals.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we can start a poll in the chat. How many of you
There's so
would
much
do a
cow poo
shoey?
on that trail.
Oh, yeah.
There was so much cow poo in his shoe. There's no doubt about that. I'm so positive of that.
We'll have to go back and check the footage to see if he swapped out at Valor Scene.
It was just the most bizarre race where driving down the weather was okay, and because I'm British I like talking about the weather, so that's what we'll talk about. We had rain, we had snow, when myself, Ben Demon and Jonathan Albon were together, we sort of formed like a buddy system and just kept having to check in on each other because it was so bad. And then it was okay. But I think what makes this race so special is all the supporters out there. So to every single person who's come today, you don't believe how incredibly special you've made it. And I've had 2 DNFs in the last 2 years, and then to take the victory today hopefully proves to everyone that if you put your mind to it, then anything is achievable. So thank you so much for everything. Honestly, you've made my day. Thank you.
Tom, this year I've heard you speak about how important family is for you. Sophie's here, your family's here with you, your new daughter's here with you. I'm sure this victory is even more special after the tough year that you had last year and the challenges of being a dad as well and being a good husband. I know that's all very, very important for you as well.
Yes, I would like to say that I do a lot of help with Phoebe, but I was involved for about 30 seconds 9 and a bit months ago, and that was about it. So no, I would just like to say a huge thank you to my incredible, beautiful wife, Sophie, who has allowed me to be able to train so hard, and without her I wouldn't be able to do this, so thank you, Poochie.
And finally, Tom, from me, this is a dream come true. You won the CCC here back in 2018, a podium. You've had your lows here as well. I know this victory meant so much to you over the last couple of months, going for the win today. Tell us, how are you feeling inside? How are you feeling now with the victory done, the mountain conquered? You are our 2025 UTMB champion.
Thank you so much. No, I think genuinely my goals today weren't to win. My goals today were to be able to look at myself in the mirror after the race and be proud of what I've achieved. I've stuck with a plan of just being really, really patient. And then at Arnuva, it kind of just all opened up and got a little bit of a gap. And from there, I thought, right, here's my opportunity. Let's try and take it. And I think with these things, if you try too hard to win, which I have done previously, it's really difficult. So it was difficult anyway. But this year it was all about letting the race come to you, and it's just the most incredible, spectacular race. And to have a victory at UTMB is a dream come true. And I joined a very small list of incredible athletes, and it was just amazing to see everyone out on the course today, and already can't quite believe it.
Tom, you're a wonderful ambassador for the sport of trail running. You're a magnificent champion. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, au revoir.
Our 2025 champion, Tom Evans, everybody. What a superb victory. Well done, Tom.
Thanks very much.
Oui, j'ai eu de la chance. Phoebe a peut-être été mon porte-bonheur.
Great to hear Tom's insights into the race, his recap of the weather. As we are seeing these images of Tom, I'm keeping an eye on Ben Demon because he has gone through Flagère and he is expected into Chamonix in 21 minutes. So not the sprint type of finishes that we've been seeing in OCC and CCC that you were involved in yourself. But certainly an incredibly strong race in the UTMB finals, and lots of shakeups due to the weather.
And what a race by Tom, and really cementing himself as one of the true greats of this generation of ultra runners. You know, he's proven that he can win at basically every distance. And you know, the persistence to have 2 rough years before this and then come back and to, you know, in his own words, kind of maybe take a little bit of the pressure off and not kind of force it so much. And then to see it all come together. And here we have Ben on the final descent from La Flagère.
Yeah, so cool to have the first and second place man in UTMB, both coming off of 2 DNFs.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it is hard to get that monkey off of your back, to really come in and have that confidence that you're going to be able to get out of Courmayeur, that you're going to be able to get out of Champex-Lac, and not just finish, but actually take home a podium spot.
And for Ben to, you know, like he's just been like so consistently building towards this.
Yeah.
And has had hard days at UTMB in the past, but you know, ran super well at the 120K at Lavaredo earlier this summer. And clearly, you know, that both that confidence and also just that stimulus served him well. And it's really, really awesome to hear Tom also just talk about them working together through the night when things got really hard and checking in on each other. And I think that's, you know, that's some of those like little moments of a race that, you know, when you're spectating, you might not realize, but it happens all the time. You know, like folks are checking in on each other, trying to just like diffuse the energy and let miles go by a little easier by just like maybe chatting and making sure everyone's moving well. And it's so, with such a rough night in terms of weather, the fact that they were, you know, supporting each other through that is really, really cool to hear and see as well.
And we see certainly more of that in the 100-mile distance. In the OCC, we saw, particularly on the women's side, not even acknowledging one another when they passed each other, because there just isn't time to have a chat and to work together. Now, just commenting. I want to go back to Courtney. She is still in third, but wow, is she struggling? I thought that she might drop at Trion, but she is continuing to grit it out. And we were saying earlier, you know, what an inspiration that is for someone of her caliber, someone who previously had a course record on this course, to be moving at this pace. Ooh.
Yeah, but where do you draw the line? She's on the podium still. She's
She's
third.
still racing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
True.
like, where does it start and where does it stop? Where you are a UTMB champion, you're so used to being Courtney Dauwalter, course records, first place, champions, all of that, and then she's still on the podium. It's like, does everything outside of first place, you know, fall? Is insignificant compared to that? Like, I don't know. It's like, it's an interesting question because she's still in third place, and the gap that like she has is you know, it's she's still on the podium. Like, keep going, eh?
She's still on the podium. It's a good point, but she has 27 kilometers left to go. I mean, that is not nothing. So there is quite a gap between, there has been quite a gap between her and the other women. And we just don't know how much she's hurting.
Sure.
You know, that's the other part of it. If she's dealing with injuries, if she's how deep she is into that pain cave. 27 kilometers is a lot different than slugging it out for 10 or for 5.
Yeah, and as you said before, Drew, like there's some really legitimate reasons to not finish a race, right?
100%.
And injury or potential injury, 100% is one of them because, you know, this is a career for someone like Courtney, and it's so important to make sure that you remain as healthy and uninjured as possible. And yeah, if she was looking at an injury, you know, you assume that she would definitely take the right precaution and pull out, but. She's moving slowly, but she's still getting it done.
And she's on a really, really brutal part of the course. It is so steep coming up out of that climb.
Yeah.
And so, you know, she's obviously suffering, but that's not a section of the course that you can move that fast.
Yeah.
Anyway, and so it'll be interesting to see whether she can come out of this climb and on the backside maybe start moving a little bit better. And to your point, Madge, like, you know, if it's a true injury, I hope she does what's best for her. But if it's just a really tough day, you know, maybe we'll see her stick it out.
Yeah.
Now on our screen, we are following our third place man who is chasing down Ben Demon. This is Josh Wade, another Brit who, you know, we've been saying that this type of weather really favors the Brits who are used to the rain, they're used to the mud. Let's review a few of Josh's performances in the background. This year so far, while he did DNF at Ultra Trail Snowdonia, had an 8th place at Lavaredo. But if we look at his history with this course, last year he was 11th, so really the fact that he's in 3rd is quite a big jump up. Oftentimes we look at the top 10, so if you're just outside of the top 10, you might not be on everyone's radar like you should be, and that follows a DNF in UTMB in 2023. So I'm sure he is going to be just incredibly chuffed, as the Brits would say, with his experience today.
Yeah, I actually saw Josh. I mean, I was out at a Nuva aid station, so 100 kilometers into the race, at the very early hours of the morning today. I think today, yeah, today. And Josh came in to that aid station around about, I can check, but he was definitely just on the cusp of the top 10. And he was so positive, and he even joked about the weather, and he was like, Brits love this. We love this weather. This is great. I can't wait. Let me back out there.
Now,
and he was really positive about it.
While we are following the men's side, we can see Ben Demon going through La Floria. I want to give an update on the women's race. So Katarina Hartmuth, she has overtaken, as we're predicting, she has overtaken Lucy Bartholomew. So Katarina Hartmuth has now come through Triumph in 4th. At an elapsed time of 19 hours and 32 minutes. So she is, let's do our math. She is about 22 minutes behind Nope, that is the wrong aid station I'm looking at. She is well behind Roofcroft. Apologies for that. Let's compare her to Courtney Dauwalter. So Courtney came through Triumph in just under 19 hours, so she is about 32, 33 minutes behind Courtney. So talking about, how slowly Courtney was moving, she still does have a half an hour gap on Katarina. That's certainly at the speed that they're moving at. Katarina speeding up, Courtney very much slowing down. That can definitely be closed. But
and I think that's such an interesting thing about these races is that 1 or 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even early in the race feels like just a mountain to climb. And then you get to these later parts in the race, and if you're moving really well, like 10, 20, 30 minutes over 25K is not as much because you've got the time. And we're looking at the two men descending into Chamonix here, and they're both moving really well. And if you're moving like this and the person in front of you is walking, you're closing that distance pretty quickly. So
very good point.
So Drew, both yourself and Ben Diamond had great runs out at Lavaredo by UTMB this past June.
We did.
Yeah, you both just thought, you know what? I'm done with being in California this time of the year. It's a circus. I want to be in Italy, in the Dolomites, and I'm going to book myself a spot at Lavaredo. You both went there. You won the 80-kilometer edition. Dima won the 120-kilometer. And then you've both come over to Chamonix. You haven't gone to the US because you're like, I'm still not done. I'm still done with that surf, I guess. And then you came over here and you both put on incredible performances at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Tell us, what's the secret? Is Lavaredo the secret?
Lavaredo might be the secret.
Is it Lavaredo or the pizza in Italy?
Well, I think that, in the American trail scene, Western states just has a total hold on the hearts and minds of our community, and that's great because Western States is one of the most spectacular and most special races in the entire world. But I will say it is not necessarily a great primer for big European mountain racing, and I've actually been trying to run Lavaredo for years now. But every year it's like, I get into states, or
oh darn,
I'm not gonna run states this year. But then my really good friend Ryan Thrower calls me and says, I just got off the wait list. Will you pace me?
Oh, wow.
And so this year was the year where I was just like, I am going no matter what, and I'm gonna run because the Dolomites are just some of the most beautiful mountains in the world, and it's such a good tune-up for this style of racing.
But very different conditions. It was a really hot year at Lavaredo.
It was
this year.
so hot.
Yeah.
So hot. Yeah. Europe was in its heat wave.
Yeah.
We were waking up and, in Fahrenheit, we'd wake up and be 85 degrees Fahrenheit, at 8 a.m. in Europe. And so it was definitely hot. But, I got to take advantage of the new Nike Radical Air disco shirt.
Oh, there you go. Now, people were asking in the chat, where can I get one of those shirts? I said, take a pair of scissors to your own shirt. There you go.
I think it might be a little bit more technical than that.
I think it is. I think it is.
Let us know a little bit more about it.
I think it is. It's coming. It's coming out probably later this year or next year.
Okay.
Folks will be able to.
Now, can that double as a good bar shirt, a good clubbing shirt?
I think if you're going to Berlin and you're really into techno, I think it'd be a great shirt to wear.
Those dance floors get hot.
They get hot.
They get hot.
You need some Radical Air.
You need cooling. Radical Air.
Yeah.
What are they called? What are those shirts called?
Radical Air.
They're called the Radical Air.
Yeah.
I'm so stoked with that name.
Do you know I was posting my social media before UTMB, going around Chamonix for a bit of the old timers. I ran UTMB over a decade ago. There was the Bunker Bar. There was a dance club underneath the street that was really where you went if you wanted to celebrate your wins. That would be the perfect place.
Straight from the finish line to the Bunker Bar.
Yeah, there we go.
Exactly.
And we are continuing to follow Ben Diamond chased down by Josh Wade. No sprint finishes here today, but impressive performances nonetheless.
Yeah, Josh looking super strong here. He is, yeah, man, like we were talking about before, he was super positive about him being out there and enjoying this weather and this course, but he's going to be so pumped that he's gone from an 11th place last year to 3rd place this year.
And this is really one of those kind of like life-changing moments for somebody like Josh to have a performance on this stage. You know, I'm none of these performances happen out of the blue. He's been, you know, for years working hard at this. And so it's always so special to see somebody like Josh be able to put it all together on the biggest stage. And he's going to be a podium finisher at UTMB. Incredible.
Bragging rights for life.
For life. Nobody gets to take that away from you.
Nope.
There is a cool video that was put out on Josh, having a look at him via the North Face put that out. I think it was James Poole that was actually throwing that video together. It was a while ago, but it does have a look into the life of Josh and who he is. It's like he's a gardener back in the UK.
Oh, cool.
You know? And in the film, he's just pushing around a lawnmower, getting it done. And it's really worth a little insight to the life. If anyone wants to check it out, head over and check it out. I'm sure it will be on the YouTube somewhere. But don't do that right now.
No.
Drew Holman's in the house.
Present.
Stay with us. Stay with us.
Yeah.
Now, Drew, do I hear that you are getting married?
I am.
Soon?
Yeah.
That is exciting. And otherwise, maybe we would have seen you at the Worlds?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're getting married the week before Worlds. And
Well, that was bad timing.
I know. Didn't realize.
Is your partner a runner as well?
She is. Sasha is a super talented runner, very much in the community. And she was like, you can do it. Like, you should. And I was like, I want to be able to like have a really good time at the wedding and not worry about racing a week later.
Yeah.
But we're going to have a pretty good, there's going to be a good group of folks coming from the wedding to Worlds. So, we'll try not to totally tank the team by partying too hard, but should be fun.
And I heard Debo is going to be heading there. I mean, I know you might have just met us, but I mean, where's my invite? What about Madge?
There's still time. There's still time to get an invite. Yeah.
Still time.
We got a couple weeks.
That's amazing. I didn't know you and Sasha were getting married. That's so cool. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Whereabouts is the location?
We're gonna get married out in Oregon, so about halfway between Eugene and Bend.
What's the address?
Oh, so you guys knew each other before, so you really should be insulted that you didn't get an invite to the wedding.
I know. Weddings are a bit like, I eat a lot. I'm sure you've got a lot of runners coming to your wedding.
A lot of runners. I don't know if the caterers are ready, but
you know what I mean? Like, the one thing you got to do at a wedding is make sure you feed people and keep them hydrated.
Yeah.
And I know that Drew and Sasha are very committed people in the trail running community, and I know there's just going to be a lot of hungry people. You don't need me. You don't need me to add to that bill. You know what I mean? I know you whip up big meals in the US, but.
Ooh, breaking news here from the chat. Thank you for the intel. Someone is saying that they heard Lucy Bartholomew is limping in Triumph. So not sure if that's an injury or if that's just exhaustion, but we have seen her drop back. She has come through Triumph now. She is 7 minutes behind Katarina Hartmuth. She was ahead of Katarina at the previous aid station, but perhaps having some difficulty. So if you are there, and yes, it is indeed Stephanie commentating. Hello, it's Stephanie Case on the mic. We are here with Drew Holman as our guest and Madge.
And here comes Ben into the final climb, up and over the staircase. And while, Ben is an American, he's really built his life in France over the last handful of years, and so I'm sure that this is going to be an extra special finish for him. And second place, incredible.
Yeah, I believe he was on the Free Trail podcast quite recently. Devo did a bit of had a chat with him. So if anyone's interested in a little bit more insight, I'm sure that would be a great place to go and get a bit more insight on Ben. Incredible, like as we just said, Drew, yourself and Ben were both out at Lavaredo by UTMB in Italy back in June and had incredible performances. Ben actually won the premier race there, the 120K. So he'll be so stoked to be able to back that up with another incredible performance here. He's an incredible athlete that has very, very rarely been off the podium with regards to results in the last 5 years, even longer. Yeah, it's truly impressive and a result that is very deserving, a result that is not unexpected, from someone like this. As he enters the last kilometer here, it is nothing but pavement, nothing but asphalt for this gentleman as he finishes off the 2025 HOKA UTMB World Series final here in Chamonix Mont-Blanc as he moves through this incredible crowd that we saw Tom Evans move through. Teammate of Tom Evans too. Two ASICS runners coming through in 1-2 at the race today.
And we were seeing an update on the bottom of the screen. On the men's side, we have had a dropout, Théo Detien, who was leading in the beginning part of this race. He was leading through Courmayeur, has now dropped out at Tryon. Do I see what is running alongside Ben Demon? It is the monkey. It is the monkey that was on his back. It is off. He has now gotten rid of these two DNFs. He is coming through second place. What an incredible day. The first two men coming back from two DNFs. It just shows you can have a bad day out there. You can have a bad day multiple times out there. But if you just keep at it, you can not only do well, you can freaking win. You can get on that podium. And I'm going to leave that message out there for my girl Stephanie Howe, who has had a hard time at UTMB. She's a former Western States winner. She has also quite a giant monkey on her back with this race. She unfortunately had to drop out at Lake Contamine. She was ill going into the race. I thought this was going to be her year, but we can see what Ben and Tom have done. So Steph, come back next year.
Here we go, folks. It is just gone 1:34 local time. The sun is out in Chamonix. The people are out. There is a huge crowd waiting for this man as he comes through just over 30 minutes behind the champion Tom Evans in today's race.
What a contrast from the storms that they battled through last night. We have the sun poking through the clouds. They have gone through the hail. They've gone through the snow. As Ben Demon said, they've gone through the Himalayas at Col de la Seine in the night. And he is coming towards victory. He keeps checking his watch. Put it in the bag. You're fine.
Sub 20. He's going sub 20 for sure. He wants to make sure of that.
Yeah.
That's the look of a sub 20 right there. This, folks, if you have not been to Chamonix UTMB weekend, this is what you expect out on the streets as these runners come into town.
Let's hear a bit of this atmosphere.
Probably the second American to ever come second here at the UTMB event.
Okay.
I think the other one would be Topher Gaylord, huh? Coming through as Benzema rocked into town. Steph, let it rip, mate. Let it rip. Tell us what Ben Demon is going to do right now.
Ben Demon coming through into the finish. He chased down Tom Evans. The two of them were working together throughout the night. Tom surged ahead, but Ben Demon did not falter.
Here we go, folks. Your second place male of the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc for 2025, Ben Demon. As he streams through 19 hours, 51 minutes elapsed, folks. Your second place male of this incredible event. Big smile now as he gets so close to this finish line. Look at him. He wants the crowd to go wild. Let him know that you're around. Let him know that you're supporting, folks. Give him a big round of applause wherever you are. Look at that smile. Look at that effort. 19 hours, 51 minutes left. Ben Dima, your second place male here at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc for 2025.
Have yet to see a signature finish line move from Ben Zeman, but I think he is still in shock. Really trying to process what has just gone down over the past 20 hours.
Sub 20 here at the UTMB. That in itself is one incredible stat and an incredible achievement. As he gets handed his finisher's gilet from one of the founders, Katrine Paletti. Folks, you see everyone gets handed one of these incredible special gilets at the finish of any of these races here this weekend. And each year it's a different design, different color, and it's really interesting to wait and see what it's going to be every year. And Ben Dima just received his, like everyone does, if you get to complete the race. Drew's not wearing his today, but he's definitely got it packed in his bag.
Exactly.
Probably for his wedding tuxedo.
Exactly, wedding tuxedo.
Yeah.
And you have one yourself, don't you, Madge, because you did the TDS this year.
I did, yeah, I've gone. I've gone, hey? I'll wear it to the wedding.
What a special moment for both these men, having not been able to complete the loop the last 2 years, and just seeing the raw emotion of getting across that finish line after a hard fought race is just incredible.
Yeah. Both of them, as you said before, both of them had DNFs at this distance in 2023 and 2024, and they've come back and gone 1-2. Ben Dima, what an incredible season so far for you. Winning the Lavaredo by UTMB recently in June at the 120-kilometer distance there, and then building from that into this incredible performance here at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc here in Chamonix, coming over the line just before 2 p.m. local time, enjoying this incredible part of the world at this incredible time of year.
Hopefully we'll get a bit of a post-finish line interview with Ben as we're watching these images here. I know you are eager to get some updates on the women's race. We will try to get you some images of that shortly. But what I can tell you is that to recap, Ruthin first, followed by Camille Bruya and Courtney DeWalter really struggling, but continuing to move on. Katarina Hartmuth has moved up into fourth, followed by Lucy Bartholomew. We have some intel that maybe Lucy is struggling as well, but she is continuing to move forward. It'll now be, I think, a bit of a race between Lucy and Anna Carlson in sixth.
So we've got confirmation that Lucy did leave the aid station in Chillon.
What a journey.
Was that a question?
Yep.
I do not have confirmation on that.
Oh, we've got a bit of chat from Ben at the finish line interview there. So
let's listen in.
Tell us about that journey, Ben.
Well, I've been writing a story with this race. You know, I've had two big failures here. So it feels amazing to come out today and turn in a good result, you know. I would have liked to be a little closer up front towards the back, but I was I was toast, man. I was not great. So I had to do what I do. I had to live with what I had available. I had to make the best of it. Finally, that's a day I'm never gonna forget.
A special day, a special night. Ben, you've also moved to the Pyrenees, and you've had some incredible results over the last couple of months, even the last year or so. Lots of victories. Are you in the best shape of your life?
Oh yeah, it has to be, no doubt.
Ben, all during the night, all through the morning, you were never really far away from that podium. Were you happy with how you executed your race?
Yeah, well, you know, Tom and I are ASICS teammates, and we actually work together a lot of the night. Just keeping tabs on one another, making sure we're not getting too cold, having a chat, talking about our pacing, trying to keep things in check. And we took the front of the race together. And then Tom made an amazing move over Grand Col Ferret. I just couldn't follow. You know, it was snowing, heavy wind. It was really intense, and he was just up there throwing down a really amazing climb.
You're a very good coach. You've got a full roster. For people that are watching at home, what's maybe one tip that you'd like to share with them to help them conquer their mountain in their next race? Because that's what you've done today. You've given us a spectacular race, a superb execution. So maybe just one of your top tips.
No, I'd say like it's a bit of a cliche, but I really believe you have to have fun with it. You know, having fun will make you regular, and being regular will make you good. And that's really as simple as it is. If you can get out and run almost every day because you like what you're doing, then that's going to make you a good runner. So follow your bliss.
And Ben, final question. You're living in France. Is the plan to stay in France for the next 12 months? And we might see you here next year and even try go one better? I'm sure that's the dream.
Yeah, so I do live in, my wife is French. We raise our family here. So yeah, I'm based in France now. And I will definitely come back.
Ben, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Un maximum d'applaudissements. Magnifique.
Such a cool interview. I really appreciated what he said about loving what you do.
Yeah, and what a class act. And I think that in a time where folks are really getting into the science of training and all the little gains, for him to kind of acknowledge that having fun with it, being out there every single day, the consistency that can actually lead to huge breakthroughs like this is really, really great to hear.
Well, that's something that the story really of Abby Hall leading up to Western States, there wasn't anything necessarily extraordinary about her training, except for the fact that she was consistent in what she did. It certainly paid off there, not having the UTMB that I think she wanted.
Here we have, folks, as Drew said earlier on, the very final climb of the race here, going up and over the bridge, over this road, as Josh Wade in third place of the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc as he comes into the township here. Not far off this incredible performance being complete. So make sure, if you want to know a little bit more about Josh and his journey and who he is, go and check out Homegrown, a film about the North Faith athlete Josh Wade and his ultra running journey. That is available on YouTube. Go check that out. A little bit of insight to this gentleman and his incredible life and what he does. So make sure you go and check it out, because Josh is someone who has a very, very positive and uplifting attitude out there on the trails. Another great human to have in this trail running world, in this trail running sphere, just like yourself, Drew Homan, who is here in the studio, still sipping from this bottle that is full of the good stuff, recovery food here. But yeah, amazing to have the second Brit coming into town right now. Two British gentlemen on the podium here. I do not think that would ever have happened before, as he passes the 1 kilometre to go sign. Still got a stride on. Look at him finish off so strongly here into the town of Chamonix.
And we are just over the 20-hour mark of UTMB. So we have had two finishers under 20 hours. And you're quite right. Having two Brits in the top three, I think, is quite unusual. But they love this nasty, wet weather. They love the mud. I was speaking with Henriette Albin in Courmayeur. She was waiting for John Albin to come through. And she said, I don't think this weather really suits anyone. And I said, actually, we've been talking about how we think that this type of weather suits the Brits and the Scandinavians. And you're a Brit living in Norway, so...
Very comfortable with the weather. But I think that just back to Ben's comment, like, if you were used to it and you can joke about the fact that, this is what I train in every day or every week, and it's not such a shock to the system when you're out there on race day. Maybe you can take it in jest a little bit and just roll with the punches. So, and clearly Josh and all three of these first men who are finishing now are really, were able to keep their heads straight through a really, really tough, challenging night.
And I don't have as much visibility on, I don't think Josh was running with anyone in particular during the race. So that makes it even tougher. Because Ben and Tom, they were saying that, they're teammates, they were working together, they were helping one another. It helps not just mentally, also, physically we were hearing a lot of the runners through the night getting so cold they were unable to grab something out of their pack. Yeah. If you're running along with someone, you can help each other along the way. But Josh, I think, has been mainly running on his own.
Yeah, well, I was lucky enough to see Josh come through a new aid station early on this morning. He was definitely, he definitely did not have anyone in like close pairing with him. But yeah, he's definitely moved through the field exceptionally well since then.
Correct.
That was at 100 kilometers into the race. Tom Evans came in first, Ben Deemer came in second. Josh Wade was way back on the field, and he has just rolled through as the night and as the weather has thrown it at him.
Well, I certainly did not have him pegged to be a top 3 today, and it is exciting when we have people give us a little bit of surprise. Of course, incredibly impressive background. Certainly top 10 was there, but a top 3 I know that he is going to be pleased with. Let's listen in as he comes through to the finish line, to the streets of Chamonix. Josh Wade with the North Face, sporting the new Flora Alpina design. Wow.
I cannot wait to hear Josh's finish line interview. It's going to be so good. I can tell you what, I can feel it already. This gentleman is going to be so happy with this result. Just like the last two. I mean, getting a podium here at the end of August in the township of Chamonix. Incredible result here for Josh Wade. Moving from 7th place at 100 kilometers all the way up to 3rd place. Finishing and rounding out the podium here at the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Josh Wade from Britain. Folks, give him a big round of applause. No matter where you are, look at this smile. Look how stoked he is coming in here, covered in flowers, looking pretty and looking stoked as he counts 3rd place here. Unreal. Josh Wade rounding out the podium here at the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Josh Wade from Britain. Look at that. Congratulations, sir. Unreal. 20 hours and 5 minutes elapsed. What an incredible run. Moving up from 11th place last year to getting on the podium. Josh Wade, take a huge bow, sir. That is an incredible effort.
And of course, it's not just bragging rights for life, it's also, there's pretty significant prize money in the UTMB finals. And you will know this yourself, Drew. You're going home with a nice little nugget to help you on your honeymoon. But it's even higher in UTMB in the 100-mile category. First place takes home $20,000. Second place, I believe, is $12,000. We'll have to check on 3rd place. I think around 10,000 euros. In total, there is almost 200,000 euros being given away in prize money. Really upping the game thanks to HOKA. It just looks like his smile is going to break his face open.
Just so much joy, and to be somebody who worked his way up through the field all day, like that feels, extra special. And all day you're getting that positive reinforcement of catching folks, and he caught them all the way to a third place podium at the UTMB.
Yeah, seeing him at the early hours of the morning in Anuva at 100 kilometers, he was just so stoked on the conditions. He was just stoked on the race. He was happy to be where he was. And that positive attitude, that positive mindset has obviously taken him throughout the rest of the day up until this point, moving solidly from 7th all the way into 3rd place, getting on this podium. Very, very happy man. Yes, Steph, Josh is going home with €8,000, taking 3rd place here. As you said before, 1st place gets 20,000, 2nd 12,000, 3rd 8. Then it goes 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 500, 1,500, and 1,500 for 8th, 9th, and 10th place.
Not too shabby.
No, there'll be a few pints getting bought. I'm going to hit Josh up for a shout. I reckon he'd be a lad. I reckon he would be a lad that would be happy to put some pints down.
All right, well, Drew, that means that you are going home actually with €5,000. What are you going to spend it on?
Fabulous. I had no idea.
Really?
No.
Well, I'm excited to tell you.
That's great.
You are going home with $5,000.
Pay for the trip. This is great.
Yeah, man. That's it. Yeah, you got €5,000.
Incredible.
Don't tell the IRS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like to tax.
Feel free to donate it to a great charity if you want.
Yeah. I'd like to hear a few words from Josh, which would be fabulous.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this finish line interview. I think Josh is just going to have a whole lot of good things to say. I mean, our 1st place male, Tom Evans, and Ben Deman in 2nd, they both spoke so highly of the experience. They both, there wasn't a bad word to be said about what they experienced out there. And I think made all the sweeter after both of those two gentlemen had a couple of DNFs. Josh, though, last year, 11th place, and now he's rolled in here into Chamonix after the big loop in 3rd place. And let's hear how stoked he is about that incredible performance.
Okay, guys, here we are with Josh. Josh, the first question I'm going to ask you is, 11th last year, podium this year. What has been the key to your success? Such an incredible improvement, such a wonderful race. Congratulations. What has been the big key, the big change this year?
I had a great training block leading up to it, and I took a different approach and went out a bit harder. So I actually felt strong all the race, so it was really good. And last year I was suffering with a little bit of stomach problems in the first bit, so hopefully that wasn't going to happen this year, and it didn't happen. So yeah, that was the change.
Josh, you crossed the finish line with a wonderful smile. You've got Mel, I think your wife, here with you as well.
Sure.
Tell us, for everybody watching at home, what does it feel like to be on the podium of UTMB?
It's crazy. I didn't expect that, to be honest. Yeah, I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. Yeah. Love this race, and super chuffed.
Can you try and describe the atmosphere out on the course? It was like watching stages of the Tour de France, wasn't it? Such wonderful crowds on all the ascents. What was it like out there?
Absolutely bonkers. Yeah, the crowds are awesome. And the weather was crazy because we had snow going over Col de la Seine and stuff like that. And then it was quite hot today, and it was so good.
Back home to the Lake District soon for a recovery week. A few easy jogs this week.
We've got a week in Chamonix, so we'll celebrate here and then go back to the lakes. Yeah. And then just some easy running.
Josh, congratulations on a wonderful podium. Well done.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
There you have it. That was the interview with our third place finisher in the UTMB, Josh Wade. We have been so lucky to have Drew Holman, our third place from CCC yesterday, in the studio with us. You are off to bigger and better things outside, hopefully a bit more celebration, a bit more recovery. But thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights on the course.
Thank you so much for having me, and just thank you to everyone that has been out on the course. You know, the spectators for this race really do make this just a spectacular experience for all of us runners and all the volunteers that make it happen. You know, thank you all, and thank you, Chamonix, for welcoming us for another year.
Congratulations on your upcoming wedding. Enjoy the celebrations, enjoy the prize money, and hope to see you back on the course and on the podium soon.
Sounds great. And here we go, Ruth.
In Valacine. This is the last crew point for her in Valacine right now. There we go. Positive. Look at that.
So that was Ruth coming through Valacine with an elapsed time of 20 hours and 10 minutes. And we will expect Camille Bruyas to come into Valacine in about 12 minutes. So keeping a pretty consistent gap there, maybe widening a little bit.
Look at that crowd there. Look at that crowd there. Incredible. As they see the first female run out of Valacine aid station, the last crew point for Ruth Croft as she leads here at the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc, a place that she knows very, very well. This is going to be incredible if she just holds her position and holds this consistency, this pace, this energy. You saw her getting crewed there just by her partner Martin in the Valacine aid station, and they shared a smile, a nod, a laugh as she left. That is a huge sign, a hugely positive sign for Ruth and her crew and her team. This is gonna be a great finish.
I think this is going to be incredibly special. You know, we talked to Martin before the race. I'm asking, you know, what he thought about Ruth, and he said he's never seen her stronger, and she has shown us that on the course. This is not going to be a surprise to be coming in first, but I think it's going to be a relief. And now we have our fourth male finisher coming into Chamonix, Duoji from China. Duoji, a HOKA runner with a string of podium finishes, mainly racing over in China, but was at the Swiss Canyon 100K category race earlier this year.
Unreal. Duoji, 20 hours, 14 minutes elapsed. He's going to go 20 hours, sub 15 here. It is an incredible run.
And this is actually another runner on the podium who DNF'd at UTMB last year. So this year is really the story of the comeback. We have Ben Demon, who was coming back after two DNFs. We have Tom Evans coming back after 2 DNFs. We have Duoji coming back after a 2024 DNF for a 4th place here at this 100-mile event. Congratulations. What a fantastic finish. Not someone that I thought would be up really in that top 5.
Unreal though, hey. He has had a great day out there. That time on that course is just so incredible and special. Not far off the podium there, just 10 minutes off the podium here at this incredible UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. Duoji, look at him, absolutely ecstatic with that run. So happy.
And this is almost 2 hours faster than he ran it in 2023 when he was in 14th place.
Yes, unreal. What a way to come back and put on a strong show. Our first Chinese runner finishing off the UTMB this year. There was a lot of strong runners from China that started this race this year. A lot of strong runners, you know. What an incredible trail running nation that is. Huge depth.
That actually reminds me, I had picked Li Chen, or Chen Li, on the women's side.
I'd pick Jiasheng Shen, another Chinese runner. He's currently 8th overall, but Duo G has come in 4th into Chamonix. Just gone 2 p.m. local time here on this incredible afternoon in town. Look at that smile. Look at that celebration. He's just got the biggest smile right now. That is so, so great. Look at that celebration in itself. Unreal. There is so much emotion for him right now. That is, nice work, man. Incredible.
Checking the update on Chen Lin, who I was hoping was going to be in the top 10, maybe even the top 5. Unfortunately, I see here that she's withdrawn. But wow, look at that emotion. You really have to hold it all together until you get to that finish line, and then it all comes out.
Hey.
And it is fast and furious here. We have Thibaut Garivier in 5th from France, another HOKA athlete coming through to the finish in Chamonix.
Thibaut, our first French runner here, doing it for the blue, white and red. Our first French runner coming in to the town after the big loop, after a huge night of adverse weather. Thibaut coming through, running for HOKA as well. What an incredible time on this course. Such a beast of a course.
Let's hear a bit of the crowds as he comes through, makes those final couple of turns towards the finish line. Oh my goodness, I have to say we have a bit of a pattern here. You have called it. I am looking at Thibaut's background. He is also another DNF from 2024. I think it's clear that if you want to succeed in UTMB in 2025, you will have had to have dropped out in 2024. That is just the pattern that we are seeing here today amongst the podium.
That is unreal. Unreal. This is also, to add on to that, Thibaut placed 6th here back in 2023. So he is going one better than his result back then in 2023, which I'm sure you can only be happy about.
No doubt.
But the revenge tour. This is the revenge tour for our men currently in the top 10. In the top 5, they are coming through and making sure that this year, as they come back into Chamonix, they are full of the energy, full of that fighting, finishing energy.
My goodness, amongst the top 5, all 5 of these men, if I've gotten this right, were here in 2024 in UTMB, and the only one to actually have finished was Josh Wade. Every other man in the top 5 DNF last year. They have come back, as you say, Madge, they have come back on a revenge tour to really show everyone that they are not out. In a finishing time of 20 hours and 20 minutes, Thibaut Garivier, our first French finisher, being chased down by Ludo Pomeray, who will be our next French finisher. What an incredible performance. 2025, the year of the revenge tour of the men. Having a bit of an exchange with one of the founders of UTMB, Catherine Poletti.
Well, hey, all right, here we are, folks. This is Ruth Croft, our leader in the women's race from New Zealand, getting through this uncomfortably shallow climb as she makes her way up to Col de Montet. Breaking in her stride there. Amazing that she's got that energy and the motivation to just keep ticking it over. Good stuff, Ruth. Let's go.
Uncomfortably shallow climb is a good way to describe it. The other commentators, Keith was calling it the douche grade climb with Tony McCann this morning. This is basically the type of incline that is runnable, but at this point in the course, it can be hard to keep a sustained run on this type of terrain. It really just mocks you.
It is one that any other day of the year you would run.
Yep,
Yeah.
for sure. And we can see there the split between first and second, between Ruth in first and Kimi Bria in second. It was 2.2 kilometers. It doesn't sound like a lot, but on this type of terrain, that is that's pretty hard to make up.
Yeah, Ruth, leaning on her experience from last year, coming through this section in third place. And then we saw the takeover that she did from Marion Hogan, moving her into second place by the finish last year. So she's going to be very comfortable with this section, having run it numerous times in training and also in a race-like scenario back in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Here she goes back into a stride, and that is moving, which is awesome.
Now we can see here Ruth really using the poles quite well. Martin was telling us about how much work she's done to really rely on the poles. She's done a lot of hiking with them.
Yeah, and this is so Ruth is going to be the first person to, if she does cross the line in first here today, still a long way away, she is going to be the champion of OCC, champion of CCC, and the champion of UTMB. One, if not the only person to be able to do that. I think maybe only Xavier Thevenard is one of the other people that has been able to achieve that, if my memory serves me correct. And Ruth Croft will be joining that incredible team of people, incredible group of people to be able to do such an unreal thing here at this incredible race in Chamonix.
I was sharing a room with her in 2015, the year that she won the
CCC.
CCC, yeah, correct.
Yeah, back then Ruth cut the pole straps off her poles because she wanted to save weight, and she's come a long way from that moment.
No kidding.
This is incredible. Ruth has her family out here, her partner's family, also incredible. Long-time friend Joshie Coleman is out here to see her race for the very first time, which is going to be a huge experience for him. And an awesome moment for them to share. Ludo, the people's champion.
Yes.
The French people's champion here, coming through. He's done it again, huh? He's done it again.
I love this guy. I really just love his consistency, love the fact that he is throwing it down at age 50. He's a two-time Hard Rock champion. He's gotten 5th at UTMB twice the last couple of years. And he's coming in here in 6th. Not too shabby at all.
No, our 2016 UTMB champion as well. Back then, 9 years later, he's coming back. And he's still getting top 10s here at UTMB. Ludo is going to be. Did he get carried over the line last year? Did he get carried down the finish chute? I hope.
Yeah.
I bet there's definitely going to be a solid French contingent that's going to look to hoist him up on the shoulders and get him over the line.
Heck, I'd carry him over the line.
Yeah, he's got to be one of the most well-known French runners kicking around nowadays.
Yeah.
Unreal to back up what he did out at Hard Rock again this year.
Yep.
at this race.
And to be top 10 multiple times at UTMB over the span of a decade. I mean, we've seen this in other runners, of course, Francois Dan, but age 50.
It's so impressive.
Old. It's not old.
Yeah, Ludo is. Let's just say he's definitely the champion of his age category.
Yeah.
In many regards.
And you are correct about Ruth. I'm not going to say she could. I'm going to say she will become the first woman to win all 3 of the UTMB final races. CCC 2015, OCC 2018, 2019, and she will be getting a UTMB first in 2025. Let's listen to the local support for Camille Brouillat. She is coming into Valersine, where anyone in the valley has been encouraged to come out and support. Dressed in costume, they have a atmospheric, out of this world theme going on. You can hear the sirens. Really exciting. Coming in over 15 minutes, actually behind Ruth. We will get an exact split as soon as she goes through, but we are going to a commercial break. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals here in Chamonix. We are on to Super Saturday. We are with our 6th place male working his way down the finish line here into Chamonix. It is none other than Ludovic Pommeret, which I think my colleagues have already been saying what an incredible effort in consistency, and the engine is still working incredibly well for Ludo as he works his way down now to Chamonix. 6th place overall for Ludo. our second Frenchman. So Thibaut Garivier just crossed the finish line. And then on the split screen on the left-hand side, we have Camille Brouillard. So Camille is now into Camille continues to be in second spot. So yeah, so Camille and is. Oh, so I'm playing catch up because I've been out of the game a little bit. So I'm just kind of looking at where we are. So yeah, so Camille now is coming down here into Vallocine. So she should be here any second. So Ruth Croft through into Vallocine 3 minutes before. So we're going to be giving you a time split. So right now, yeah, so Ruth Croft is already 19 minutes in and out of the A station at Vallocine. So Ruth is on her way to do the final climb up to La Flégère. So yeah, there we go. So Camille Brouillard, Ruth Croft, third place is still Courtney Delwater in third place, and then we've got Katarina Hartmut in fourth, Lucy Bartholomew in fifth. Let's keep rolling down here to Anna Carlson sixth, Magali Mellon in seven, Maëlle Derouaz in eighth, Elisa Clark is ninth, and holding up our top 10 right now is Claudia Tremps from Spain Team on Running. And the message to the athletes outside the top 10, both in the men's and the women's races, keep pushing, keep going. You still have an opportunity to sneak in to the podium in the top 10, as Camille Brouillard now is making her way into the A station here in Vallocine. And we're in France, and so expect a warm welcome into the A station. And then, as we've seen already, it's party time here in Vallocine, and the crowds are out in force. So congratulations to Tom Evans and to Ben Deeman and to Josh Wade. What an incredible top three, and big deal for all three of them. So loved watching that on the screen in the main room, alongside all of the different languages we have here at the kind of UTMB live studios here, just probably about 100 meters away from the start finish line of the UTMB, the finishing arch. So lots of conversation about the time of Tom Evans, just 19 hours 18 minutes. I think Dylan Bowman was suggesting the additional route at the start was about adding on 10 minutes, and then the course shortening was reducing it by about 40. So if we were going to be estimating, Tom's time would have been about a 19 hours 50 minutes if he'd been in the full course. So just outside the fastest time, but pure mathematical speculation there. But basically what we're saying is Tom's time was incredible. Well done to all of our trail running community out here cheering our runners. The next best thing to running is to be the support crew, and the next best thing out of that is just getting out there and cheering all of our runners, whether they're at the front or in the middle or hanging on there at the back, making the cutoffs. Here we go, gang, across the bridge and into the, here goes the sign, 1 kilometer Ludo until the finish line here in Chamonix. Ludo Pomeray, winner back in 2016. And yeah, Ludo's love affair with UTMB and love affair with trail running continues, and I think that's what's the most impressive about this, is the the longevity and the consistency of this fantastic human being. So, well done, Ludo. It's the Ludo fan club in just behind him. And there we go, Camille Bruya. Right, Camille, are you ready for what is in front of you in terms of the crowd? Here we go, let's give you a time split. So that is a 22-minute gap now between Ruth Croft and Camille Bruya. And what I would say is that gap now between Camille Bruya and third place in the women's race is going out. It's about, I would say, 45 minutes. So, yep, this is a 1-2. Absolutely nailed on now, Ruth Croft and Camille Bruya. So here we go. Welcome to the party here in Vallorcine, and welcome to the party here in Chamonix. So, two French athletes, Ludovic Pommeret, Camille Bruya. Hey, so last year when Ludo finished, I think it was 5th, the team were carrying him shoulder high around the finish line. Let's see what they've got planned for this year. And here we have the tranquility of, oh no, we're back in Chamonix again. And if you want to buy yourself a souvenir in Chamonix, I think the Ludovic Pommeret t-shirts are something else. Very rock and roll. Bravo, Ludo. So Ludo's time last year, 20 hours, 57 minutes for the full course. And he's going to be inside that again. Well done, Ludo. Hey! Here it comes, officially a UTMB legend. You become a UTMB legend when you win the UTMB, but Ludo, even if he hadn't won, he would have been considered a UTMB legend. But here it comes. Here comes another king of Chamonix. Bravo, Ludo Pommeret. Bravo, Ludo. got plenty of time now. Our next runner is down probably about another 20 minutes away. Yannick Noel from France. Yannick is pushing hard, as is Shen Jiasheng from China. Rod Farvard, the birthday boy, Rod, is into the top 10. And we have our third Chinese athlete. So 3 Chinese athletes now in the top 10. Zhao Jiaju. Yep, you're so right. Everybody loves Ludo. So, just all eyes on the women's race while we celebrate Ludo. So, Courtney's due into Valocine about 3 o'clock. I would put some good money on the fact that Katarina Hartmut is probably going to arrive before Courtney, and that's going to be our top 4. And Lucy Bartholomew is about half an hour down now on Katarina Hartmut, so that's what's going on there. Here we go, gang. The calm and sanity of nature away from Chamonix. Ruth Croft now working her way away from Valocine on her way towards the Col de Monte before she gets stuck into the final climb. She's already crossed the road. Yep, so well done, Ruth. Still powering along. The poles have been very visible all day. We saw Ruth with the poles even on the downhill passing Courtney de Walter, which seems like it was an eternity ago now. So yeah, so you can see the road on the right-hand side. So Courtney isn't quite at the Col de Monte yet, but she's going to be there shortly. She's going to turn to the left, and then this is the road here. Yeah, so once she gets to there, then there was historically the climb up the Tête au Vent that they're not doing, and then she's going to pick up the other thing. Okay, well, Madge is having his food right now. We'll continue that conversation when he's finished. So there we go. So we're all good right now. I'm playing catch up. So we can see Camille Brouillard, our second place female athlete. There she goes. The trail's sticky now, but they are drying out after several days of epic rainfall and snowfall up high. And yeah, so Camille Brouillard now, she is, we gave you a time check, 24 minutes down on Ruth Croft. So it's Camille and Ruth, top 2. Courtney de Walter still in 3rd. And we've been tracking Courtney from time to time. She is digging deep into the pain cave and continuing her journey around the Mont Blanc. Yeah, in the chat, can't wait to see Rod finish. I have a feeling there's going to be a birthday cake at the finish line. Today is Rod Farvard's birthday, so Rod started last night. It was not his birthday, and he's going to finish on his birthday. Here we go, Courtney de Walter. There's Courtney. She continues her journey, despite the challenges that we can see. And yeah, we've had this conversation a lot about, in terms of athletes, if they're having a tough day, one option is to just bail, and that doesn't impact your UTMB index. But Courtney's choosing to keep slugging her out. She's got the family supporting her. She's got the team supporting her. There we go, Ruth Croft now running alongside the road. So she's cleared the Col de Monte. And very shortly you can see the marshals just ahead. Ruth is going to traverse the road. And then it's the final climb truly, the final climb truly begins. So there we go. Ruth Croft. And Camille Brouillard. Hey. So yeah, there we go, Ruth. turning right now, and then it's rolling for a while, up, bit of down, and then we already saw Tom and Ben and Josh fighting their way up the climb before the big crowds already at the top of La Flégère as well as down into Chamonix. And if I look, so runners outside the top 10 in the women's race that still have an opportunity to break. And then we've got 11th, we've got Lauren Peretz. 12th from Ireland, Emma Stewart. Suzanne Zalauer from I think, Germany. Kelsey Hogan. Mighty Mayora, so Mighty former top 3 winner here, runner here. Melanie Delazois. Heather Jackson. Heather Jackson is still going strong. She's in 17th place right now. She's gone through Champex. She's on the climb up to the Bovine. Laura Hansen, Lindsay Dwyer, and then wrapping up our top 20, Hannah Dirksen. So those runners, depending on how they're going, then there's an opportunity for them to break into the top 10, depending on how some of the top 10 runners are going. Yeah, some of those routes are something else, and Ruth managing to clamber over some of those, and yeah, she's familiar with this final climb now, so getting stuck in. Last year, flying through the second half of the UTMB course, the fastest second half split ever. Hey, Heather Jackson's fans in the chat, of course. So Ruth Croft, Camille Brouillard, Courtney Dowalter, Katharina Hartmuth, Lucy Bartholomew, Anna Carlson, Magali Mellon, Maëlle Deroise, Alisa Clark, and Claudia Tremps. That is your top 10 into the aid station. Sorry, that's your top 10 on the UTMB course right now. The times are updated per checkpoint. They're not updated live on the course between each of the aid stations. I've seen one or two of those questions in the chat. We're not there yet. And if you're just joining us, the news from the top of the men's podium. Tom Evans, 19 hours, 18 minutes, 58 seconds. Ben Demon, 19 hours, 51:37. And Josh Wade, 20 hours, 5 minutes, and 6 more seconds. We've had 6 of our men's top 10 across the finish line. Yannick Knowles next, due in shortly from France. Then we have Shen Jiasheng, Shen from China. He's already on the descent to Chamonix as well, as is the birthday boy, Rod Farvard. And in fact, Shen has a 4-minute lead at the top, so those two better keep an eye out for each other. And 3 minutes behind Rod, we have Zhao Jiaju from China. So they are, and as it stands, the top 10's looking pretty locked now. Baptiste is, about 15 minutes down. So I'm saying that the top 10 is looking like a done deal. They've just got to reach Chamonix now. So Cody Lind in 13th, Canyon Woodward in 14th, Camille Lesniak 15th, William England from Sweden in 17th, and Nicholas Gourdon is our 20th runner. And Ruth Croft, strangely enough, Ruth is our 21st runner overall on the course right now. So Ruth is about 20 minutes behind the 20th place athlete, but Ruth just outside the top 20 overall. And actually, Cami is 22nd, so there are some big gaps opening up now at the front of both the men's and the women's race.
Bonjour, Keith.
Hey, I can hear you. So yeah, how was your lunch?
It was amazing, sir. It was amazing. Nothing better than watching someone like Ruth crush this last climb up to La Flégère and chowing down some goat's cheese on a French baguette. You know what I mean? Look at her go.
Hey, and and Madge, thanks a lot for the coverage earlier this morning in the madness that was Arnuva. At what time did you get to Arnuva this morning?
Yeah, we were there early. We got there at about 2:30 this morning, and then we jumped on the live stream not long before 4 o'clock. I think everyone's schedule was a little bit thrown out when they made that last-minute course change and took out the pyramids. So, you know, runners were coming into Courmayeur 45 minutes earlier, and of course we had to get out to Arnuva a little bit earlier too to get on the live and bring that part of the world to life. Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks for that. That was much appreciated. When I woke up this morning at 5:30, it was a quick chance to catch up on what was going on. So you and Alexis doing a grand job there just to keep us all informed of what was going on.
It was super interesting to see runners come through. You know, we saw Tom and Ben Diemer come through first and second place, and they were just racing. You know, they were racing. And we got to then see some footage of the Grand Col Ferret, and it was just hectic up there. It looked just like a place that you didn't want to be running, really.
It was fun when we saw Courtney at the top of the Grand Col Ferret, like getting in the sleet and the snow. There's Tom in the valley with his jacket open, sleeves rolled up, and it was 1,000 meters, and the difference was insane. And so, if you look at the time of Tom and Ben, considering the conditions, that is even more impressive. So, so that was this morning. So a huge thank you to you and Alexis for doing that. Yannick Noel, our next runner coming in, we just saw him on the screen. Yannick was 10th in the UTMB last year. So another runner like Josh Wade that's going to be happy with. In fact, Josh Wade was 11th last year. So both of those boys have had an improvement in their results for this year. So that's all you could ever hope for.
Yeah, and I'm sure it is very, very sweet to come back and get such a result here. Good to see a few more of the French men come through and get into that top 10. It was a bit light on there for the home nation there for a while, Keith.
Yeah, well, one thing we need to remind our viewers is that the French national team that's going to be racing at the World Championships next month in Spain, they have a hard rule about racing 30 days before the World Champs. So there are a lot of French athletes. One of the few federations that actually has that rule. I think the Brazilian team might be the same. So the French are maybe lighter this year in that respect. But I don't think that's going to take anything away from Tom Evans or any of the other guys. So you've got to be here to, you've got to be in it to win it. So, but Yannick will take his 7th spot. I'm sure he's not going to be unhappy with that. So so Team Innovate's Yannick Noel on his way down to the finish line now. Yannick has about a 10-minute lead on the next runners.
Here's Ruth just getting robotic about this climb.
Yeah.
She's really quite aggressive with these poles and making sure that she gets the most out of them.
Yeah, we had the king of poles yesterday in the studio in the morning. So we had Petter Engdahl in here for a long time. And Petter kind of talking about, it was kind of like chuckling about Hayden still getting ready, used to the poles. In fact, Hayden was joking. We saw Hayden at the start line yesterday with his poles, kind of playing up to the crowd. Ruth's been using them like all the way through. I seem to remember her pulling them out on that first climb after Les Ouches yesterday.
Yeah.
And those have been out and about, even on the descent today as she passed Courtney, because every now and again there was a punchy little climb, and Ruth was still working those poles.
Yeah, that's the beauty of knowing this course so well, is you can just make the most of those small climbs by getting out the equipment that you want to use, you know, and knowing this course so well and knowing which climbs they are, it really allows you to maximize the use of those poles, because, you know, there's no point carrying them if you're not going to use them. And if you've been training with them all summer, you're obviously going to be in a place where your ability to use them is going to help you out.
Yeah, we've seen Debo. Debo's been talking about poles all week in all of his different podcasts. He's been presenting here for UTMB, and Debo's kind of poles, and even today when that was the message he sent to us just as Ruth was passing Courtney. So it's like poles. So yeah.
Yeah, unreal. Actually, you mentioned Rod Farvar before. We saw him at a Nuve aid station earlier on this morning, and he said it was the best he's ever felt going through the night.
Nice.
So he's obviously, and he was a little ways back from. He was definitely out of the top 10 then. So he's taken that and done really well up to this point today.
Yeah, and I think Rod, I'd heard Rod talking before the race, talking about he challenged himself to deal better with the low points, if you like, and to quote Ben Demon, turn pessimism into optimism, and Rod's obviously doing a good job of that today. So yeah, Rod is looking good. He's 22 minutes away from finishing in Chamonix, and hopefully there's a birthday cake for him at the finish line.
It's amazing. Funny enough, Keith, I've actually finished here once. I finished UTMB, and it was my birthday the day before, and they sang "Happy Birthday" on the finish line, and it was really, really cool.
Well, I wonder if Corinne Malcolm's going to be leading rendition, because Corinne is doing the support crew right now for Rod.
Oh,
so I wonder if Corinne is going to be leading a rendition of "Happy Birthday" to Rod. We'll find out soon enough.
They're professionals down there at the finish line of UTMB, so it would not surprise me at all. It would not surprise me. Yeah, as you said, Camille Bruyas, 22nd overall. No one in between her and Ruth, actually, in the overall standings. So the women's race is really taking on its own. She's definitely got a bit of distance between herself and Ruth, but there's nothing but daylight between those two, right. And no other runners. And I wonder if she knows that.
Right. Did you see the end of the CC women's race last night, Madge?
No, I did not.
Here, the first woman was at the bottom of these stairs. The second woman was here. It was unbelievable. After racing for so long, so we had Martina Mlinacic and we had Sylvia Nordskog. They overtook each other twice on the downhill from La Fougère. It was in the dark, but we had the camera there. It was incredible. I think the gap at the finish line was 10 to 13 seconds.
Wow.
So the women's races this week, we had the OCC, both the men's and the women's, and then yesterday the women's race. Wow, it was electric. So if you haven't seen that, everybody, anyone who's just joining today, go and look on the UTMB Live kind of social feeds and look at the end of the women's CCC. It has got to be believed after racing for so long. So Martina and Sylvia, absolutely incredible. And then Anna Tarasova was literally less than a minute behind him. So the top three women after the CCC yesterday, they were less than 2 minutes apart at the finish line. It was incredible.
So good.
So yeah, it was just like a wow moment. Here we go, Yannick, round to the right. And there's the dream sign, 1 kilometer to go. Hey, good morning to the gang in Asheville in North Carolina, as well as the gang in, everyone's waking up now. And Rod Farvar, so let's give our first American athlete coming to the finish line since you've woken up. It's going to be birthday boy Rod Farvar in the men's race. Yeah, we've already, if you're just waking up. So, and the good news is that Ben Demon, your permanent resident these days of the Pyrenees, Ben Demon's second place overall. So we're going to have 2 US athletes in the top 10, along with 2 Brits and 3 Chinese and 3 French. Yeah. So there's a lot less diversity in terms of nations in the men's category, whereas we've got a much bigger spread of nations in the women's race.
It's such an interesting one, hey, when you know someone is a resident of another country, yet they fly the flag of their birth country. So you're just sitting here in the commentary saying that they're our first American runner, and you're like, I wonder what they want us to say right now.
Well, I think Ben's easy. So Lottie Brinks, for example, yesterday, Lottie's listed as American, but she was born in Germany. And so everyone in chat's like, she's German. And so it's, so we're happy to give out both. And I was joking with the French team, said if Ben Demon won, he was definitely French. So if he's second, are you still going to claim that or not? So, but Ben's wife is French. They live in the Pyrenees. They have a young child together. So, yeah, Ben's, Katie shied. Katie's American, but Katie lives all the time in France as well. So, hey, yeah.
Very international sport.
Exactly.
These days. Very international sport, which is cool.
Yeah. So well done, Yannick. Enjoying. I mean, it's such a fabulous view as you come to the finish line now. Straight ahead is the fresh snow. Is kind of hidden there in the clouds of the Mont Blanc. And yep, he's almost home and dry.
Yeah, the crowds are still out here on the streets. It's going 2:45 local time, so he's just popped over 21 hours in the race here, which is just such an amazing run. For finishing UTMB with 21 hours and change is something to be stoked and proud of. I'm sure he's really feeling the energy of this crowd and really looking forward to finishing this race.
Yep. For those of you maybe just joining us, so Courtney is digging deep out on the course. She's expected in Valentine soon. I think Courtney's quite clearly carrying an injury or something now, or she's picked up an injury, let's call it that. And but she is still slugging it out, and she's moving slower than we would normally expect from Courtney, but she's still digging deep. She is in the pain cave. So Ruth passed Courtney on the descent after La Folie. In fact, it was almost like everything happened in 10 minutes. Ruth passed Courtney just before they started the climb up to Champex-Lac, and then literally at the climb, Camille Bruyère also passed Courtney. So it was it all happened within a 10-minute window from my memory, which that was already many, many moons ago today.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so that was that was a long time ago now.
Yes, and
Yep.
that is the way it happens out there sometimes.
Yep, and Z, well done for listening to us. So you were absolutely right. We have 10,000 runners here across all the different races, and this year I think it's the broadest we've ever had. 121 nations are represented here, somewhere like that. So trail running continues its global reach, and I think things like this broadcast don't do it any harm whatsoever.
No, absolutely.
Well done, Yannick. Yannick Noel, our 7th place finisher into Chamonix.
Hey, Yannick. Amazing run here. Another one for the French coming through.
Yep, 3 French athletes now in the top 10. Woohoo! It looks very clean.
The French always have a bath at La Flégère. That's what they say, huh?
I've never ever heard that expression before. You just made it up. And like Australians are good at that. It's like, say it with confidence. I was like, really?
No, he's looking good. I think he's very, very relieved and happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
Smile on his face. Yannick Noel, kudos, my friend, kudos.
All right, team, this is Stephanie back on the mic. What have I missed in the last 20 minutes?
Yay. There's the beautiful weather in town is welcoming these runners in, Steph. We have just gone over 21 hours in the race. So they are moving and shaking, and they are looking good. Camille Bruyère is on the camera right now, still in 2nd place, and there is no one between her and Ruth Croft, who is leading the women's race. So it's they are in. Ruth is in 21st position overall, and Camille is in 22nd.
And it looks like the spread between Ruth and Camille has widened, at least since I've been off. We are going into a commercial break, but stay with us. We will be back shortly.
Je vais la quitter dans 30 secondes.
Allez, t'envoie.
qui?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We're in the UTMB men's top 10. So we've got Shen Jiasheng from China is in 8th, and right behind him is the birthday boy from the United States, Rod Farvard. So these two, 8th and 9th, they are 1K from the finish line. So I'm in the studio here with Stephanie Case and the one and only Madge.
Yes, Keith, great to see Jiasheng Shen coming through here into town. He did not finish the race last year, and he definitely felt the sting of that. He came over to Australia earlier this year to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. He won that race so comfortably and in control, and he absolutely dominated on that day. He did not take the start line of Western States. He had a spot there to run that because he had placed top 10 there last year, and he obviously saved his biscuits, his matches, and his baguettes, and he made his way over here to France and made sure that he put on a great show and a great effort here at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc.
Shen had a big ankle injury. I think that was why he didn't do Western States. So there was a big question mark about him even taking the start here. So I think he's going to be so happy with this, especially with that injury that he had. I was talking to his wife before the race. So Zoe's the one that speaks English. So yeah, so he had an ankle injury. I don't want to say it was broken, but it wasn't good.
Yeah.
So this is even more impressive.
Well, we've been talking before that this has been a bit of a revenge tour for the top men. You mentioned that he DNF'd at UTMB last year. He is joining an illustrious group of 4 of the top 5 men, all DNF'd at UTMB last year. So again, the secret to success at UTMB 2025 is DNFing in UTMB 2024.
Yeah, I've been calling it the UTMB Academy, where you go out there and you learn a lot, both about the course, but you also learn a lot about yourself. And we saw it today with Tom, we saw it today with Ben, and you come back wiser, stronger, and maybe even faster.
And there we have a split screen with Rod Farvard on the left. It is his birthday. What an amazing way to spend your birthday. He had his birthday mashed potatoes at Courmayeur. Corinne Malcolm, who was crewing him, said she was going to try to bring him a birthday cake, but she failed. All she could bring was the mashed potatoes. And I asked him which one he would prefer. And he said he wasn't too stoked about the mashed potatoes.
Well, Corinne, just as a heads up, you've got 2 minutes. There's a few cake shops here in Chamonix, so
yeah,
there really isn't an excuse.
That's
so yeah, come on, get the HOKA gang to put their hands in their pockets, of which they've been doing a lot of that recently. So big thank you to them for funding a lot of what we're doing today. So here we go, Shen Jiasheng. And so this is the second North Face athlete in the top 10 after Josh Wade in third spot. We nearly lost our camera guy.
Yeah, he lost his phone, that's for sure.
And
Shen
Jiasheng with the North Face coming through into Chamonix. This has just been such a good race for him, coming off of that DNF, as we were saying, in 8th place overall, following Yannick Noel, with Rod Farvard on his heels, probably about 7 minutes behind.
Shen, currently our second Chinese runner in the top 10, coming into this finish line in Chamonix, the famous, incredible blue arch of the UTMB Mont-Blanc.
And he is booting it.
He's getting it done. Look at that. Absolutely stoked.
There
Well
we go.
done, Shen.
Let's bring up the energy.
Yay.
Welcoming in our 8th place male finisher at UTMB, arms outstretched. Congratulations, Shen Jiasheng.
And there you go. Shen's son is such a little style icon, and I think he's like, yeah. And there's there you go. There's Zoe, his wife, and his little boy there. So yeah, it's like mini Shen. So yeah, and I'm loving the new hair from Shen these days. He's kind of got this new style.
Yeah.
Here we go. Rod Farvard is down by the bridge. The birthday bridge, just completely made that up. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but neither does most of the things I say. Thank you, Madge. I could read that in your head.
The final birthday climb.
Exactly. Rod Farvard on the bridge. And yeah, 1K to go. Camille Brouillard has just crossed the main road between Argentière and the Col de Monte. So, Camille Brouillard, welcome to your final climb.
Yeah, she's crossing back into the Chamonix Valley here at the top end. Col de Montet is just behind her. Trailer Chap is right there. And this section of trail is going to take her all the way into Chamonix. There's 2 broken up climbs on that, and you can see Ruth has done the first one of those because she's descending just a little bit now. So what they do is from that road where we just saw Camille Brouillard, they climb up. It's a pretty steep climb, and then they have this little technical downhill which is brutal. Like look at this descent that Ruth is on right now. There are so many roots and so many rocks, and you can see that she's just walking, because look at this, and she's using her poles to put herself down. This section of trail that disconnects these 2 climbs up to La Flagère is just gnarly. It's really disgusting. Look at Ruth move down this. Ruth is a ballerina at the best of times when she's running on a trail, and she's just not even entertaining that notion right now. But this bit of trail, yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, you're quite right. The camera doesn't really give us a good sense of how it is, so we can tell just by the way that that Ruth was moving. Man, one wrong move on that technical descent. I mean, we've said that the win is in the bag, and it is, until you do a faceplant.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's possible. I mean, we had Tony McCann on the broadcast earlier. Tony unfortunately had a terrible fall in CCC that took her out of the running. So, Ruth is playing it really smart. She knows that if she just plays it safe, if she gets down in a perhaps more conservative way down the hill, then there is no question that she'll be bringing home the W.
Yeah. And that's happened there. I remember back, I don't know exactly what year it was, maybe it was 2016, when Seth Swanson and Dave Laney were racing down from La Flagère, and Dave Laney moved on to the podium into 3rd place because Seth Swanson took a really big stack, and they changed positions as as they were heading down on that final section down into Chamonix. So it's it's not over till it's over. That's for sure.
Good memory on that one.
So we almost went to a split screen then of Zhao Jiaju, who is our 10th place runner, but they took it away. So I wasn't sure if they were going to let us know that we had a bit of a sprint finish going on for 9 and 10. We do like those after last night, but there we go. Yeah. There is Zhao Jiaju, and there's Rod, and they are both on this side of the river. And anybody up for a sprint finish?
Always.
9th and 10th, you get the same prize money if that kind of helps you guys in deciding whether it's worth it or not.
Yes.
But you're both in the top 10. This is going to be rounding out our podium, our men's podium in this year's UTMB.
It always just fascinates me that we can have people running for this length of time for 100 miles for 21 hours, 16 minutes, and it comes down to just a couple hundred meters.
Yep. I think we're in the women's race between 4th and 11th right now. Literally, there's so much that can happen. Courtney's kind of in that no-person land. We don't really know what's going on with Courtney right now. But between 4th all the way through to 11th, 12th, there is so much opportunity to move up between now and the finish in Chamonix.
So we, with the finishing time of around 21:17, 21:18, that is a full 2 hours behind first place Tom Evans. So the split amongst from 1st to 10th is actually quite big.
I can give you the split from last year if you would like that, because I have it.
I have it right here. Actually, it's
do?
1 hour and 50 minutes on the men's side between 1st and 10th. For the women last year, it was 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, so Vincent and then Yannick Noel, who we've already seen finish. Yannick wrapping up our top 10 last year. Cody Lind was in the top 10 last year. Cody's just outside that right now. And yeah. Well done, Rod. And happy birthday.
Yeah, let's hope they have worded up the finish line team. Get their vocals going for this birthday boy coming in here. Top 10 at UTMB. I think he'd be pretty happy with that. I saw him at Anuva at 100k into the race. He said that it's the best he had ever felt going through the night, and he was in a super positive mindset. And so it's no surprise that he's moved from that place into the top 10.
So let's get the birthday and the USA gifts going there, gang.
Yeah. Yeah, he's happy. Look at that. Getting the crowd going. Rod Favard, top 10 at UTMB 2025 here. Congratulations, sir. Unreal. Happy birthday to you.
Monica's got the same intel as we have.
I think he'll be relieved with that one. I think that is a huge result that he'll be very happy with.
So Rod, 21 hours, 18 minutes. And here comes our 10th finish there. Oh, and I need a pair. Oh no, I thought that was a pair of gold leggings. No, it is kinesiology tape gone crazy there. Well done to our 3rd Chinese athlete in the top 10. So Zhao Jiaju, congratulations.
Wow, so in the top 10, we have 1, 2 from the UK. We have from the US 2. We have 3 from China and 3 from France.
We do.
Cool.
Yes, our 3rd Chinese runner coming into the top here, 10 here. He is taking no time to get that jacket off. Look at that sprint finish. Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
This is the way to finish UTMB, just growling that animalistic energy coming out. Oh,
wow.
The crowd.
Whoever did the tape job, that was a good job. It stayed on. So, yeah, Courtney should be there or thereabouts now in Vallocine, but and then we've also got Katarina Hudmuth there, so probably once we've bagged our top 10 here, we may well have our camera teams going back to Valocine. I'm just looking in the main room there on the big screens. Can we see any footage from Valocine? So we'll wait and see. There we go, as if by magic.
And there's Courtney moving a little bit better than we saw her earlier. She was down to a walking pace on the trails, but it seems that when the crowds come out, when she gets back towards her support, that she does tend to start to move a little bit better. I'm sure it's giving her a mental boost, but she is really not running the way that we are used to seeing her. Not sure if it's an IT band issue or some kind of a muscle injury, but she is gritting it out. My goodness, that pain cave is getting larger and larger. She says she likes to sit in it and chip away, and she has been doing that for some hours now. I am so impressed that she is still in the game here.
I have a feeling that I think the kids have made a little banner there with Courtney's name on it, so Courtney's kind of chatting away to them.
Now, Courtney, of course, has been undefeated at UTMB up until now. If she's run it, she has won it. So this will be breaking that streak. But in 2023, when she last ran it, she was completing the Triple Crown of Western States Hard Rock UTMB. This year, she DNF'd at Cocodona 250, but she was able to get the win at Lavaredo. And it's interesting. We're talking with Martin Ruthcroft's partner and our fellow commentator before the race. He was saying he wasn't sure that that Courtney was looking necessarily so strong coming into this race. And now we see his partner Ruthcroft on the split screen using the poles on the descent. We've been talking about how difficult that last technical bit of the course is coming into Chamonix.
It's difficult and disgusting.
And
Steph.
disgusting.
It's
That was
absolutely
right.
disgusting.
Do we have a good sound effect for that?
But you know, you said it well, Steph. Hey, like Ruth is just not taking any chances.
Yeah.
Like you could push and you could try and run that, and as so many of these runners will have done in training leading up to this point. But Ruth is just going with the conservation, and she's just being smart about it.
Absolutely.
There's no point taking any risk on that kind of a downhill, because it's disgusting and it's difficult, it's technical, and you could see there that she was, like just walking down.
Hey,
Yeah.
Matt, how do you really feel about that descent? Is it disgusting?
I think it's so disgusting. I think it's so disgusting.
You're traumatized from running the TDS, which is of course a different race.
Which is
the less
equally
it is.
disgusting.
It's got its moments, yeah, for sure. But I really honestly I went and trained on that section of trail. Not like I wasn't running UTMB, but I knew that TDS would be technical, and I knew that section, although it's quite small, is just like perfect for making your eyes and your head and your feet all work together in as much unison as possible, because if you don't, you're just going to be eating a rock. It's so it's awesome to see Ruth just take her time and she obviously knows she's in a position, and as soon as she gets back onto that climb, which is going to happen pretty soon, she'll traverse this little section here, which is a little flatter and a little more runnable, and then she hits a trail junction where then it goes back uphill, and it's a steep climb up to La Flégère, and I think this might even be the trail junction here.
Yep.
And
I think if a course record was at stake here, then maybe we would see her pushing a bit more. But as you say, she's taking it pretty conservatively. And talking about all of those tree routes, all of that technical bit, we saw when things started to get dark in CCC yesterday, when the lead women were coming down that trail, they took off their head torches. Martina took off her head torch and held it down near the trail to really help shine. Light up those tree roots a little bit more. When you get that different angle from the head torch on the roots, it really highlights the shadows and makes sure that you don't miss a thing, because it's hard during the day to do this, but when you are also doing it at night, even worse. Ooh,
Yeah.
A little bit of a
So,
trip
guys,
there.
just to let you know, we just saw Judith Vida. I think that was Judith Vida just on the course there cheering Ruth Croft. So it's kind of cool that the elites and Judith was racing Thursday. That was already felt like 3 weeks ago. So Judith out on the course now. So the elite athletes, even if they're not racing today, they're out cheering the runners. So that was Judith Vida from Switzerland, who got caught out by the train. The OCC was diverted. They ended up crossing a railway line, and the second pack in the women's race, they were stuck behind the barrier for about 2 minutes.
You know how it goes, Keith. No trains wait for anyone in Switzerland.
100%.
Stick to time. Stick on the time schedule, mate. And
what I'm looking forward to now is when Courtney comes out of this aid station, the crowd they're already wild. They're going to go next level wild.
Shall we listen in? Oh, nope. The camera has gone to a different shot. It's certainly lots of local support. That's what I love about the crowds around these races. They're cheering on the elites. They're cheering on the leaders when they're having a good time. But they also provide so much support and encouragement when they know that they're favorites, when they know that the leaders are struggling. Not just in person, but also online. We saw an outpouring of support for Tony McCann, who was in the broadcast with us this morning when she came into the aid station after her really nasty fall on the trail in the CCC course. Tony, the returning, defending champion. But she will live to see another day and come back and get the win next time.
Come on, Courtney, you're the best.
So I'm interested to see here as Courtney comes into Valersine. We also have the live trail predicting Katarina Hartmuth coming in any minute now in Valersine. So how far apart are they actually? Then there is that battle between Lucy Bartholomew and Anna Carlson. We're not sure who actually is in the lead, but it looks like Anna might have overtaken Lucy. We got some intel that Lucy might have been struggling a little bit at the last checkpoint. And then we have a new 7th place who we haven't talked about yet, Maëlle Doruaz from France. We haven't talked about her yet. This is the first time I've seen her in the top 10. It was Alyssa Clark who was in 7th, who has now dropped down to 10th place. So keeping an eye on that one. It just gives you a sense of how fast Courtney ran the beginning part of this race, the middle part of this race. The fact that she is moving this slowly now and still able to hold on to 3rd.
Listen to this crowd for Courtney Dauwalter. 3rd place female coming in here.
God, that's what I love to see. All smiles, Kevin there greeting her with a huge grin. God, their energy is so cool. I'm really myself as a runner taking some lessons from this. Let's see if we can listen in. Courtney's partner, Kevin, giving her, I think, a little pep talk there. Keeping things super calm. Courtney has the highest UTMB index on the women's side by far. There she is. That's one of her classic Courtney moves at the aid station, brushing her teeth. When you're drinking, such sweet liquids and gels for so many hours, it can really just feel quite disgusting to run around with fuzzy teeth. Courtney does prioritize that. Also, often see her with eye drops. She has in the past, before she kind of sorted everything out, had some vision problems, and when she doesn't take care of her eyes in that way. Some other elite female athletes have had that same problem. Katarina Hartmuth, for one, she said she actually went blind for a couple hours at Hard Rock. I don't know how she moved through that. There we go, Courtney! With a smile, she is gritting her way through this. She is out of Valersine, still in third place.
What I can tell you, UTMB fact for you, the UTMB Legends, title is saved for anyone that's won the UTMB. Tom Evans becomes the 13th unique legend. 13 different winners. Some of them have won it multiple times. If Ruth Croft wins, Ruth will become the 13th female legend. We've had 13 potentially different legends. If ever Courtney needed an excuse to keep going.
Oh my lord.
The gang are giving her one right now.
Look at
that. So good. I love the French pronunciation of Courtney. Courtney. So good. Oh, she's got the crown is on.
That is our queen.
Oh, so good.
She is keeping a sense of humor about this. She's out there to just enjoy it, even though she is continuing to chip away inside the pain cave. I love the fact that she's wearing this crown.
That's so cool.
That is amazing. Oh, we've had the Western States snorkel, and now we have the UTMB crown.
Poor old Courtney, because she's not running, she's going to be stuck with these guys for a while.
Definitely has an entourage wherever she goes, whether it's walking or running. Though when she's running, it's tough for us to keep up. It was amazing. I took this photo just to capture the interest around her at Courmayeur in the middle of the night when she came through. She was at the aid station, and there must have been about 15 cameras just studying every single move.
Yeah, it's a whole nother level now with the regards to content and someone like Courtney, everyone wants a photo, everyone wants a video.
But, I understand the interest around it, and it was nice to see anyone who was there filming was still incredibly respectful. When Ruth was doing a quick change, kind of signaled to everyone that she was going to be getting undressed, and everyone immediately turned their back, and that's something obviously we need.
Is that Katarina?
That's Katarina, yeah.
Katarina Hartmuth. There we go.
The overtake. Katarina Hartmuth.
And she's kind of stopping for a chat with Courtney. Hey, Courtney, how you doing?
Not a long chat, though. She is powering ahead. And as we see this overtake, we are going into a commercial break. Exciting moment. Please stay with us. We'll see you in a minute.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series. We're into our final event now of the week, the UTMB. We're at the, we just saw Katharina Hartmuth from Germany. Katharina stopped, said hi to Courtney, and then passed Courtney. So Katharina now moving up into third place. We were just looking at the timings. I kind of still feel that, you know, despite the way that Courtney's moving, she's still digging in there. And there's still a chance that Courtney could still take a top 10 place by the very finish line. But Katharina now up to third place.
And then we will expect Lucy Bartholomew from Australia expected into Valersine around the same time as Anna Carlson. It looks like Anna might have passed Lucy on the last section from Les Sepp. And then shortly behind them, Maëlle Darouaz from France, who has sneaked into the top 10.
So, Madge, great news for Australia. Lucy Bartholomew 10th last year and doing a lot better this year. We've heard that from quite a few people, all graduates of the UTMB Academy.
Yeah, Lucy placed 10th the last 2 years, actually.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think she took that and really kind of set about making an improvement on that position. And you can see from the training that she was putting in leading into this race and I guess the commitment to time she was putting into being on the course and making sure she understood it even better and found opportunities to improve to make that happen. She was as high as third, I think, or fourth. Yeah, she might have been as high as fourth. Definitely at Anuva, she came in and she said she was having a lot of trouble seeing. Her eyes were very foggy, but yeah, seems like she's been able to push through that. Someone said before that it looked like she was limping into Triant, but when we went and saw the exit video from the Triant aid station, because you can go and look at the small videos from everyone going into a number of aid stations there, she actually looked like she was moving pretty well. So it didn't look like there was anything really happening there.
She was complaining about her vision as well at Courmayeur before she got to Arnuva. I know that she had a fall before she got to Courmayeur, but she had hit her shoulder. Not really anything that would affect her running too much. There is the replay of Katarina Hartmuth passing by Courtney, giving her a bit of encouragement as she surges into third.
This is Ruth Croft on the final climb leading up to La Flégère of the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. A point in the course that she knows very well and a point where she is still moving incredibly strong.
She is driving. We had seen footage of Camille just before, and it looked like she had slowed down. There is a difference between the two of them, just like we saw with Tom Evans and Ben Demon. I would draw an analogy here between Ruth is moving with the same intention and purpose that we saw with Tom, whereas Camille looked like she had slowed down a bit as Ben Demon had as well.
So we're expecting Ruth to the top of La Flégère in about 15 minutes. And according to our lovely little algorithm that obviously doesn't plug into humans, but is doing a pretty good job, Cami is probably about 25 to 30 minutes behind Ruth. But there we go. There's our first and our second runners in this year, the women's UTMB.
Yeah, Ruth is going to emerge from that forestry section and she's going to get onto the ski slope that leads up to La Flégère, which kicks up a bit. It definitely gets a little bit steeper, but the crowds up there are going to be incredible to see the first female come through.
Nice little cable car to upload everyone up there just to make it easier, but then also it's a fantastic hike walking back up the trail through the Café Floria, which we've already seen today with the runners going through. But there we go, Ruth Croft and Cami. So those routes suck.
Yeah.
Madge, describe it again. What was your description of this section of the course?
It's so disgusting.
Disgusting.
It's like
French, we would say dégueulasse. Oh, we can see, we can see Camille even stopping a little bit. She is definitely taking this with some care.
The number's been, and I think it's escaped off her bib, so she's just kind of pinning that back on. Yeah, it's just becoming annoying. So you've got a disgusting trail and an annoying bib. That's a horrible combination. So let's fix the one I can fix, because I really can't do anything about this trail. So there we go. Well done, Cami. Nice and tidy.
But one of the most beautiful, disgusting trails I've seen.
Yeah, the views off to the side are not too bad at all.
Yeah, she's really moving a little bit gingerly down this technical terrain, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Katarina and Cami, they raced pretty closely together in Hard Rock, not this year, but last year, right?
Yep. 2024.
2024. They both were on the podium.
Yep.
Behind Courtney that year?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
I need to fact check that one. I should know it. I think the first place was so obvious that I was really paying more attention to second and third. Yeah, of course, it was Hard Rock because that was the year. Oh, no, it was 2023 when she did Hard Rock Western and UTMB. So in 2024, I think she came back. She did get the win.
Yeah, well, Courtney Dauwalter was first place, Cami Brias was second, and Katarina Hartmuth was third at Hard Rock back in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And they are currently now sitting second, third, and fourth in the UTMB this year.
Oh, there you go. And then Katarina came back this year for a third place at Hard Rock again. But she's had a tough time at Hard Rock the last couple of years. She still hasn't had that standout performance that she knows that she is capable of. That course just kicks your ass, I can say from experience.
So we are expecting Lucy Bartholomew, Anna Carlson into Vallecine in the next few minutes. About 5 minutes behind that, we have Maëlle Derouaz from France. And then not long after her, Claudia Tramps, Magali Mellon, and and then there's a big gap between 9th and 10th. So Emma Stewart currently in 10th spot. Emma's about 55 minutes away from Valacine. And then looking over Emma's shoulder, there is Susanna Zalauer. So yeah, those two potentially fighting it out for top 10. Not sure how Elisa Clark is feeling right now, or Lauren Peretz, two US athletes just outside top 10.
Alyssa, we saw her move up into the top 10. Well, she was in the top 10, but we saw her move up the ranking out of Courmayeur, but now she has dropped down out of the top 10, so it looks like she's struggling a bit. I wanted to check on the background of Maëlle de Ruaz because we hadn't mentioned her. She has shot into the top 10 since the last checkpoint, but looking at her background, this is only her second 100-miler ever. She did Trail du Saint-Jacques by UTMB last year, coming in first, so she has clearly shown that she can do the 100-mile distance. But this will be her first time in the UTMB finals from the looks of it.
Catherine Hartmut is looking good, but just before we get too excited, Catherine was almost an hour, so 57 minutes behind Camille Bruyère at Valacine. So I think Katerina now has got a lot of daylight in front of her in terms of her position, and looking over her shoulder, she's also got a fair bit of daylight as well, probably up to 20 minutes now.
Yet the tracker is estimating that Katerina will still be an hour behind Camille coming into Flageur. And I think we can expect to see Anna Carlson come in next, popping into 5th place behind Katerina, with Lucy then dropping down to 6th. But still quite a few places above her 10th place finish from the last 2 years. Ruth really driving it home, wearing the classic Sun Gods, the same sunglass sponsor as Courtney. They certainly know how to pick them. They are also a sponsor of Tom Evans, who came in first on the men's side.
But if you want a real good pair of sunglasses, get some of those Rudy Projects.
Yeah.
Made in Italy.
Are they your sponsor, Madge?
No, but they are the sponsor of the UTMB World Series.
Oh, there you go.
Rudy Projects,
it's
my
not
man.
Julbo.
Not anymore, brother.
Okay.
We have switched it up.
Switched it up, my friend, and they are looking good. They are looking good.
Yet?
I haven't got a pair yet. I'm hoping someone drops one off on our desk before we...
You mean, and that's why you were just plugging that now in the chat? Yeah, that was a good one, Madge.
I mean, yeah, if anyone out there from Rudy Projects, the incredible sponsor of this race, is flashing some shades today. We can use them because it is getting hot in here with this race right now.
Any other brands you would like to give a shameless plug for, Madge? See, throw a few arrows out there. At least one of them's got to land. Looking for a new car?
Yeah. Let's go hard, hey. Let's go hard. I really enjoy my Dacia, but I would love one of those sweet looking Lamborghinis.
Hey, Z's agreeing with you in the chat about the Rudies.
Yeah. But Jia Shengshen from China, who came in 8th today.
Yep.
He is a car enthusiast. He loves. He's a car nut. He loves fast cars, and I was chatting to him back in Australia in a little interview before the race, and he doesn't speak a lot of English, but when you say Mercedes or BMW, he knows what you're talking about.
Of course.
And he's a lover of like fast exotic cars, which is cool.
So if we were going to name a car to the different performances of the athletes today, perhaps we can go there. We definitely saw the Lamborghini type of performance from Tom Evans. Courtney is now more in the
Cadillac?
Toyota Corolla?
No, Cadillac.
Better be careful where you go with this one. So I was kind of talking about a four-wheel drive, like a Fiat Panda or something.
Yeah.
Those don't knock them.
True.
So, yeah.
Of course, they are all Lamborghinis in our eyes.
And Madge, look what you've kicked off now. Some of the chat, they're also looking for some free glasses as well. So when the Rudy Project guy comes, maybe we have a competition for the chat. So
we need the scan and win competition to pop up sometime soon.
There's been a few of those. So yeah, keep an eye out or go on to the UTMB Live website somewhere, or you're already on there. So
it'll pop up.
You'll pop up your chance to scan and win prizes from HOKA and some of the other UTMB partners.
Yeah, you can also enter in and potentially get a bib into one of the UTMB World Series races.
Oh, that's the best prize of all.
Yeah.
You too can suffer through 100 miles next year through the hail and the wind and the rain to secure bragging rights for life.
Yeah, gang, and I know we all want to see Courtney. We're probably going to end up now focusing, as you would expect, on our first two athletes, maybe our third athlete, plus one or two of the others coming through Valacine. However, at the same time, when we do see Courtney up at La Flégère, because the crowd will be huge for that, we'll definitely... So you will see Courtney again, but maybe not as frequently as you would like to. And that's out of our control as well, by the way, gang. So we can't give Madge a hard time for that, or Stephanie, or even myself.
Oh, there we go. Courtney is from Colorado, so she is a Subaru.
Subaru, huh?
A Subaru. Is that how you say it?
No, I don't know, but that's how they say it in New Zealand. So I'm just rolling with it, yeah. But look at this disgusting trail on the side. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Cami Brias is going down.
Savage.
Look at that. It's just rocks and roots, and it's just, it's like the stairway to hell.
Yeah, and it makes you want to give me a climb any day of the week. And the good news, Cami, is there's one coming right at you. And then you can see, based on the tracker, Ruth is about to pop out of the trees shortly. And then she's going to get a visual of La Flégère and the top of this final climb. In the chat now, they're arm wrestling over Courtney. Obviously, Courtney lives in Colorado, but she was born in Minnesota.
Subaru is correct, according to someone in Japan. Okay, I am corrected now. I will change the way that I pronounce this for life.
Don't get me wrong, it's actually Ruth Croft who's someone who pronounces it Subaru.
Okay.
And so, you know, when you go over there to New Zealand and they're talking about Subarus, you just kind of get sucked in a little bit sometimes.
What do you call the cars, the trucks over in Australia where you have the front truck and then
is it the train? What's it called?
No.
Keith has got it. What do you got?
Not a wagon train. It is a something train.
A wagon train? No. We do have cars over there. We're not horse and carts still, right?
Wait, you know, a wagon is also a name for a truck where I'm from.
Oh, yeah, right.
So there we go. So,
where are you from?
From the UK. There we go. So, goodness. Man. Yeah. They'll come back to me. But yes.
It's
bad news for the kangaroos.
What is it? Tell me.
Called a ute.
A ute. I knew it was a.
Sorry. I was thinking of. I thought you were asking about where they have a truck with multiple trailers.
No.
Going across the country.
Oh, like a road train.
A road train. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, a ute. Yeah, no, utility vehicle. I kind of knew that one.
Yeah.
I just didn't. Yeah. See, you're definitely on Stephanie's wavelength. I'm not claiming that's a good thing, but I'm just making an observation. There we go.
Oh, yeah. It's, I tell you what, if you're in New Zealand and you're following along, it's no time to go to sleep.
No, and you can't even pull the "I'm feeling tired" card because
none of that BS.
No.
You are watching history being made as New Zealand's very first UTMB champion is making her way to the finish line of this infamous race. So, if you're in New Zealand and you want to see some history being made, make sure you ignore that bedtime tonight because it's going to be worth it.
Okay, and on the women's race, just an update. If you're following the tracker, we don't have visuals of it, but Anna Carlson, as we predicted, has come through and in and out of Valersine before Lucy Bartholomew. So Anna left Valersine at 3:38 local time, so 21:53 elapsed time, whereas Lucy Bartholomew appears to still be in the aid station.
Yeah, so let's see. Martin is back in the house. Yep. Seems like his job is done. So, yeah, Martin Gafouri waiting for Ruth Croft now. Ruth summoning all of her strength to get up this final climb on course for the UTMB Triple Crown, the OCC, the CCC, and now the UTMB. Yep, so it's deceptive. Cammy's on a relatively kinder part now, and Ruth's got another little bit of a kick up, and then it is really going to drag up now all the way up to the top here of La Flégère.
Families.
We have only about 8 kilometers to go until we have our first woman, Ruth Croft, coming in. Oh, you can see she is just hitting the start of the steepest part of the climb up to La Flégère. And then that very technical descent down through La Floria before you can start to get into the cruisy bit down to Chamonix.
You saw the graphic there, so 20% segment of this course. So, yeah, not so disgusting, but gnarly and, yeah, unforgiving.
Okay, Lucy Bartholomew has left Valersine Aid Station 2 minutes behind Anna Carlson, so a real battle between them. As Martin said yesterday, we still don't know what it means, but a ding-dong battle between 5th and 6th.
Lisa's asking about, is the TDS not important? So when the UTMB World Series was restructured, it's kind of along the lines of the 50K race, 100K race, and the 100-mile race. So the TDS sits outside of that. So it's not considered you know, one of the World Series kind of finals, if you like, but obviously the TDS was a part of the UTMB history. It's been around for a long time, and also it's a really tough race. So the winners of the TDS are absolutely recognized in that respect, but it's just not part of the World Series final. There's no big cash prizes that you're going to see for the OCC, the CCC, and the UTMB.
Quite right. But a lot of the runners do like to test their legs. It's a way of doing the race, doing a tough 100-mile category type of race before really taking the chance where there's a real spotlight on you for UTMB. I actually ran the first edition of the TDS in 2009 when it was 120 kilometers. The race has changed quite a bit. Back then, it started in Chamonix, ended in Courmayeur. Now it starts in Courmayeur, ends in Chamonix, and is quite a bit longer in distance.
Yeah, so we're as they've tried to expand the footprint of the amount of people that can that experience the UTMB finish, there's no opportunity to add more runners to the UTMB, the CCC, or the OCC. So the TDS is one option, as is the ETC. So there's about 10,000 runners. So the TDS is one of many races at the UTMB Running Festival. But the 3 that are ultimately part of the UTMB World Series, there's nice and simple numbers: 50K, 100K, 100 miles.
And, you know, I'm going to be controversial here and say I've done both the UTMB course and the TDS course. And I think the TDS is the prettier course of the two, which is a big thing to say given the images that we saw of some of the course over the last couple of days. But really, just because it's not part of the finals, don't count it out.
No, and also probably some of the most majestic views of the Mont Blanc are on that segment as you work your way up to the Petit Saint Bernard. If you ski that area, La Tuile, in the winter, the views of the Mont Blanc from there are incredible. So, yeah, I don't think that's too controversial, Stephanie Case. You're going to have to try harder.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, keep the questions coming, gang. We might not have all the answers, but between the four of us, we got Martin Gafouri in the studio now. We'll do our best. But yeah, TDS is tough, and TDS starts at 10 minutes to midnight on Monday evening, so it's almost a midnight start. The reason it's 10 to midnight, the timing used to say 00.00, and it created confusion. Is that on Monday night, Tuesday morning, or is that Tuesday night, Wednesday morning? So they just adjusted the time, so it was obviously in the Monday time zone.
And you know, I'm just taking a look at Ruth's stats. This is incredible. So we are over 22 hours now. We're 6 minutes off, or 9 minutes off what Katie Stride's record was. Of course, we can't do a direct comparison because we have a different course this year. But the total rest time that Ruth has had over these 22 hours is only 16 minutes and 9 seconds. So shout out to Martin, our fellow commentator, who is here because he has been crewing Ruth along the way. Martin, we were just saying total rest time of 16 minutes throughout the 22 hours, according to the stats. So not bad. Oh, okay. Martin is just telling us I was impressed by it, but he's not impressed with himself because he says they're 4 minutes off. Apparently last year the rest time was 12 minutes. Has Ruth, Martin, maybe pop on, has Ruth sat down at any of the checkpoints so far?
None. And it was always in the plan. But I think 14 is still pretty good, knowing that
16.
Yep. 4 minutes more than last year, considering that last year was the perfect day.
Yep.
Didn't have to change clothing. Like, we had to take off her waterproof pants, long sleeve twice. So there was quite a bit more faff going on. So I felt like Courmayeur was very messy.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually it got gradually better and better. But I think my biggest challenge, because Ruth loves chasing, but she hates being chased.
Okay.
And so she was always super stressed out coming into this station. I don't know if you could perceive it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. and I had to shake her a little bit in Trion and say, like, whoa, listen to me. No, in Valenciennes, the last one, I said, hey, listen to me. You get 22 minutes. There's less than 20K. There's no way in this world that Camille puts a minute per K until the finish on you.
Correct.
Meaning that now you stay focused, you eat, you do what you do, because it's only you between this finish line and yourself. So she was like, yep, that's good. But then she was super shy and said, oh, chill. And then I said, I don't know, apparently you didn't have images of like coming outside of
Holocene.
Thank you. But yeah, it was mad. It was mad. Like they're starting to scream when she was coming down the hill, and then it was mad. And I said, hey, enjoy it. Like this is a very special moment, very special place. And I mean, man, she's worked so hard to get there. So yes, this is not the finish that we saw last year. Like she's clearly now like hurting, but that was the plan this year. It was like, well, to be able to pull off the best performance, knowing that you had like legends like Courtney, it's like you're gonna have to hit that wall before you get to the finish line, and from then on, suck it up and grind it. And that's exactly what she's doing. But again, the legs are not shot. She's still eating. And even in Trion, she was still super sharp. She's like, yeah, I know what I want. I need this. So no, it's exciting when things align, and
she's
super
clearly
stoked for
focused.
Her.
And
Super stoked for her.
you know, you were talking down the 16 minutes of rest time, but Camille in second has had 20 minutes of rest time. So,
right. Okay.
Yep, an extra 4 minutes. If we look at Katarina Hartmuth, who's now in third, she's had 25 minutes of rest time.
So what's the fastest? Did you do it with the men as well?
Let me check on that and get back to you and tell you what Tom has gotten.
It would be interesting, yeah, to see, because it was Trail Running Review, the Spanish media who had done it last year, and with Ruth we had the fastest overall transition time in 12:50, and then the next up was 14 something. So we had been really good. But so I'm guessing now by seeing you shaking your head, it's like Tom was faster.
Tom was faster, 13 minutes and 3 seconds in total for the race. But we can also check on Ben Diemen in second. He had, 13 minutes and 4 seconds exactly.
Wow.
Isn't that funny? So both Tom and Ben had the exact same rest time through the aid stations. Josh Wade had 14. So again, Ruth in 16 minutes, still a little bit longer than the top 3 men. The top 4 men. But clearly with the women, she has moved through a lot quicker. Camille has been sitting down at every aid station that we've seen.
Yep.
She eats solid foods. I've noticed Ruth hasn't been taking in solids.
Nope. None.
Okay.
No. It was they were an option for bars, and she didn't take any.
Okay.
Yeah, which is good because when she ran Western States, like by the last 10, almost 15 miles, she really struggled taking gels and even more so keeping them down. Like she was gagging and I had to yell on her when I was pacing her. She's like, listen, either you want to get caught up now or you down a damn gel.
Hey, Martin, there's a question. Maybe you can answer this on behalf of Ruth or based on your conversation. It says, is this what Ruth was referring to as not the way she wanted to win over Courtney? Or, we talked about if Courtney DNF'd. Was that more of that?
Oh, 100%. I mean, Courtney was on the start line, and then I don't want to assume anything, but the way I see it is like Courtney was running extremely strong. Like the surge she put when she was going up Grand Col Ferret was substantial, and so she chose to play her cards there, and it might have been too early. I don't know, but that was a fair battle. And then Courtney going in, a lot of people were whispering in Chamonix like, oh, maybe Ruth can beat her. So she had to react, and that might have affected her racing style. But no, this is a fair and square battle, and it was good. I was talking with the person who's doing Camille. Camille's crewing, and I don't know if this is her partner or not, but he said like Camille is absolutely stoked to be second to Ruth.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's that means a lot.
So crowds up here kind of giving Ruth the welcome to the top of the last climb. There you go, Ruth Croft. You can have a moment in the aid station, and then there's going to be a crowd hiding the other side, and then...
So there's going to be gear check here. Have you seen it before?
No.
No.
Oh, it was supposed to.
They've done 2. There was one...
Where was the other one then?
It was at Les Contamines.
Ah, okay.
Les Contamines and Courmayeur.
And Courmayeur.
Yeah.
I thought it was here.
They did them early because of the weather.
Of course, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So, so normally we've had one surprise kit check on this course. So this year they added a second one because of the weather. There you go, Ruth. And breathe.
Oh yeah, you would have seen that in Valenciennes. She's down like 3 gels back to back. I was like, whoa, hang on. Like, you sure you want to have that many? And she was like, yep. And
she's got your voice in her ear right now. Eat that damn gel. So what is her favorite post-race meal? What are you going to have ready for her?
Kumara chips.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go, people. Ruth Croft leaving the final aid station.
Wow, she didn't take any water. She hasn't been drinking as much as she was planning on drinking in her plans. Like the last 2 aid stations, I picked up flasks that weren't fully empty. see how she does, like if the legs are still somehow okay or if she's starting to really hurt. I think that down some steps she looked like she was no bueno.
Everyone's been taking, at least the top women, everyone being Ruth and Kimmy have been taking that section very gingerly.
Kimmy's looking extremely well.
Kimmy is doing well uphill.
Oh yeah, downhill, yeah.
Downhill, not as well.
I didn't understand why she didn't use the poles downhill. 'Cause that helps a lot. And when she was going down in the Bichard, she definitely looked like she was hurting.
Yep.
But she wasn't using poles, and I'm like, oh.
Okay, Martin, you have 35 minutes to get yourself down to the finish line.
I think I can handle that. Oh, yeah. So 35 minutes is the anticipated time.
Yes.
So this is slower time than last year. Because what do you reckon that? But then there's 1.5. Oh, commercial break, team. Commercial break. We'll be right back.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey guys, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We are at the front of the women's race. Ruth Croft has just left the final A station at La Flégère. She's about 30 minutes away from the finish line in Chamonix. Ruth will become the first female to complete what we call the UTMB Triple Crown. Winner already of the OCC, winner of the CCC, and soon to be the 13th different legend, female legend, to win the UTMB. We've already had 13 individual winners in the UTMB over the years since 2003. And Ruth will be the 13th different winner of the women's UTMB as well.
Ruth using her poles on the downhill, trying to save what little is left in her legs. They are not completely shot yet.
I was laughing at the graphic. It seemed all elevated from the mountain there, but there we go. There's your two leaders. Ruth Croft is already on the descent. Camille Brouillard is on the downhill. The kind of projected time right now is around about 20 to 25 minutes between Camille and Ruth Croft. Katharina Hartmut. So apparently there's no TH in German. So thank you for telling that in the chat. So Katharina is now up to third place. She's about 40 minutes behind Cami. So Katharina up to third place. Cortina. Courtney Delwalter is still, she was in 4th place, and she is probably going to move back slightly as we continue through the course now. Anna Carlson and Lucy Bartholomew, probably the next 2 athletes to pass Courtney out on the course. But for now, all eyes on our soon-to-be champion of this year's UTMB, Ruth Croft.
Now, we had a question in the chat about Tom Evans and the course record. Tom Evans finished this race in 19 hours and 18 minutes, but we can't call it a course record because the Pyramide section in the night was cut out, and we were just having a little chat here about how much time we think that saved, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. We also, interestingly, at the beginning, we had a bit of a different route around Les Ouches, so it added 2 kilometers and about 100 meters of climb to the course before the course changed in the night, which took out 2 kilometers and 250 meters of climb, but a really tricky section to do in the night. So very difficult to compare times. We cannot say that Tom Evans has a course record compared to what Jim Walmsley has done previously, but I knew that Tom was, at least I heard, that Tom was going into this race hoping to run in 1940. So definitely he was chasing a course record.
Marta, is it Scott Johnson coaching Ruth?
Yes, and Scott has been with us the whole time. We had the party van,
right?
The 9 people following Ruth through all 8 stations, and Scott was there, and he said, like, man, like this year has been a lot of excitement because he was already at Western States with Caleb Olson.
Yes.
And then he says, like, and now, like, have both Tom and Ruth in the lead, and he says, like, it's a pretty okay proof of concept. And I say, Scott, it's probably a bit more than that.
Yeah.
Very humble person.
Indeed.
Do you know him?
No. I'm just aware of the person, and obviously now he's going to get even more airtime. And then it was interesting that Tom's support crew was being done by the data analyst.
Yes. And Tom had asked Joseph.
Joseph, that's right.
To be actually his crew.
Yeah.
And I suspect Tom is like, ooh, I don't want to lose him to Ruth. So, hey, would you be my crew? So then he locked Joseph in for the whole race. And so Joseph was still communicating with us remotely and had people out on the course to give Ruth accurate indications. Because if you're a trail runner, you know that whoever you don't know on the side of the trail probably is not telling you the right thing about distances, last climb, splits, and all that.
Yeah. Ard is asking in the chat, why do the runners no longer go up the Tête au Vent? So the simple answer there is that the race there goes through a nature reserve, and in the last few years, they've not been able to get a permit to go through that area. That's the simple answer. So they've obviously respecting the nature, which is very important. So that's why the race is no longer going through there, just because they can't get the permit to go through that section of the course anymore.
Yeah, quite rightly, we have someone noting in the chat, if you look at the expected times of the next kind of block of runners to come into La Flégère, we do have quite a bit of time, around an hour and 40 minutes, or an hour and 30 minutes, hour 50 minutes. Things could really shift quite a bit in that next block of time to see who will come in to the aid station. We've got... of course, Katarina Hartmut is going to come in next, but then when we move down to look at Courtney, look at Anna Carson, look at Lucy Bartholomew, Maëlle Duruaz, Magali Mellon, Claudia Tremps, they are all scheduled to come into La Flégère around the same time. That could be quite exciting. Maybe we will get our sprint finish after all.
Well, we already had one last night, which was quite incredible. So if you haven't seen it, the end of the women's CCC was truly incredible. I think it was 18 seconds was the gap at the finish line after 101 kilometers. So if you haven't seen that, watch the highlights of the end of that race yesterday. That was truly an epic battle in the dark going down the same trail that Ruth Croft is on right now.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. I think Paul's going away. She's done with him. Probably done with him for a few months.
Yeah, is it too early to ask what's next?
Oh, I'm not going to be asking that question.
Smart man.
I mean, I know the answer. Be like, no running for the longest time.
I mean, not just the physical recovery, but mentally. You know, she's been so focused on this from what you've been telling us.
It's been the I mean, obviously the A race for this season. So everything leading into it was geared up towards that. With Scott, they were doing specific blocks around it, and you know, the universe also gave her a little push, putting her in such a tricky situation at Transvolcania. She got to experience such bad conditions and realized, okay, I was not prepared for that, and she got to do her homework and actually was fully prepared and actually excited, because she's like, oh, finally I'm gonna get to experience this weather being prepared.
Martin, your other boss is coming to see you.
Man, I have too many bosses today.
Probably something to do with the Walk of Champions tomorrow.
Champions Walk. That's going to be good. It's going to stop me from getting drunk tonight.
Coca, you're asking how many unique finishes of the UTMB since it began. That sounds like a question for ChatGPT. I definitely no idea about that one, but good question. So, Ruth, not far away now from the Café La Floria, so there should be a big crowd there because the view there is fantastic, and also a good spot for a bite to eat or a drink. So yeah, Ruth now coming through as Michelle. Probably this is a little bit disgusting as well, Madge, but there's less drops, I guess. It's slightly smoother, right?
Yeah, you can only describe a descent as disgusting rarely, because otherwise it loses its power. This one is beautiful.
Okay, I have asked ChatGPT, I just want to come back in, how many unique finishes of UTMB since it began. Even ChatGPT doesn't know, but what is cool to point out is that when it started, the number of finishers we had in 2003, you probably already know this, Keith. Do you remember?
67.
67. I knew you would know it. And that cropped up to 420 the next year, 773. It has increased year on year on year. Last year, we had 1,760 runners finish. So far, the most number of runners we have had finish was in... That was in 2012, and that I know because I ran that year was because we had a shortened course. So even though it was bad weather, it was only about 100K, explaining why we probably had such a high number finishing. Second to that was in 2022, where I think we had quite good weather, quite favorable conditions. That's when we had the course record beaten in the CCC side. In both the men and the women, with 1,789 finishers.
Going back to the original UTMB in 2003, the first year they weren't sure, the race directors, if anybody could actually run around the Mont Blanc. So what they said for year one is, if you stop in Chamonix, if you stop in Champex-Lac, we will consider you to be a finisher. And so the first year you got the option to stop there and not carry on. The weather was horrific. It was disgusting, as Madge would say. And so that was a slight reason for that, but still, 67 finishes out of the 700 plus that took the start line of the first ever UTMB back in 2003.
I heard Chrissy Mal actually talking about that on a documentary the other night, where they were going to the history of UTMB. She said if you got, to the 50-kilometer mark, that they would credit you with 50K. If you got to the 100-kilometer mark, they'd credit you with 100K. And then if you got to the, of course, to the 100-mile mark, you could do the full thing. But now, of course, it is black or white. It is all or nothing. You either have a finish or you don't.
Yep. And now we know that those humans can do that, and we also know they can run even further. So yes, that was the dream of Michelle and Catherine Poletti back in 2003. That has become such a powerful experience now for so many people.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Camille Brouillard. Camille now has 8K to go. We're expecting Camille to be up in La Flégère. It says 6 minutes, but I'm going to extend that out to about 10 to 15, looking at where she is right now on the course. Oh, that's a good question. Where is Emily Horgood?
She had dropped down a bit. I had seen her drop down in between. She was in the top 20. But let's see if she has dropped down even further. Okay, right now she is in 15th place. So she had started out quite strong. She was really near the top. We saw that coming into Lake Contamine, but she has slowed down. We can see that she has lost quite a few places, basically checkpoint after checkpoint, since she passed Refugio Bonatti. She dropped down a couple points when she got to Arnuva, and then again at Grand Col Ferret, dropped 30 places when she got to La Folie, and then 73 when she got to Champex-Lac. So she's expected into La Giette in just a few minutes, I think.
No,
but
7 o'clock.
Oh, nope, I thought that was minutes, but it's 2 hours, 44 minutes, not 2 minutes, 44 seconds. So 2 hours, 44 minutes, she's expecting to La Giette, which really is indicating that she has been struggling. She spent an hour of rest time at Champex-Lac.
Wow. So Emily, known as one of those consistent athletes, and maybe Emily's just having one of those days in the same way that Courtney is as well. But
it happens.
Yep. There we go. Ruth Croft going down. Ruth can see Chamonix. It's down there. It's down there to her right as we're looking at the camera right now.
4.7 kilometers to go.
Yeah, someone calling out William England, who was like probably 70th or something overnight. He's now into the top 20. Right now, Sandy, you need to go on the UTMB live site and just type in James's name. You'll find out where he is. Sorry, Sandy.
Hey, Ruth's definitely running this descent looking a little bit ginger.
Yes.
She's kind of got that ginger prance going on.
Bouncing down.
Yeah. Avoiding hard impact on those trails.
Yeah.
And I bet it is just hurting and stinging a little bit for her right now, but she's still moving, and this is great to see. She has a long enough lead to just be able to take it nice and easy and not make any mistakes as she moves down into Chamonix on this final descent. Whew. Unreal.
Well, it was
Unreal.
cool to hear Martin talk about the strategy going into this. Of course, we saw last year when she was in second, played it very conservatively the first half, absolutely blistering second half, didn't catch up to Katie Scheid, who got the course record in 22 hours and 9 minutes. Coming into this edition this year, Martin was telling us that the strategy was really that she was going to have to burn it all, really hit the wall before she got to the finish, and then just suck it up after she hit that point, because there was really no room to play it conservatively here, given the level of competition.
I just don't think there's many races these days where you can do a conservative approach and come away with the win. It's just the sport has got to a level now where it's so competitive that if you don't take the risk and you don't take the chance, you just can't catch back up.
Indeed.
There will definitely be rare circumstances that does happen, for sure. But I think gone are the days where Ludo comes into La Chapeau in 50th place and then rolls through and gets into first place.
That was the exact example I was going to mention. You called it. I mean, okay, Hayden Hawks last year when he was first at CCC, he was 20th going up the first climb, but that's quite different than coming back from a 53rd well and deep into a race to gain first.
There you go, gang. That's the view looking down from La Flégère and looking down to where Camille Brouillard is now. So she's out of the woods. You can see the chairlift on our right-hand side on the screen. So Cami can see the top of the climb, so it's getting closer and closer. Congratulations to our latest finishers in the men's race. Somebody already called him out in the chat. From Sweden, William England, 22 hours, 24 minutes. Guillaume Denef, almost like Guillaume DNF, but well, that's a fantastic name and no DNF there, so congratulations to Guillaume from Belgium. Cody Lind has finished, 22 hours, 11 minutes, and Cody was 3 seconds behind Gabriel Rueda of Argentina at the finish line. Now, Gabriel and Ben Demon, they were the two runners that were way out in front at the very beginning, and everyone in the chat was going, these two guys are not going to finish the race. So Ben Demon was second, and Gabriel Rueda was 15th. So congratulations to them. Kamil Lesniak from Poland, 22 hours, 8 minutes. And Canyon Woodward from the USA was in 13th. And yeah, that's congratulations to those, our latest finishers in the men's UTMB.
Yeah, I was happy to see Gabriel Rueda still at least in the top 20. We've now had the top 18 finish. The next to come through is likely to be Aurélien Pelaz, who was in the top 10 earlier coming through Courmayeur, but he has dropped down. Still finishing quite well, though, in the top 20.
Yeah, Aurélien was the race leader into Saint-Gervais last night from the Compress Sport team. And then Ruth Croft, so Aurélien is 19th. Ruth Croft is our 21st athlete on the course right now.
Cool. Camille, breaking into a grin. It's either a grin or a grimace, but I think it's a bit of both.
Let's go with the grin. It's like, he said, this is what I consider fun. Hey, right, people? There we go.
Coming up to Flégère. Now, what does this soundbite sound like? Is this the right one for Flégère? Yeah. I think we're going to save that one for when she reaches the top.
That is Enchantment.
Yep.
On the soundboard.
I think it suits. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going with it.
Sure. We've actually had our top 10 women go through the Valacine aid station in and out. So our 10th place female, Lauren Perez from the USA, left Valacine at 4:06 p.m. So that was 10 minutes ago. And that puts her kind of on that home stretch. There's one more aid station, which is La Flégère, which Camille Briaz is moving towards right now. But our 10th place female is expected there in 1 hour and 40 minutes. So folks, to give you a little bit of an idea, we plan on being on the live stream until the 10th female of the UTMB. And if we go off that kind of timing, which, you know, is still a fair way out at the moment, but we'll be looking at following all the way until Lauren Perez makes it all the way back to Chamonix. And that could be in approximately 2.5 hours time, maybe a little bit more.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to say because there's still a lot of distance between those ladies and the finish line.
We are absolutely here for the women's race, so we want to make sure that we provide that coverage for you all the way 10 deep in the women's field. Now, very exciting between 8th and 9th, between Magli Mellon and Claudia Trumps. They came out of the Valacine aid station within 1 minute of each other. And it looks like from the tracker that Claudia may be running faster than Magali. So really fighting for that 8th place, possibly even fighting to pop up into 7th. It really could shake up quite a bit between that last group of women.
Hey, gang, I don't want to get rid of any of you, but if either of you wants to go and see Ruth at the finish line, you're super welcome to do so. You don't have to. I'm just giving you the option. So just had that thought. Yes, so someone's calling what Cami is doing is a grinnis.
A grinnis.
Very good.
I think that's probably fair.
100%. It's like, I don't know which one to do, so I'm going to do half and half.
You know, I really want to be out there for the finish line to see Ruth, but we actually get a better view, I think, inside in the studio. I don't know. It's I'm battling in my head here. The crowds are so deep outside.
Yeah. I think you might have been able to get into one of the VIP zones, but they're probably already full. But yeah, I just wanted to give you the option. I love this smile. Well done, Cami. Yeah. Pain can be fun.
Ruth is expected into the finish line in about 15 minutes. And Camille is about to reach Flagère. Allez, Camille. She's got quite a lot of support as a French athlete running on home soil.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you watch the crowds of people. You've got this crowd of people that are there supporting the first female at the moment, which is Ruth. Then you've got a crowd of strong French that are supporting the first French female, which is Camille. And then you've got the Courtney crowd, who's just supporting Courtney. It seems like out there, and so you have these massive crowds of people that are hanging out and getting out there to support these women as they finish it off.
Got a question for you both, and if you don't know the answer, we can go and ask our friends here. You see the big M here, next to the distance, the red M. It's also on a lot of the flags, so people are asking, does the M signify something, or is it a design thing? It's extracting the M from the UTMB.
I think it's signifying the mountains.
All right, so it's a
UTMB,
design
maybe?
element as opposed to M for something else.
I think so. I could be making that up, but
okay, I might go and dig out that one. I'm curious. I don't know the answer to that one.
well, we've got that M symbol used elsewhere. It is the M that's used in the UTMB, but I think it is used elsewhere as a bit of a logo without using the full words because it signifies the mountains. That's my uneducated guess, and I'm sticking with it.
Yep, I think that's a fair call, calling out Guillaume's performance today and winner of his age category as well. So well done to Guillaume. In fact, they do have the prize giving for the age category as well here. Yeah, there we go. Cafe La Floria. So there we go. Ruth is getting closer and closer. We've been talking today about how sticky your hands get.
Yes.
And so just washing your hands is just another way to feel vaguely human.
You know, I always cringe. It's so nice when there are crowds around. They stick out their hands because they want to slap a high five. But as a runner myself, if you're just covered in gels, you're covered in all sorts of goo. I'm always so hesitant to slap people's hands on the way by.
Oh, Steph, let's be honest, mate. It's not the gels that you're worried about.
Right.
It's like, it's the, you know, there's a lot of time out there on the trail and nature calls quite often. It's,
yeah.
It's, you know, that's why you don't want to be fishing too deep in that chip bowl at the aid stations. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I have to tell you, I spent 1 year reporting for I Run Far at Lavaredo, and I got a frontline view of what the runners did at the aid stations, and it was disgusting. I hope we've improved our etiquette since then, because I saw one guy putting his finger in about 10 different bowls of soup to test for which temperature would be the best for him to take.
That's so rank.
Come on.
So bad. Yeah, I saw a couple at Anuva last night just going hands deep into the nuts, and they had their Lecky pole gloves on and everything, and I'm like, man, those things ain't been washed since 3 months of training, I'll tell you that much. It's
Guys, this is how the next pandemic starts.
Oh, seriously, yeah. So you got to be careful. Got to be careful.
Okay, I went to ask about the M, and I can confirm it's a design element, for want of a better word.
Wow, look at this reception that coming into Flagère. She has 7.1 kilometers to go, solidly in second. It is hers to take.
So that is the French crowd there, like the French out supporting the first female coming through.
Just hearing a bit of a song, coordinated crowd support, I would say.
Well done, gang. Getting out there and supporting Cami. This is so good.
Yeah, what did you call her smile grimace thing?
Grimace.
Grimace.
There we go.
Looks like she's going straight through.
Oh, you
Not
can
taking
see
anything.
100 miles on her face. She has fought hard through this one.
No, the watermelon caught her eye just before she left that aid station. So that is it for Cami Bruyas with the uphill. Essentially, it is all downhill from here into Chamonix. That final 7-kilometer section.
Let's do it.
Time gap in Chamonix projected to be around about 33 minutes.
All right.
It was 31 at the top, so yeah. So it's going to be around about 30 minutes between Ruth Croft and Cami Bruyas. So I made a claim hours ago that it was going to be an hour, so I was pretty close.
Pretty close, man. It's a long way, yeah. I mean, in terms of a factor of percentage of time racing, it's not bad.
Exactly. So here we go, gang. Now Ruth is getting closer and closer to the end of the dirt. The asphalt is calling. The metal bridge is calling. The finishing arch is calling. And there it is, right down there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, you can see Ruth running on quite a wide trail. It's like actually used as a bit of an access road to get up to La Floria there.
Mm-hmm.
And that is going to remain in that, like she's pretty much done with the single track for the most part. She's going to be on more of a wide open trail to run down, a little less technical, as we see Katarina Hartmer climbing up here, up to La Floria, moving strong too, you know, like she's got a good hiking pace going on here.
She does indeed. I mean, she is not only a specialist at the 100-mile distance, she has the course record at Tour de Géant, which is 200 miles that she got last year.
Yeah, somebody was joking in the chat that this race is too short for Katarina. So
it's not a joke.
no, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruth. Getting a cadence on here, making the most of this runnable, flatter section.
Smooth like butter.
So come on now, if you're in Chamonix, get down to the finish line and cheer our champion, our 13th unique female legend of the UTMB.
Let's go, you Kiwi. Get it done, Ruth. Let's go.
All right, let's, Ruth Croft now will be standing shoulder to shoulder with some incredible legends of the UTMB, and I am just going to pull them up and so I don't miss anybody because I'm really good at that kind of stuff. So
epic here. So Ruth, the winner of CCC in 2015, the winner of OCC in 2018 and 2019. She came second at UTMB last year. She has known and worked on these mountains so much over 10 years. And that's just, it's just next level to see her be able to go from second place last year to first place this year and have all of those accolades behind her as well in doing that. Not to mention the victories at Marathon de Mont-Blanc and other races in this exact valley.
This is a long time coming. You know, to train for a win at UTMB, it is not a 6-month project. It's not a 1-year project. As you said, this has been 10 years in the making. When she crosses that finish line and becomes the first woman in this race, she will be also the first New Zealand Kiwi win ever, whether male or female. New Zealand has only been on the podium 2 times. That was Ruth in her second place last year and Scotty Hawker third in 2019.
Brilliant. So here we go. Here's a list of our UTMB female legends, former winners of the UTMB. Chrissy Mayle, Colette Borcar, Lizzie Hawker, Corrine Henry, Nikki Kimball, Rory Bosio, Natalie Mauclair, Caroline Chavarot, Nuria Picaz, Francesca Canepa, Courtney Dawalter, Katie Scheid, and soon to be number 13 on the list, Ruth Croft. So every time we see Ruth's name again in the future, there will be a little gold badge next to it saying UTMB Legend.
I was looking up the UTMB Legends because I wasn't sure what the criteria was. And if you go on the website, it has a nice little description about it. It says it celebrates individuals who have an exceptional record of success on the trails, as well as those who have made an outstanding contribution to UTMB since it started in 2003.
It's good to see Ruth being able to run this section. She's got, as we were saying before, a little bit of a gingery stride going on there, but she's getting it done. Oh, she's going to be fucking so keen to see the asphalt and see the town of Chamonix in the flesh.
No kidding. As Ruth normally is very fast on flat.
Yeah, she is really working to get this done.
Yeah.
Yeah, folks, if you've ever seen Ruth run, that is not her natural style.
No.
No, so we are just coming up now to 23 hours, 45 minutes. So there we go. It's on the screen, 22 hours, 45 minutes, sorry. So, yeah, Ruth's probably just going to finish just sub 23. And, yeah, we're not that far away from some serious Kiwi gifts going on in the chat.
Oh, the Kiwi gifts. Get them going, folks. This is such an epic moment. Seeing Ruth Cross come out here and just execute an absolute annihilation of this UTMB race. Like, she knew she had to put it all on the line from the get-go because she knew that she had to put herself into a place to be able to win this race. And that's exactly what she did. She was conservative last year and she came through the field and had an incredible last half of the race. But this year, it had to be a different tactic. It had to be a different approach to this race. And she's done that so perfectly, and she's been able to move through a very difficult night in tough conditions. I saw her at Anuva at 100 kilometers this morning, and she said that last night was not that great for her. It didn't really go as well as I think she hoped, but she's been able to rally today, get up out of Grand Colferet over to Switzerland, and now making her way back over into France, and now back to this finish line in Chamonix. The loop is almost complete for this Kiwi, this legend of the UTMB World Series Finals in Chamonix. Kia ora to every New Zealander out there. I know it's late, but get on your screens, do it in bed. No care about bed hygiene and screens tonight. If you're in New Zealand, I want you to get on your phones, get on your computers, go turn on the TV, go scream out to all your neighbors to get out on the front lawn, because you guys have got to get up and celebrate Ruth Croft coming into Chamonix here at the 2025 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Yeah. It's no joke, because this Kiwi is doing it again out here in Chamonix, and she is absolutely making the most of this last section here, gingerly running in to the finish line.
And you know what? You said it doesn't matter if you're in bed or wherever you are. If you're in bed, get up, get on your feet. I mean, we cannot watch this sitting down, relaxing. If you're in your car, get that horn ready.
So good, let's go.
Yeah, one more climb, Ruth. The metal bridge awaits you, but you're almost there.
Oh, this is so fucking cool. Let's go, Ruth. Getting into town.
There you go, Madge. The Aussies are staying up for Crofty as well.
All the way. Let's go. Nothing but asphalt here between her and the finish line.
This is so exciting.
Let's go, Ruth. Come on, folks. Get on your feet. This is your champion.
Yes.
Coming into town. Let's go.
I love seeing the kids out there. I love seeing the young girls looking up to Ruth, as this amazing, strong female role model. This is what we need to start changing the sport. This is what we need to get more girls into it. When I was growing up, I didn't know any female athletes like this.
Yeah, and you know what? Ruth is just humble too, right? She's she picked up something for the cameraman there. Not everyone would do that, right? Not everyone would do that. and it's just a true role model of the sport.
Yep.
And someone that's been able to hold her own and really, really take this sport and really take this career seriously. You know, it's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. True legend of the sport, not only here in Chamonix but globally.
The stairs of hell.
It does look like a prison. I think it's quite apt.
Well done, Ruth. Little obstacle just thrown in.
Let's effing go.
Let's go, Crofty.
Yes.
Get it done, Ruth. Let's go. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Where are the dinosaurs? We are looking out for the inflatable dinosaurs because they are going to be somewhere as she gets closer and closer to the finish.
Yep.
Let's go, Ruth. Her family is waiting at the finish line. One of her best friends, Joshi, who just competed at the Transplant Games in Dresden in Germany, representing New Zealand. Joshi's at the finish line, the first time he's ever seen her race after going through some incredible challenges himself. And yeah, it's going to be a huge moment for her and her family as she gets closer to town, making her way over the river.
Here comes the magic sign.
One more time.
1 kilometer to go, Ruth Croft. There it is.
Let's go,
1K
Ruth.
to go, Ruth.
That's going to be it. Let's do it. Come on, where are the dinosaurs? Get this flying Kiwi home. Let's go. Unreal.
Will
What a
she
day.
bake? Will she bake 23 hours? Yes.
What a day, what a night, huh? Let's go, Ruth.
Still running at a really good clip. This is, of course, not the way that she normally runs. We can tell that she is hurting. She has hit the wall and she has pushed through it, but she is still running impressively fast after 100 miles and almost 23 hours of running.
It's nothing but humans. It's going to line the way here as Ruth gets all the way back into Chamonix. Running along the river here for the final time, and then she'll cross over to the right at Hotel Alpina. What a moment, hey? What a moment. The first New Zealander champion of the UTMB here at the UTMB World Series final, Ruth, doing it.
Come on, Ruth, let's do it.
Let's go, folks. Get on your feet. If you're not on your feet for Ruth Croft right now, we need you to get on your feet. We need you to be clapping. We need you to be throwing some gifts in the chat because Ruth Croft is coming in hot and fast into the UTMB finish line. Let's go, Ruth! Yeah!
She is going to be the first woman to win all 3 races. CCC winner in 2015, OCC winner in 2018 and 2019. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our UTMB winner in 2025. This was a 10-year project, and she has got all 3 races in the bag.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Let's go, Ruth!
So good.
Get around
So
it,
good.
folks. Look at this weapon go, taking it right into town. Get excited to celebrate this one. Ruth Croft.
There you go. Every human in Chamonix is now out on the streets. We have our champion.
Ruth Croft, CCC champion in 2015, OCC champion in 2018, OCC champion in 2019, second place at UTMB in 2024. Ruth Croft now coming into town, champion of UTMB 2025. New Zealand, represent. Let's go, Ruth. Hey, yeah, woo, woo. Yeah. Get around it, folks. Get on the chat. This is no joke. Ruth Croft, the queen. The queen. Queen of HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Let's go, Ruth. The Queen. Let's go, Ruth. Let's go. The Kiwi is flying. Let's go. Get around it, folks. The fucking Kiwi. Let's go.
Someone has given the
So good.
He comes in now. The dinosaurs.
Yes, the dinosaurs are here. There they are. Go, Ruth. Let him through.
Now we're talking.
Finish shoot. Come on. Ruth Croft, ladies and gentlemen. What a trail queen. Hey. Let's go, Ruth. This is so good. What a champion. Throw some gifts in the freaking chat, folks. This is history being made. History being made. Let's go, Ruth.
So, Chamonix, here we go. The winner of the UTMB Triple Crown, the OCC, the CCC, the UTMB, your 2025 champion from New Zealand, Team Adidas Terex. Hey!
Unreal. Let's get it done, Ruth. Sub 23. Bam. Absolute legend. Let's go, Ruth. Yes. So good. Unreal. Let's go, Ruth. This is so good, folks. Oh my God. Unreal. Absolute champion. What a legend, hey? What a legend. 2025 HOKA UTMB champion Ruth Croft. There we go. Woo!
Maj, I have never seen anything like it, and I'm not talking about Ruth's performance. I'm talking about your commentary. That was... Are you getting emotional?
That's a big hug from her dad, Frank. That's her family getting around her there, all the way from NZ. Oh, that's Josh. That's her friend Josh, who came over from NZ. Oh man, that's so intense.
You're killing me now. The emotion that is on the finish line and in the studio is just through the roof. We are all feeling how important this win is for Ruth. Not too many dry eyes around here, I'll tell you that. Aww. There we have our male and female winners of UTMB. Ruth Croft absolutely smashing it from New Zealand. The first Kiwi ever to make it on, to make a win, and second ever to podium, along with Tom Evans from the UK.
Might have been that tight end.
Yeah, we're just trying to guess who that was in between Ruth and Tom, and wondering if it's that infamous data scientist, Joseph, who we were speaking about earlier, who has really helped both of our male and female winners in UTMB with pacing strategies, with crunching numbers. We're watching this finish line, and I know we wanted to give everyone a moment to soak up the atmosphere, but I can see you're having a moment yourself. As Ruth's friend, as someone who's known her well, what does this moment mean for her? What does it mean for you watching her?
Oh, it's so incredible. It's like, sure, man. I remember like coming out here like to Chamonix, like, you know, back in 2015 when Ruth, you know, came out here for the first time as well. 2015, 2014, and yeah, like, you know, I remember her putting on a presentation to, like, a brand presentation, getting sponsorship, that like one day she wants to, you know, she's got these goals of being Western States champion and UTMB champion, and then to see someone put so much into it and do it in a humble way is just, it's like, oh, it's such a good example for people in the world.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Let's listen in.
Your success here today. Donc tout d'abord, une énorme félicitation, Ruth. On ne peut même pas exprimer le joie qu'on a pour toi d'avoir traversé cette ligne d'arrivée en première place. We're just going to let this guy come across and have his moment before we continue our interview.
Allez pour Hippolyte Pessy.
So you are now a Triple Crown champion. You've won the OCC twice, you've won the CCC, and now the UTMB. Du coup, tu as un triplé maintenant. Tu as gagné le OCC 2 fois, tu as gagné le CCC, et maintenant, tu es gagnante de la UTMB. Ça fait quoi d'entrer dans l'histoire? What does it feel like to enter into history?
Yeah, it was never the goal. It's just kind of like a cherry on top. But I always think it's interesting to look back. In 2015 was my first year at Chamonix when I did CCC, and so it's taken 10 years to get to this point with UTMB.
Alors, elle dit en fait, elle a commencé en 2015. C'était pas le but de forcément rentrer dans l'histoire, mais c'est le cerise sur le gâteau. Vu qu'elle a commencé en 2015, ça fait quand même 10 ans son voyage pour en arriver ici. And in regards to your training, we've known you've put in so much time, so much effort with your amazing coach. What was the key to your success out there with the rain, with the difficulties? I mean, it's obviously not easy, but for you particularly, what stood out in your whole entire training program that brought you to this finish line today? On sait très bien que t'as fait le travail, des heures d'entraînement, le sacrifice avec le coach. Mais aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qui t'a amené? C'était quoi les clés de ton succès pour en arriver première aujourd'hui?
big part I owe to my coach Scott Johnson, and then also pacing to Joseph Misrale, and then I DNF'd Transvolcania from hypothermia and in May, and so that really helped me for the conditions last night.
Donc, elle a dit en fait que bien sûr son coach, les gens qui l'entourent, mais elle a eu l'hypothermie en mai, donc ça lui a bien préparé pour les conditions qu'ils ont vécues hier soir. And then Ruth, in regards to Courtney, you were up against the greatest of all time. She was next to you on the starting line. Was it amazing to take the start next to her? Was there fear? Were there doubts? Were you confident? What was that feeling to have the two of you here, both of you kind of aiming for this record, her potentially a fourth win at the UTMB and you for this triple crown? How did it feel to... comment c'était les sensations d'être à côté de Courtney Dauwalter sur la ligne de départ, elle qui visait peut-être une 4e gagne sur l'UTMB et toi qui visais aussi cette gagne pour rentrer dans l'histoire?
Yeah, it was a privilege to get to race against her finally, but yeah, she's the GOAT. Always has been and always will be.
Oh, but you're up there too now, Ruth. Elle a dit, c'était un privilège d'être à côté de Ruth, bien évidemment, sur le départ. C'est la meilleure de son temps. Elle sera toujours. Mais on sait très bien que Ruth, là, maintenant, elle aussi, elle rentre dans les légendes. And now, well, we've got a few little things to go through here that I've got for you. Just one last question. Xavier Thévenard, he also won 3 plus the TDS. I know it's too soon to ask. It's way too soon to ask, but we might be thinking about it. Alors, on sait que c'est trop tôt sûrement à poser la question, mais Xavier Thévenard, il a gagné les 3, le OCC, le CCC, le UTMB et la TDS. Est-ce que du coup, la TDS maintenant, ça va être sur tes horizons dans le futur?
It's definitely too soon to ask. Last year I really enjoyed UTMB, and last night it was a very, very different experience. So I don't know if I'll be wanting to be back too quickly on the start line.
Alors donc hier soir c'était vraiment notre expérience, c'était très très difficile, donc c'est trop tôt pour poser cette question. So now going into the race last night, talk us through the experience and the conditions and running through the night when it was raining, it was pouring, it was windy, it was hailing. How was it out there? How did you manage to just get the grit and keep on going? On sait très bien que les conditions hier soir, il y avait de la pluie, il y avait du vent, il y avait même du grêle. Comment on dépasse tous ces éléments pour continuer à être fort même dans la nuit, de tout surpasser?
I knew if I wanted to have a chance of doing well, I needed to start a bit more aggressively than I did last year. And then as soon as it started to get cold, I knew that I just needed to survive the night. So I backed off quite a bit and just made sure that I was trying to stay as warm as possible. And then as soon as day broke, I was able to start moving a bit better. I could see a bit better as well. I had bad night vision. And so from there, I just had better sensations overall.
Donc, elle a dit que cette année, elle a su que si elle voulait gagner cette course, il fallait qu'elle commence plus agressivement dès le départ. Mais une fois que la nuit tombait, il commençait à faire froid, elle a reculé un petit peu dans cette agressivité. Et c'était juste une question de survie, de se tenir chaud, d'avoir chaud. Et une fois qu'il y avait lumière et jour encore de nouveau, c'est là qu'elle a redonné force pour pouvoir avancer plus dans la vitesse. And Ruth, you and I have a little running joke. Back in the day, we had a party on a night where you weren't running the UTMB. Alors, il y a quelques années, avec Ruth, on a fait une soirée chez moi et on avait bu... No, I won't make you do it, but just for symbolic purposes. On a bu du whisky à la beurre de cacahuète. Et quand elle est arrivée ici, sur cette ligne tout à l'heure, sur la ligne qu'on a présentée hier, and when she arrived here on this line yesterday, she said, Monica, if I get across first, we're toasting with the peanut butter whiskey. Alors, elle a dit, si je traverse en premier, on va faire un petit clin d'œil pour le beurre de cacahuète en whisky. Ben alors, Ruth, look what I got you. It's here, we're doing it. I've got the glasses, I've got everything, but I'm going to need a little help. There's yours, there's mine. You're going to hold mine too. All right, here we go. A little peanut butter whiskey. No, we're just going to get our lips wet slightly. Just a little sip, just because you said it when you arrived. Cheers, my dear. Congratulations.
Epic. Absolutely epic. And really nice to hear just the respect Ruth has for Courtney, she has just won UTMB, and she is still calling Courtney the greatest of all time. That a 10-year journey, 10 years from when she first came to Chamonix. I can remember when she was there, we shared a room together because she'd arrived in Chamonix and didn't have accommodation. She didn't have big sponsors back then. I don't think she will be struggling to find accommodation anytime in Chamonix for the rest of her life. We are just going into the commercial break after seeing Ruth smash UTMB. Please stay with us. Lots more to come right after this commercial break.
Ugh.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the UTMB World Finals. We just saw Ruth Croft cross the finish line. Incredibly emotional. A 10-year project for her. 10 years after she came to Chamonix and first won the CCC race and then OCC in 2018, 2019. She now has wins across all three races. She is the first woman to do so. And when she was talking in her post-race interview, you know, she said it's really too early to ask me about when I'm coming back here. I had a great time last year in the race, but this year with the weather conditions last night was really tough. So I don't think I'm going to be coming near the start line anytime soon. Let's see if she's got a different answer to that in the days and weeks to come. But really an incredible performance. Ruth had said before the race that she didn't want to win because Courtney would drop out. She wanted to really have a battle, and she fought her way through. Courtney is still fighting her way through, having a tough time, but she is not out of the running yet. She has dropped down to 4th. We expect she will continue to drop down in the rankings, but she is continuing to chip away in the pain cave. So we have earlier given you coverage of the top 10 and some of the top 20 men coming through, but we are now sticking with the women. We will be with you until the 10th woman crosses the line. We're now seeing images of Camille Bruyère, who is in second place. She's estimated to come into Chamonix in about 10 minutes. Camille has had just a fantastic race. She has been giving, we've called it, someone has called it in the chat, a grimace, halfway between a grin and a grimace. She is hurting, she is fighting, but she knows that second place is in the bag. Then a little bit of a shift up behind her. Courtney had been in third for some time, but has really slowed down, continuing to smile, continuing to engage with the crowds, but obviously really not having the best day in terms of athletic performance. So Katharina Hartmut from Germany has come into third. It was looking quite strong. She should be getting to Flégère relatively quickly, actually. So then behind her, Courtney is technically in fourth, but I think Anna Karlsson from Sweden has surged ahead of her because on the tracker we have her estimated to come into Flégère in just over half an hour, followed by Lucy Bartholomew. So they will probably pop up to fourth and fifth. And then we'll see who comes in after. Whether it will be Maëlle Deruaz from France, or whether Courtney will be able to hold on. There's also Magali Mellon in the mix. So a group of women where it's all up in the air. Who is going to make it into Flégère next? Claudia Trump is in that category, and Lauren Prudetz from the U.S. So really quite exciting to see what will happen after Katharina Hartmut and then Anna Karlsson come through. Camille is looking fairly strong. She's back to getting in her stride now that she is off the technical trail on a bit more of a fire road and access road as she makes her way towards the finish line in Chamonix. You can see running at a speed of just over 11 kilometers an hour. Very impressive after 23 hours of running through the hail, through the snow, according to some, through the mud, through the cold of the night, and all the way through the day. And there we've got some images of Katharina Hartmut from Germany on the right-hand side of the screen. And Katharina here, she has been looking strong, but I'm just judging by her face. I think she is pushing. We saw her pass Courtney earlier, giving her a bit of top bit of encouragement as she passed her along the way. Katharina was third earlier this year at Hard Rock, but had a tough time. She hasn't had the performance that I know is in her legs, and I know that she knows is in her legs at Hard Rock, coming in third twice. She was previously second at UTMB. Was it second or was it third? Let me just check. I tend to upgrade some of the performances in my head. But really just such a strong runner, such a pleasure to compete against, to watch. She's recently had a film come out by Ethan Newberry. It premiered with Like the Wind here in Chamonix and should be hopefully on YouTube soon. So you will be able to check that out. It'll show, I believe, her performances at UTMB, at Tour de Géant, and at Hard Rock. And the live tracker, the internet is struggling. There is so much traffic on this website as we are all trying to get the latest updates on our favorite men and women. Now, we've been following the leaders, but let's not forget about all of the hundreds of runners who are continuing to battle through this course. We still have 46 runners that are on that stretch. You'll remember from Refugio Bertoni, that is above the climb from Courmayeur to Refugio Bonatti. And the most number of runners are actually 476 runners are on that climb up to Grand Col Ferret, over to the Swiss side before descending down to La Folie. So not all of our runners are even yet into the last country of this race. This is such a beast of a course. We watched the elite runners do this in, under 20 hours. The men come through today. We had Tom Evans, our male winner, come through in 19 hours and 18 minutes. And our female winners come through a few hours after that. But most people do the UTMB course, or the TMB course, we'll call it, in 5 days, in 10 days. This is an incredible adventure for anyone. So again, checking the stats, I was correct. Katarina was second at UTMB in 2023. She then went directly to try, I think about 10 days later, to try Tour de Géant. She dropped out just before halfway through, saying, I think my legs are a little bit tired. I said, no kidding. But came back the next year to get the course record. Last year, she was third at Hard Rock, and this year, third at Hard Rock again. She was also first last year at Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB, the 100-mile category as well. She is a specialist at the long distance, at the super long distance. And also, you might remember that she got third at TDS in 2022. TDS, some of you were asking earlier, it is in the 100-mile category because it's actually, back then it was 146 kilometers. I think it's even a little bit longer now, but it is not part of the UTMB finals. The 3 races out of the 8 races that happen this week at UTMB, only 3 of them that are in the finals are OCC in the 50K category, CCC in the 100-kilometer category, and UTMB in the 100-mile category. We have 10,000 runners in and around Chamonix Valley for the races, for the 8 different races this week. 25,000 runners have entered the lottery to try to earn a spot. I know for many of you, you are concentrating on collecting your stones, trying to get your chance to enter the lottery for these races from competing in some of the UTMB World Series races. And it can be a multi-year endeavor to try to get a spot, but it is well worth it. And here we have Camille doing that final infamous climb over the metal bridge across the road. They have put this in. This is not a permanent structure. This is just put in for the race to make sure that the runners can safely cross the road without having to dodge traffic, that no one needs to get held up. We don't have a situation like we saw in the race earlier in the OCC when the runners came up and had to stop to wait for a train to go by. That held back Edith Vider and Sarah Alonso in the course. Split screen here between Katarina Hartmut in third on the left and Camille Bruyas in second on the right. She is coming in towards Chamonix. Now, we are at, in terms of lapse time, 23 hours and about 23 minutes. Ruth Croft came through in first at 22 hours, 56 minutes, so we're running about half an hour behind. Not too shabby to come in less than an hour behind our female winner this year. And the crowds are out.
Okay, that's 1K to go now for Camille Bruyas. So second place. Our first French finisher. So well done to Camille.
On the female side, we had 3 French finishers in the top 10 on the male side.
Yep.
I think.
No, I was referring to the women, but yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, Camille Bruyere. We've actually got a lot more and more of a mixture in our top 10 right now in the women's race. There are 3 French athletes in the top 10 currently, 1 from New Zealand, 1 from Germany, 1 from Sweden, 2 from the US, and 1 from Australia, and 1 from Spain. So a bit more of a mix up. We had 3 athletes from China in the men's race, 2 from the UK. We also had 3 from France, so that's 8, and then there was another nation, it must be the US, with 2.
I think your memory is correct.
So yeah, Katarina Hardmood on the left, third, just about to hit the top of the final climb.
And
So
time in 2021 when she finished was 24 hours and 9 minutes. So we do have a bit of a different course here. We cut out the pyramid section last night due to the weather, but also had a change earlier on around Les Ouches. So it's hard to compare the times, but we think we're running a bit about half an hour faster than the previous year. So if we take that into account, this is a stronger finish, a faster finish, certainly a better ranking, second place for Camille. Let's just double check what her ranking was in 2021.
So yeah, Cami looking about, it's going to be around about a 30-minute gap between Cami and Ruth. And let's not forget, the glorious weather we have here now is the complete opposite of what they experienced throughout last night. So, yeah, well done to them and to all of the runners who kept going through what nature really threw at them last night. Hey, it's the perfect time of day to arrive here into Chamonix. It's not quite dinner time. Weather's amazing. Yep, let's come out and cheer our heroes.
Let's bring the energy. Let's give her a little bit of support. This is our second place woman, Camille Bruyere from France, coming into Chamonix for a second place. She has been running really strong throughout this whole course.
So yeah, if you're borderline wanting to go out for a run, hopefully Cami is with her grinness, is inspiring you maybe to get out today or maybe tomorrow morning. I promise when I get up, I'm going to go out and I'm inspired by all of these fantastic athletes, both our female and our male athletes. Hey.
And Camille is quite strong on these gnarly, hard 100-milers. Let's just remind ourselves she got second at Diagonale des Fous in La Réunion in 2023. She was second at Hard Rock in 2024, and she is now second at UTMB in 2025. Here she comes in the final stretch. This has changed from a grimace grin to a full smile, and I suspect we will see some emotion on the finish line. Way to go, Camille. She has chased Ruth Croft. There was not a chance of catching her, but she has held off the entire rest of the pack. She passed Courtney, she's held off Katarina Hartmut, and she has battled her way through the night. Coming in under 23 and a half hours. This is Camille Bruyere from France, our second place woman.
Welcome back, Cami. You are our second place finisher in the UTMB. Amazing. So good. 23 hours, 28 minutes, and 48 seconds. So congratulations to Cami. So yeah, 32 minutes behind Ruth Croft at the end of the finish line. But yeah, incredible.
So interesting to compare those times, to compare those stats when she was second in 2021 behind Courtney DeWalter. Courtney had finished in 22 and a half hours. She had finished in 24 hours and 9 minutes. And today she's finishing in second in under 23 and a half hours. And there we see Kimi and Ruth sharing a hug. They have both pushed each other to be the best and get their best performances today. Even if we're not seeing a sprint finish like we did in some of the other races, particularly in the CCC with the women's race, Ruth knew that she couldn't let up because Camille was behind her. And Camille also knew that there were a whole pack of women behind her as well. And I'll say it, we are seeing the biggest leaps, the biggest, the most exciting competition on the women's field year after year.
Yeah, Ruth 21st overall, and Amy was 25th in the overall scratch category. So.
And Courtney has gotten as high as 7th overall in UTMB?
Yeah, Courtney and Rory Bosio back in 2013 as well. So the symmetry of those two individuals when they set their course records, they both finished 7th in the top 10 overall.
So in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, we had Courtney and Katie winning back-to-back American wins for 4 years straight.
And also before the pandemic. So this year, I think they did 5 in a row.
You're right,
Because
2019.
Courtney was going to do, so the longest streak is actually the French men from 2012 to 2018. So they had 7 consecutive wins. So yes, so Ruth has broken the US stranglehold on the UTMB victories over the last 5 years, because one of those was, 6, the last 5, because one of them was the other side of the pandemic. Remember the pandemic?
Oh, I do. Vaguely.
Yeah. There we go. So Catherine Hardmuth is, she's going to be down here in about 35 minutes. And then the scrap, the fight is on for the rest. There we go. Finally got rid of that running pack. So good.
So if you are just joining us, we are watching the second place female finisher of the UTMB in the World Finals. Camille Bruyat from France, following Ruth Croft from New Zealand, the first Kiwi ever to win a UTMB Finals, second to podium, following her own second place in UTMB herself, and Scotty Hawker, I believe it was 3rd in 2019. And then on the men's side, we saw a blistering pace from Tom Evans, who came into Chamonix after 19 hours and 18 minutes. We are not calling it a course record because we have had an alternate course due to the weather. But following him was Ben Demon from the USA in second. This was the first time that Ben Demon has run this course and made it past the Courmayeur Sports Center. In third, Josh Wade from the North Face from the UK, Duo G from China, and Thibaut Garibier rounding out the top 5. Now, we have been calling it the Revenge Tour on the men's side because out of the top 5, 4 of those runners have DNF'd at UTMB last year. A couple of them have DNF'd the last 2 years. So there was only one runner in that group. I think it was Josh Wade, who had actually finished UTMB last year, I believe in 11th place.
Madge, thanks, man. Great job. Thanks for getting out there on the course this morning in Arnuva and giving everyone an update on the race and coming in here this afternoon as well. So yeah, just looking now at La Flagère, all eyes on that final checkpoint. So looking at the predictions, our top 10, they're all going to be up there by 6 p.m. So they're about 40 minutes away. I would say our 10th place runner, Lauren Peretz and Claudia Tremps, those two are going to be our final two up there. And they're going to be chasing down Magaline Mellon, Maëlle Deroise, Lucy Bartholomew, Anna Carlson, and also Courtney Dauwalter. You know, how I'm seeing this is Courtney's probably going to be the last of the 10 down, and it could be that, in a way, there'll be something nice about Courtney wrapping up the top 10 this year, but let's see how Courtney's body is thinking about my little kind of like made-up scenario. So let's see how it goes. And who knows, Courtney top 5, we'll see. Unlikely, I think I would say.
But you know, I like to leave a little bit of room for hope.
Yeah.
That would be cool, but certainly she's got to stay in the top 10.
Yep. Looks like Martin is about to do an interview, so we'll do it in French, and Martin will be kind enough to translate for us into English as well.
He will.
Il discute avec la patronne et juste après le brief, on vous rend Hugo. Promis.
This is it. Camille Brias, you like second place. Second places here, Hard Rock, everywhere indeed. The Poulie d'Or of trail running. But when you show up, you do deliver, and it's been fantastic to follow you this entire time on this UTMB. Camille, tu fais beaucoup de deuxième place ici à la Hard Rock, un peu partout, effectivement, comme tu dis. Mais néanmoins, ce sont des magnifiques deuxième places et tu nous as fait rêver pendant toute cette UTMB. Et t'as été énorme, t'as été exceptionnel, tu nous as vraiment fait rêver. Et je voudrais revenir sur ce moment qui nous a vraiment tous dit oh là, elle est vraiment solide. Quand Ruth, t'es revenu dessus et derrière toutes les deux, vous êtes revenus sur Courtenay. Là, qu'est-ce qui se passe dans ta tête?
Ouais, là je me suis peut-être un peu emballée, mais c'était vraiment fun en fait de faire la course avec les filles. Je pense que le match féminin était très beau et franchement je suis hyper contente parce que pour le sport féminin c'est trop chouette quoi. Donc merci à elle d'avoir poussé là-dedans et voilà, j'ai joué en fait et puis bon j'ai un peu sauté mais pas tant que ça, donc non, je suis hyper contente de ma course.
So I was asking because there was this very key moment in the race where Ruth eventually came back from third and passed Camille, and then Camille in turn passed Courtney, who was back then in the lead. And so what did that mean to you? And she was like, wow, yeah, that was a really cool moment. The three of us were really throwing it down. Maybe I got a little excited, but that was the how I felt in the moment. And I'm really proud of what the three of us have delivered and showed today, because that was definitely a great moment for the women's race.
Place à la course. Les applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Nourri pour Dylan Dam. Bien joué, Dylan. Applaudissements.
Camille. Oh, quel service. Camille, tu as fait une super performance aujourd'hui, mais je pense que comme tous les athlètes se plaisent à le dire, c'est pas un effort que tu fais toute seule. Et à commencer par ton assistance, il y avait une présence, il y avait tellement d'émotions, tellement de joie à t'accompagner, à te voir évoluer à chaque ravito, parce que j'étais aussi présent, moi, de l'autre côté de la barrière. Et du coup, Camille, qu'est-ce que ça représente pour toi d'avoir cette équipe qui t'accompagne, et qu'est-ce que tu as envie de leur dire?
Ouais, en fait, pour moi, partager les choses, c'est 1000 fois plus chouette, donc j'ai envie de leur dire merci d'être venus. J'ai des amis qui sont venus de loin, c'est assez fou, ils étaient partout, donc de toute façon, il fallait que je relance, quoi, sinon je me faisais engueuler, donc non, et puis je voyais que tout le monde s'amusait vraiment sur les sentiers. malgré la nuit très compliquée, j'ai quand même des copains qui sont allés au col de la Seine, quoi. Donc, ouais, respect. C'était vraiment des conditions, comme j'aime en ultra, moi, franchement, des vraies conditions montagnardes. Et il fallait vraiment pas jouer, là, il fallait s'habiller. Vraiment, c'était la neige. Par contre, c'était magique. Enfin, franchement, c'était super beau. Moi, j'ai adoré la nuit, mais c'est sûr qu'il fallait. Les conditions étaient très très rudes. La nuit était très compliquée.
Paul Creuset. Allez, applaudissements, applaudissements. Bien joué, Paul.
So I'm going to translate a little bit what Camille said about the team spirit and how grateful she is about everyone that was out there on the trail. She said she has friends from all over the place who came and see her and cheer for her. And that was fuel for her to know that everybody was having a blast out there, especially even during the night up in the snow, in the wind, in the rain, and said, this suited me. I like the mountains. This is something I was looking forward to. And she said François was about in the same situation. Unlucky for him, he didn't make it to the finish line. But it is true that you share with the crowds and the crowds share for you. Every time you were getting into an aid station, we could hear everybody being super loud and then cheering you on. And we can see it on your face. It was bringing you back to life, and then you had another surge. So again, how does that carry you? How does that lift you up?
Ouais, non, franchement, c'est impressionnant le monde qu'il y a. Enfin, moi, j'hallucine là. Tous les gens qui ont crié Camille, j'imagine même pas le nombre de fois. Donc un immense merci. Il y a toujours plus de monde sur cette belle course, malgré la météo quand même pas top. Donc en fait, c'est que tout le monde se régale ici et ça fait vraiment plaisir de voir les gens dehors, de voir les gens encouragés, de voir les gens s'amuser. Et que le sport amène ça, moi je trouve que c'est vraiment chouette, quoi.
Le sport c'est chouette, le mot de la fin. Mesdames et messieurs, encore une fois, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour notre seconde féminine, Camille Bruyas.
Hey, Steph. Hey, Steph, welcome back.
All right, what do we got?
I think is great what Camille was saying, but my conclusion from the chat also was that it's incredible how articulate both Ruth and Camille are after doing what they've done for the last 24 hours. So I kind of felt that was a fair takeaway from our friends in the chat. Yeah, but wow. And the ultimate humans to inspire us over the weekend. And so now the challenge is, what are you going to do with your Sunday?
And you can see that they're hanging around the finish line waiting for the third person to cross the line, which will be Katarina Hartmut. We are following an incredibly exciting race. We should expect her in about half an hour. We are just going to a commercial break, but lots of exciting things coming up. So stay with us. We will back with you very shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Okay, we are back on. You know, we have been following the runners, but I'm just gonna put a little video on here. We're giving a little pep talk. We're giving a little shoulder rub to Keith. You know,
Yep. Here we go.
Sorry for us, guys. Come on, we have been on the mic for hours and hours straight, bringing you this commentary, bringing you this news. But you know what? It is such a pleasure because I would be watching this myself if I were sitting at home anyway. So this is the best place to be. We have the best view of this race, and we are so excited to follow along with all of you guys.
Stephanie Case, well done for doing the night segment. That was not part of the original plan, and unfortunately, Ida Sophie, who was running the TDS, Ida unfortunately got injured and then went home so she could have an MRI. So not only did you do the 3 days that you agreed to do, you also ended up doing the night shift. So, yeah, I know you're a mum and therefore you have extra superpowers, but still, I wanted to call out the fact that you did the night segment as well as coming back in the studio this morning. And obviously, we were very lucky that Tony McCann agreed to come in and step in this morning as well. So we are super lucky with all of these wonderful females. And talking of wonderful females, we have our third place Katarina Hartmut on the way down now. And we're also anticipating that in the next 90 minutes, we will be celebrating our 4th through to 10th place females. So I think we're slowly delivering our first females at the minute. And then all of a sudden, there's going to be a little bit of a rush hour between 6 and 7 p.m. as we celebrate our top 10 podium in the women's race.
So not only is Katarina Hartmut in the final stretch, so are we on the commentary side. And you know what? It's really not a burden to me. I loved doing the night section because I think it's important to have female commentators with all of you, not just commenting on the men's side, but the women's side. We need to have women at all aspects of the UTMB production, and I really appreciate having that opportunity. So there we have some of Katarina's accomplishments shown on the right-hand side of the screen. She is 30 years old. I believe she had her birthday around Hard Rock, if I remember correctly. But hop in the chat if I have missed that one. And, you know, it was much easier to do the night section this year because last year I did it and I was 7 months pregnant, and that was rough.
In terms of prize money, we talked about this earlier today in case new folks in the chat. The prize purse at this year's UTMB is about 200,000 euros predominantly across the UTMB, OCC and CCC. Katarina is on track to win 8,000 euros for third place. Second place is 12,000 and first place is 20,000 euros in the UTMB. And this goes all the way down to 10th place. So 10th place in the UTMBs get 1,500 euros. Just look back in time, 2018, the winner of the UTMB was getting 2,000 euros. So things are moving up nicely. And then in the OCC and the CCC, the winners were getting 13 rather than the 20. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of like, and that's all come about after the recent headline sponsorship of HOKA here in Chamonix. So that extra money that's come into there, some of it has been redistributed for the athletes.
Yeah, we had Drew Holman, who was third in CCC, in the studio with us this morning, and he actually didn't know that he was going home with prize money.
Oh, really?
So we got to tell him that he had gotten 5,000 euros, and he was pretty chuffed because he is getting married in a few weeks. So that's a little bit more money to enjoy. Now, as we are watching Katarina Hartmut come down, she is moving very smoothly on these technical trails. She is looking quite strong. I think even moving better than what we saw from Camille Burias.
Yeah, I think you were already talking about this. I think, and somebody also was joking in the chat that if Katerina got to run another 50K, maybe she could have won, because Katerina, this is almost like a training run in terms of distance. So Katerina is definitely designed mentally and physically to go further and faster. So yeah.
For sure. And in the chat, some people are just joining us. They're wondering what has happened to Courtney. So we know that, Courtney was running near the top before, but she really started to drop back today. And we saw earlier today, a few hours ago, from the images, that she was moving very slowly on the trails, even down to a hiking/walking pace. But she has not dropped. We were worried that that would happen when she was coming into Trian, and she was all smile still, despite being deep into her pain cave. She continued to move through as the other runners have passed her. We saw Katarina Hartmuth pass her, give her a little bit of encouragement. And Courtney was keeping her sense of humor. She put on a crown that someone had given her. I believe it was in Valorsine.
Yep.
And, she's just continuing to move through. She has won this course before. She, multiple times, she has had the course record before. This is not her day, and she is not dropping out. We really have to respect that, that she is gritting it out to the finish. So you will see, even though she appears on fourth, if you go onto the live trail, if you look at the estimated time, that will give you a sense of where she actually is at in the rankings. We have to take the algorithm with a grain of salt. But if you look at the estimated time coming into Flagere, she is estimated to come in after Anna Carlson, after Lucy Bartholomew, after Maëlle Deruaz, after Magali Melon, and after Claudia Trump, and after Lauren Peretz. So it's a question right now whether Courtney will finish in the top 10 or not.
Yeah, Anna Carlson fans, are we going to see any coverage of Anna Carlson? The simple answer to the question is yes. I couldn't quantify how much that's going to be, but the UTMB is committed to covering the top 10 females into the finish line here at all three races, and we've done that so far already for the OCC and the CCC, and we will be doing that for this race as well. So Anna Carlson will definitely be featuring at some point here. So yeah, stay with us, and we anticipate that our top 10, for those of you who's absolutely loving the vibes of our top our two finishes so far in the women's race, we expect our winners, our top 10, to be complete in about 90 minutes time. So we're not going anywhere, and hopefully that gives you enough reason with the race coverage to stay here as well.
Now we're getting a little bit of a look at the course. Flagere, that last of the, I call it the final climb, but of course Keith has told us, and he has pointed out that there is one little metal bridge that goes over the road before the runners make it to the finish line in Chamonix. La Flagere at just under 1,900 meters of elevation, and then you descend down to just over 1,000 meters of elevation in Chamonix. If you are in the valley and you want to go to a spectating spot, but don't have as much energy in the legs as some of our runners do here, there is a lift that can bring you up in the gondola to the ski station at La Flagere. The crowds are out there. It's a great place to be, to cheer on the leaders and then on all of the more extraordinary runners near the back of the pack over the next day or so. We are coming up to 24 hours into the course. Now, the leaders that we're following are going at a real blistering pace, but many of the runners who are taking on this challenge will be running through a second night and into Sunday morning and Sunday early afternoon.
Okay, Anna Carlson fans, Anna has just reached La Flagere, so Anna now has moved up to fourth place. And And so we just got that update. We're obviously tracking Katarina here, our third place woman. So Anna Carlson now has just crested the top of La Flagere. So our fourth runner, and someone just asking the update, 4th to 10th. We are expecting our 4th to 10 runners to be at the top of this, the last checkpoint now in the next 20 minutes. And so we're going to be having 4th through to 10th racing down here to complete the podium. And we do expect that one of those 4 to 10 people to be Courtney Dauwalter.
We hope. It's looking
yeah.
at the estimated times. It's actually not necessarily in the bag.
No. Nothing's in the bag.
No.
Until we get to finish line. But no, I think, Courtney is, depending on how she's doing, and obviously this is another long descent at the end of an incredible 24 hours. So we will watch and learn. But we do have the ultimate respect because the elite runners, by staying out on the course when you're not doing as well as you normally do, that actually does impact on your UTMB index. So the easy thing to do is to go, I'm going to stop because this is going to mess up my ranking. But you can see that Courtney, I've come all this way, my friends and family here, a lot of the crowd, we're not lying here, I've come to see Courtney. So Courtney is being the ultimate ambassador for the sport, as well as being a kick-ass elite athlete.
Yeah, damn straight. So just taking a look at that, as we were saying, that next pack of runners all coming in together. I was looking to see what the estimated times were outside of the top 10. Emma Stewart in 11th. She is definitely outside of that pack, outside of that group. So she's estimated to come into Flagey just over an hour, whereas the others are estimated to come in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we've got a buffer there of about 40 minutes for Courtney to stay in the top 10.
That was kind of when I looked at the data, I kind of like, oh yeah, Courtney, there's a window.
Yeah.
You have a window there to close out the top 10 elite female athletes at this year's UTMB. And also, it's incredible that Courtney, the speed she's going at today is not her usual speed, but she's still in the top 10. Let's not forget that. This is so that just shows how hard and fast she went out in the first half of the race last night and through those crazy weather conditions. There you go, Katerina, through the La Floria Cafe. There we go. Hey, Chamonix is calling, Katerina.
And that is another great spectator spot. If you are in the valley, it is a pretty short, relatively easy climb up to La Floria, where you can get a tarte aux myrtilles.
Ooh.
Yes, a blueberry tart.
Yep, and Suze is just typed. So a lot of people not realizing that Courtney, by sticking it out, is actually impacting her UTMB index. But, ultimately, that just means that Courtney's got to be, Courtney will sort it out in her next race or something like that. But it is an option for you as a runner to this isn't going to work for me. So that just adds even more class to Courtney Dauwalter.
Yeah, massive respect. We had that conversation as well with Drew Holman, who was third in CCC this year. He had gotten previously, I believe, a 6th in UTMB, and then the following year, instead of DNFing, he was having a really tough time. He was, I believe, 46th in the race, 41st amongst the men, but he just grinded it out. And we were having Dylan Bowman, when he was on as a guest in the broadcast, he was saying, look, I really hope that Drew's effort to just battle out to the finish comes back in good karma, and it did. So maybe what we're seeing here today with Courtney, she's battling out to the finish, it will boomerang back to her as good karma in the races to come.
Carrying on the UTMB conversation, and I think between the two of us, we could probably pull together an answer. Is what's the big deal of having a UTMB, the UTMB index of 800 versus 840, for example? I said, obviously, that gives you a spot at the front of the race, if you like. It also lists you higher up the ranking, so maybe as a sponsor, you're more attractive in that respect. I don't know if you've got any other kind of perspective on that as well, Steph?
Yeah, I mean, it's your ranking in the sport. So like tennis rankings, who is the fastest, who's the best, who is the leader amongst the women worldwide in this sport. We go to the UTMB index to look at it. So it does affect your placing. It affects how sponsors look at you, your potential opportunities. For the rest of us mere mortals, your UTMB index also affects what starting wave you go into in a race. So when we see races that have a lot of popularity and they're divided into either 2 or 3, sometimes starting waves, your UTMB index can separate you out. Also, depending on what your UTMB index is, it can get you privileged access to the UTMB races.
Right.
There's 2 different categories. You can, if you're above a certain level, it's different for the men and the women. You can sign up to races before they open for the general registration and not pay the entry fee.
And there's a big one right there. Yeah. No, so there's lots of this, and it's like, why do they reward runners for performing versus grinding it out? And it's all, at the top end of the sport, it's all about rewarding performance. And but obviously the reality of running 100 miles is, you can definitely have a bad day. There's so many variables in there. So hopefully that helped get a better understanding of the power of the UTMB index. Thank you for that, Steph.
Of course. I'm trying to pull up Anna Carlson's previous performances, but the internet is really struggling.
Yeah. The other thing to consider as well is the elite athletes, a lot of them in their contracts, if they win with some of their key sponsors, if they win a race, like if you win the UTMB as well as the prize money from the UTMB, it could be that in your contracts, and it's different from athlete to athlete, that there's a big chunk of money available that you can unlock as well. So these are some of the reasons that's another perspective with the athletes. So that's kind of contract related, and that will vary from athlete to athlete. And so there's a whole. It gets complicated, but hopefully that's at least helps you a little bit in terms of the UTMB index. And historically, there wasn't prize money here at the UTMB until after the pandemic. And the mindset there was that the brands were rewarding the athletes that did well. And also the Pilettis, the race directors, they were coming from the road marathon scene, and their concern was that some athletes were coming purely for the paycheck, and there was no relationship between the athletes and the actual sport or even the race itself. And as you've seen here, obviously everybody needs to put food on the table, but they've maybe found a middle ground that works both sides. But this is also not a black and white topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to run at this level, it's quite difficult for a lot of the runners to hold down a full-time job or even a part-time job while being able to get the training in that they need to perform at this level. I really admire and appreciate the runners who are doing both, but it is not easy. Now we are down to the last 10 minutes, maybe 8 minutes left with Katarina coming into the aid station. She's got 2.5 kilometers to go, so I think the algorithm saying she's 8 minutes away is a bit punchy. But just to compare this to her 2023 time when she was second behind Courtney, Katarina came in to the finish line in 24 hours and 10 minutes and 52 seconds. We are 24 hours and 2.5 minutes into this race. We can't exactly compare the times because we do have an altered course, but she will be coming in quite a similar time to her 2023 performance.
Okay, gang, we're going to go for a break, but before the break, bit of good news for you if you're a Lucy Bartholomew fan. Lucy's 5th at La Flagère. Back with you very soon.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the UTMB World Finals. We have been with you over the last 3 days following the OCC 50-kilometer race, the CCC 100-kilometer race with the incredibly competitive women's field. Although all of the fields, frankly, have been incredibly exciting to follow. And now we are with you. We have already gone through the top 10 men, and now it is quite a bit deeper on the men's side. And we are waiting for our third place woman, Katharina Hartmut from Germany, to come through the finish line. Ruth Croft has won the event in just under 23 hours, followed by Camille Bruyas from France, who finished just over half an hour later. Ruth now has won all 3 events, the first woman to do so. OCC in 2015, CCC, did I get that right? Nope. CCC in 2015, OCC in 2018 and 2019, and now UTMB in 2025, completing a 10-year project to dominate the UTMB World Finals.
So, we've got Katharina here now, almost home and dry here into Chamonix. Anna Carlson, 4th place. Lucy Bartholomew, 5th place. And Maëlle Deroise, 6th place. All 3 of those athletes have passed through La Flégère, so 4, 5, and 6 are on the way down. We promised that all of a sudden we will get a glut of female elite runners in the top 10. So those 3 are already on the descent as well. So we've got 4 females now on the descent, and we're waiting for Courtney, Magali, Claudia Tremps, and Lauren Puretz to reach the top as well. So we're predicting just over an hour away from celebrating our top 10 in the women's UTMB for this year.
Oh, this is really exciting. Katharina has gotten first in this race before in 2023, and she's also come in 3rd in the last 2 Hard Rocks. And she is the course record holder for Tour de Géant. She loves the long distances, and she is looking quite strong coming into the finish here. Anna Carlson behind her, I've finally been able to pull up her stats. She's quite a versatile athlete, being able to win at distances ranging from 50 to 100 K to 100 miles. This year, she's already got 2 firsts and a second at Eco Trail Paris, trail 80-kilometer distance, and Trail Verbier Saint Bernard. She was second at the 100-kilometer distance. We had the race director here in the studio with us yesterday, telling us about how his race has become a bit of a tune-up for some. For UTMB. It's held in July, got quite a bit of vert. Not for the faint of heart. So take a look at that race and see if it fits into your schedule, either as a final training push towards UTMB, or if you can't get into the UTMB races, maybe take a look at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard. If you can't get into that one, we have the Wildstrubel race, which is in the same area in Switzerland. He was also giving a shout out to that race that occurs in October, I believe. Last year we had just wild snow. Jonathan Albin won that race.
We're just hearing from Chrissy Mail. So Chrissy, first-time winner of the UTMB back in 2003. Chrissy ended up winning the UTMB twice. an athlete in her own right, a race director, and just a good all-round human being. So, Chrissy, good morning. I see you're up and about now and enjoying watching the front of the women's race. We do miss you here in Chamonix, and Stephanie Case is flying the flag in your absence. She's not doing a bad job so far. She's been amazing. So yeah, so many wonderful women here, there, and everywhere. So good morning, Chrissy Mail, race director of the Chuckanup. So yeah, there you go, Chrissy. A plug for your wonderful race as well as you as a wonderful human. Thank you for the message.
To Chrissy, big shoes to fill on the commentary side. Was speaking earlier about just how important it is, how much UTMB has prioritized making sure that there are female voices here on the mic.
And with Tony McCann, we have, once Tony retires from trail running, which is not going to be anywhere in the near future, Tony also has a fantastic future talking about trail running, for sure.
Doesn't she? But I think we will not hold our breath there. Here is Katarina going over the final climb over the metal bridge. You can see she's checking her watch. Smile. She knows she is coming into the final stretch. 1.2 kilometers to go for Katarina Hartmut. And she is such a cheerful runner and fellow competitor. I really love racing. I wouldn't say against her because I'm certainly not giving her a run for her money, but I love racing in the same events as her. She runs with her heart and she puts it all out there and she can really grind.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be another fantastic finish for Katarina. She's had some problems with her knee. You can see it taped up. She had surgery on her knee earlier, has had a great recovery. She went out to Colorado before Hard Rock this year to spend some time at altitude, got very well acclimatized, but had a rough time in that race. So hopefully she will be happy with her performance here today.
Yep.
We will knock some sense into her.
No. But I also, HOKA for sure. This is the first HOKA athlete across the finish line in the women's race. So, yep. So, yep. And the HOKA gang should be down there. They've already had a few of the top 10 in the men's category. So, yeah. So, ASICS locked out the top 2 spots. The North Face was 3rd spot. So, I'm going to have to dig through that now and see. But, yeah, so best position in the 100-mile race, both on the men's and the women's side for Katarina.
Well, I think emotions will be high when Katarina gets to that finish line.
Someone's got a note in here that Anna was running some kind of virtual backyard race.
Big's Backyard Ultra. Yep.
In north of Sweden. So, yeah.
Big's Backyard Ultra is the race format that has come out of the Barkley Ultra Marathons, where you have competitors running loops. They have to finish a certain distance. It's about 4.1 miles or something like that on the hour, every hour. And the race keeps going until the last person standing. Now, I have the pleasure of running with one of the winners of Big's Backyard Ultra a few years ago. The winner outright, Maggie Gooderl, who paced me at Hard Rock. So if you have any questions about the Big's Backyard format, she is the one to ask.
Yep, and I can tell you now that 3 more of our female athletes are through La Flégère, Maëlle, Magali, and also Claudia Tremps. So 6, 7, and 8. So that just leaves us 2 more at the top of the climb. One of them potentially is Courtney, but we don't know. And then also Lauren Perret. So that's our, and then, a little bit further back, the window is still open in case Emma Stewart is having an exceptional spurt towards the end of that race. But we'll get back here to Katarina.
Yeah, and there's a question in the chat about Katarina. I'm fighting through something earlier on. I heard a bit of her aid station chat in Courmayeur. She had felt sick earlier on in the race, and she said it was the rain actually in the night that made her feel better. She came into the aid station wearing her full waterproofs. Esther Shilag, who was also here as a guest in the studio, the head of the women's equality group in the Pro Trail Runners Associations, was crewing her. But so that was the only person I've heard who was actually thankful for the rain and the weather last night.
Right.
Katarina Hartmuth, she is ramping up the crowds. She is ramping up the vibes. That's what we like to see. Full energy, full gas to the finish line. So excited for this 30-year-old athlete from Germany. Her accomplishments speak for themselves. Third twice at Hard Rock, first at Trail 100 Endura by UTMB. She has been second in UTMB before in 2023 when she was chasing down Courtney. She's finishing in a similar time this year, although a different course. It is all smiles and high fives as she races to the finish line.
Yeah, what's great about Chamonix during UTMB week is even if you're just going about your business and you're walking through the streets, you can hear the crowd and you're like, oh, I'm going to stop and cheer and have a look. So yeah, this is a magnificent way to wrap up the day for Katarina.
Let's go, Katarina. And if you want to know more about this athlete, she has a documentary that will be on YouTube soon by Ethan Newberry covering her performances at UTMB, Tour de Géant, Hard Rock. But the performance to watch is right here, right now, as she's coming in third. UTMB, our third female, following Ruth Crofton first and Camille Bourrias in second. Now we have Germany coming in third. 24 hours, 15 minutes. It has been a hard-fought battle. She wants the crowds to cheer her on. If you are at home, let's give her a little bit of support. Let's hear a little bit of this atmosphere. Wow, absolutely amazing. You can see all of the emotion coming out on the finish line. And yep, we see you in the chat. She did win Tour de Géant last year. She has the course record. But that is just one of her many, many accomplishments. And she can add this third place at UTMB to a long list of podium wins.
So that music gets me every time. You know there's a finisher inside. Hey, good news if you're a fan of Lauren Perez. Lauren is now up to 9th place, and Lauren has gone through La Flagère as well. So the great question is Courtney Dauwalter? We are waiting for Courtney to go through the top. So Courtney potentially is going to be 10th through La Flagère. So we're trying to find out if we've got a visual on Courtney up at La Flagère or not yet.
I'm so happy for Katarina. I believe, was that Howie Stern there? Yep, it is indeed. The photographer Howie Stern, who was out in the area racing, I think, the Swiss Alps recently.
And who is Howie?
Howie Stern?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And he is a very well-known photographer. You will know his work, of course, from the United States. Katerina having a bit of a debrief with Catherine Poletti, one of the founders of UTMB, and receiving her finishing gilet. Now, I am eager to hear her post-race interview so we can get a bit more of a sense. There she is hugging Esther Schileg, who was crewing for her from Courmayeur in the night through to today. There were 2 teams of crew for Katerina.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's quite difficult for the crew to be able to circumnavigate in the car Mont Blanc, to be able to keep up with all of the aid stations, to go through the night, to make sure you are at all of the different places. So they had 2 different crew making sure that they could give her the proper support.
Does that mean that crew, they had a crew that went to Les Chapieux, for example, because that's the one where... That's the only tricky one to get to and be everywhere else on the course, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But yeah, so people, we have 3 of our fantastic trail runners through now in the women's race. Anna Carlson is next. Anna's going to be here in the next 15 minutes. Lucy Bartholomew is about 25 minutes away. Maëlle is about 25 minutes away, as is Magali. So yeah, it could be some shuffling going on in that top 10. Claudia Tremps is 30 minutes out, as is Lauren Peretz. And the great Courtney Dauwalter. We are waiting. Courtney's still out there on the course. She's definitely carrying an injury, but she is also not giving up. And that's, yep.
And I think we've got an interview now. Let's listen in.
Yeah.
All right, Katerina, first of all, congratulations. 3rd place on the UTMB. This incredible, the most beautiful race on the planet. Alors, tout d'abord, félicitations pour cette 3e place sur la course la plus mythique et la plus belle sur la planète. Your first feelings right here after crossing the line. Tes premières impressions après avoir traversé cette ligne.
That was really hard today.
That's what everybody said. Elle a dit que c'était vraiment difficile aujourd'hui, mais c'est le retour de tout le monde aujourd'hui.
Yeah, the night was crazy. I've never experienced such weather in a race ever before. It was rain, like as if you're in a shower for hours. Like Les Chapieux was more like a pool. I was like, hey, I forgot my swimming suit. That was ridiculous. And then all the snow, and it was just trying to not get too cold and changing clothes all the time. It was really a logistical challenge. And also because they changed the course, actually they took out my favorite part, which is the technical part, and suddenly there was even more running. And you know, for me, all this running in the race is really hard. I'm more like a hiker. So, but before the race, I told myself I try to run as much as possible, and I think that worked quite well.
Donc, elle a dit, la nuit, c'était évidemment très, très difficile. Elle a dit qu'elle n'a jamais eu les circonstances comme ça dans une course. Il pleuvait des cordes et des cordes. Elle avait l'impression d'être sous la douche pendant des heures et des heures. Et même à Chapieux, c'était comme une piscine. Elle a dit pourquoi elle n'a pas amené son maillot de bain. Le but pour elle, c'était vraiment juste d'échanger ses vêtements autant que possible. Et puis, elle a dit que les parties qu'ils ont enlevées, les pyramides, c'était les parties qu'elle espérait courir quand même. Parce qu'elle aime bien quand c'est technique et tout ça, mais malheureusement, voilà, c'était enlevé, mais pour le bien de tout le monde, je pense. So, Katerina, your race strategy, we saw when we were following along that you seemed like you were quite conservative. You were in the 144th position, then 129, then 90, then 60, and then 40, slowly making your way overall up in the rankings. Was that the strategy that you had from the beginning, to keep it conservative? Du coup, j'ai demandé sa stratégie parce qu'on a vu qu'elle était partie assez restreint. Elle était dans la 104e place, 129, 90, 70. Et petit à petit, elle a remonté dans le standing. Est-ce que c'était ton tactique dès le départ?
Must say it's not really a strategy because I can't do something else. I have to start slowly. I can't start fast. And actually, for the first couple hours, I had quite some stomach issues, so that slowed me even more down. So I really took it easy in the beginning. But yeah, usually that's how I try to do it, like just do my race until Champex-Lac, that's how I did it last time 2 years ago, and that's how I did it this year. And then, suddenly again there was the race, and Lucy was there, and she was really close, and I was catching her, and then suddenly people talked about Courtney, and I was like, what's going on here? This is a bit scary, actually. And then I was catching up to her, and I wasn't sure if I should overtake her. It felt like a bold move.
Donc elle a dit, donc sa stratégie c'était pas forcément de commencer lentement, elle commence toujours lentement quoi qu'il en soit. Elle fait son course. We'll let this gentleman finish and then continue. Alors on va lui laisser finir cette personne-là, il mérite son petit moment. Et après je continue avec la traduction.
Applaudissements pour Ness.
Oui, donc elle disait, elle faisait sa course à elle tranquillement dès le début, et puis ça continuait très bien. Elle faisait vraiment sa course. Après, elle a vu Lucy, ça allait très bien. Ils ont tchatché un petit peu, et puis elle a vu qu'il s'approchait de Courtney. Elle disait, elle ne pourrait pas y croire que juste devant elle, il y avait Courtney de Walter. Et puis elle s'est dit, est-ce qu'elle ose même de dépasser Courtney? Ben voilà, c'était là que ça commençait à être intéressant. And what's on your shirt? We saw when you crossed the finish line. Your partner put a sticker. He gave you a kiss and he gave you a sticker. We all want to know what's on the sticker. Alors on demande sur le sticker sur elle. Elle a traversé la ligne, elle a eu le bisou et tout de suite elle a eu le sticker. Donc il y a quoi sur ce sticker?
It's a sticker that says "You're awesome," and they gave it out at the Hard Rock 100 run, which was my last race. And it's a great way to show people that they are great.
And you are awesome indeed, Katarina. Alors sur le sticker, c'était écrit t'es formidable, t'es génial. Voilà, c'était un sticker qui était donné à Hard Rock, donc c'était pour rappeler qu'elle est incroyable. Voilà, Katarina Hartmut, bravo, congratulations, thank you.
And there we have it, getting a bit of a rundown of Katarina Hartmut's race. I liked the part when she was talking about getting the news about Courtney and thinking, what? This isn't possible. Should I even really pass her? Kind of questioning herself whether she should make that kind of a move.
Yeah, so there we go, gang. This is going to be Anna Carlson. Anna is about 10 minutes out now from, or even less than that, 10 minutes out here from Chamonix. So this is going to be a fantastic result for Anna, 4th place overall from Sweden, our 4th place finisher and our 4th different nation.
This is pretty exciting. Anna Carlson, a string of wins over the last couple of years on various distances. She was 3rd at Diagonal de Fou in 2022. 2nd at a 100-miler that I'm not going to try to pronounce in Sweden, in the UTMB series in 2024.
Come on, give it a go, Steph. Go on.
Kuhlamannen?
Oh, the Kuhlamannen. Ah, yeah.
Kuhlamannen, that's fine.
Yep, that sounds pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
It's not that I'm any kind of authority on Swedish, but sounds pretty good to me.
Sounds good to me. Yeah. Let us know in the chat if you're Swedish.
And I think now you need to say it and then say it with a Swedish accent.
All I have to compare it to is the Swedish chef. I don't want to offend anyone.
Yeah, that's probably a good call.
Yeah. So Anna Carlson in 4th, and I am so excited. We have Lucy Bartholomew coming behind her in 5th. Lucy Bartholomew is someone who's really grown up in the sport. She has been running ultras since she first ran 100K with her dad when she was, I think, 15, 16 years old, and really jumped in to become a professional athlete with Solomon from the get-go.
But like all of the athletes in your journey, there's always a few bumps in the road.
Yep.
And the ultimate testament to you and your character is kind of how you bounce back for them. And I think Lucy is another great example of that. Someone's piling down. I wasn't expecting... No, Lucy's...
male.
Yep, that's probably... it's a male finisher. Whoops.
There we go.
Hey.
That was quite nice. You know, seeing a bit of encouragement from the male runners to the female runners. You know, despite the fact that we still have a low participation of female athletes in ultras, particularly in the 100-mile distance and 100-miler like UTMB. One of the things that I personally love about being a woman in these races is the support that you get from the others, not just the other women, but also the other men. It just makes for a really great environment and a really great vibe. So for all of you men out there, do give the women in the race, if you pass them, a little bit of an extra bump. And if they are coming up behind you, step aside on the trail and encourage them along the way.
Steph, you're getting a lot of thumbs up in the chat for your Kulamanen pronunciation.
you.
And somebody did say, would still like to hear the Swedish Chef version, though.
Oh, no.
Maybe that one's during the ad break. We can do that one separately. So
I'm going for it. I'm diving in. Kulamanen. Was that good?
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I'll let the chat people, because I really don't have any authority on that. But yeah, here we go. Anna, almost back down here to civilization, the place where you can celebrate your victory and then also toast that with wonderful drinks and food and whatever you've been dreaming of for the last couple of hours, because everybody has something that they're like, ooh, I can't wait to have one of these. And I've got a Courtney Dauwalter story for you. So Courtney this year, Courtney won the 120 kilometers Lavaredo Ultra Trail in Cortina at the end of June. Hannes Namberger had the course record. It's gone to Ben Diemen now, but one of the restaurants in Cortina has a pizza named after. So there is a pizza Hannes Namberger to celebrate Hannes. So we asked Courtney at the finish line, Courtney, if you could choose anything on the menu in this restaurant in Cortina to have you named after you, what would you choose? And Courtney's like, I've been dreaming about an Aperol Spritz for the last 10K, so a DeWalter Spritz. So, and then right next to the finish line is the Cortina Hotel. The owner was there, he was like, leave it with me. And about 2 minutes later, somebody from the bar came out with a tray and an Aperol Spritz, and we weren't sure, Courtney, do you want this? And she's like, give me the Aperol Spritz. So Courtney just being Courtney there again. So that was pretty awesome.
That is a good story. Maybe that will be the next Tailwind flavor. Do you hear us out there, Tailwind? Will we have an Aperol Spritz flavor?
Yeah, so that's true. Tailwind. There's the DeWalter melon. So yeah, they're going to have to work out how to integrate DeWalter or Courtney into Aperol Spritz. But there's enough creative folks in the chat to come up with that. And I would say 2 years ago, when we were waiting for Courtney to finish the Triple Crown here, what we said, Martin was here in the studio. Martin was going to do the interviews at the end.
Yep.
And Martin said, right, Courtney loves dad jokes. So we said, whoever posts the best dad joke in the chat, we're going to share it with Courtney. And Martin did exactly that. Don't ask me.
Remember what it was?
No. That was like 2 years ago. So
Okay.
I can't even remember the OCC on Thursday. So I've got no chance with UTMB of 2023. I'd have to look at my notes.
Yeah, at this point, I think we've been on camera so much. Trying to remember what happened in OCC a couple of days ago. It was a lifetime ago.
But it was pretty impressive. Joylene and Yao Miao absolutely racing to the finish line. And then Jim Wormsley chasing down Christian Minoggio. Remember that?
I do. Your memory isn't so bad after all.
I mean, those were standout moments. But here we go now, gang. Loose talk of the devil. Lucy Bartholomew and Anna Carlson.
It doesn't look like Lucy.
No. I'm kind of trusting our camera guy. But it's a little bit...
That doesn't look like Lucy.
Well,
who else could it be?
Yeah, it could be
Maëlle.
It could be Maëlle Deruaz. Yeah, and there's Magali. So we promised you an avalanche of trail runners at the front of the women's race, and we have got that. So Anna Carlson, 4th place on the right. That's Magali. That could be Lucy, but we're thinking it could be... That's Maëlle. We believe that's Maëlle Deruaz. So...
I mean, I could be wrong, but that did not look like Lucy to me. And it is, we understand how it would be difficult to tell who it is because all of these runners are so close together. If you look at the tracker, we are bouncing back and forth of who is expected into Chamonix next. We can see that Anna Carlson is firmly in fourth, but then they're predicting that Maëlle Duruaz is coming in next. So that's who I suspect we are seeing on the left-hand side of our screen in fifth. And then following that, it should be Lucy Bartholomew in sixth.
Is it possible that Emma catches Courtney? Yes, the answer is it is very possible, because Courtney is not moving at the speed we're used to Courtney moving. So 100%, that's a long way down. In fact, my memories of Swedish athlete top 3 here. Goodness, Team La Sportiva. It'll come to me in a minute, but Mimi Kotka. Mimi. Oh my goodness, we followed Mimi from the top of La Flagère down to the finish, and it was, I mean, she was slugging it out. It was so painful, but she made it, and it was like, wow. You know, those are the folks that, you know, the DNA, you know, giving up is one option, but not for these folks.
Mimi Kotka, she came in third in 2021.
Thank you very much. That was the one.
Of 25 hours and 8 minutes.
Yeah, and yeah, that was it. So here we go. Anna Carlson, you there, one of those lovely signs coming up right now. There it is, 1 kilometer to go.
And the race is on. Gosh, it is really tight. So we now confirmed, you saw on the screen just a few seconds ago, it is Maëlle Duruaz who has surged into fifth. Lucy Bartholomew is presumably in sixth.
Yeah.
But we are down to just minutes apart, maybe seconds between these next female runners.
Well done, Anna. Yes, this is... yeah, Anna's looking, I guess, the safest of a lot of these female athletes to protect her fourth place right now.
Now, Maëlle Duruaz, who is coming in behind her. We've already talked about Anna's accomplishments at Kuhlemannen. If we look at...
Oh, you're liking saying that now, aren't you? Yeah.
It's good. I'm sinking into it. Maëlle does appear to be good at the 100-mile category. She has a first place in Trails du Saint-Jacques by UTMB last year. But she can also throw it down at the 50K and 100K distance, so quite a versatile athlete.
So here we go, the clouds moving away. There's an amazing, there you go, 2 runners coming down the hill here. So that is Maëlle, and Maëlle is, yeah, she is on a charge down to the finish line here. And there's Magali. So we've got 4, 5, and 6. This is awesome. What a great kind of like a little cluster. And 7, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Not that far apart. There we go. And look at the view now. The clouds lifting. The freshly covered snow on top of the Mont Blanc after the last few days of weather. And yeah, half a meter 2 nights ago, and then I think another probably 30 or 40 centimeters last night.
Thank you. Some of the runners complaining about hail, and then after the first initial runners, then the next group was complaining about snow. So I'm not sure actually if the front runners hit the snow in the night or not, or if it was just those coming later on, which really gives us an indication that runners even further deeper into the pack would have really had a battle last night in the weather. Anna Carlson, not in my list of who I was expecting to see in the top 10, but obviously she should have been. Very impressive performance today. Finishing in fourth in under 24 hours and 40 minutes. Here she's making one of the final turns in towards the finish line.
Hey gang, I've got an announcement for you, and I know you're all going to love it. Courtney Dauwalter has reached La Flagère, and Courtney is on her way down to the finish. So Courtney is probably going to take her time because her body's not 100% today, but she is going to be finishing her fourth UTMB. When she starts UTMB, she doesn't stop. So there you go, a little bit of good news for you.
That's true. We previously had a 40-minute gap, I think that we said. Now it is down to, looks like about a 20-minute gap. So it is closing. She is going to have to move. Normally 20-minute gap from Flagere would be too much to make up, but the way she's moving, she is going to have to keep up the pace to stay in the top 10.
Yeah, so Courtney is about an hour away.
Yeah.
That's what we're thinking, about an hour. But there we go. Here's Anna. Let's focus on Anna now. This is amazing.
Let's listen in on the atmosphere. Anna Karlsson from Sweden, following Ruth Kraft from New Zealand in first, Camille Bourrias from France in second, Katarina Hartmut in third from Germany. And I believe we haven't had a Swedish finisher in the top 3 since Mimi Kotka in 2021. She is the 3rd Swedish top 3 UTMB finisher.
I couldn't hear you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Let's listen to this instead.
Yes. Who's cutting the onions? So good. Wow.
So if we look at the top 3 finishes on the men and the women's side at UTMB, going all the way back. Okay, if we go all the way back to 2013, let's go all the way back to the beginning. We have had only 1, 2, 3 from Sweden. And so I believe she should be the 4th. We had Mimi Kotka in 2021 coming in 3rd. Kristen Berglund coming in 2nd in 2019. And then if we go all the way back, I saw a Swedish flag there in 2012, the year that it was shortened. We had Jonas Bud.
So in terms of, someone said in the chat, great to see some new faces. I fully agree. This is a great thing. Just to highlight, in terms of timings, there has only ever been 8 females that have gone sub 24 hours on the UTMB course. So we go back to Rory Bosio in 2013, 2014. Then we have Courtney's 2021. Katie Scheid, Courtney Dauwalter again in 23. Marianne Hogan and Ruth Croft and Katie Scheid in 2024 on the classic course. And Ruth and Cami this year, sub 24 hours. You can argue about that in terms of that, but Ruth's time of sub 23, I think that's worthy of sitting in that sub 24 hours. So sub 24 hours for our female athletes and the UTMB is still a big deal.
Absolutely. And here we have Maëlle Deruaz from France in 5th, and we just saw that Magali Melon is in 6th, so Lucy Bartholomew has it back. But let's focus now on Maëlle Deruaz, who is coming through to round out our top 5. Wow. Fantastic finish for her. Incredibly versatile athlete. She is running and winning races from the 20K distance all the way up to the 100-mile distance. Unlike Katarina Hartmut, who is really a 100-mile specialist, we should expect to see Maëlle Deruaz in different races all on the podium. Here she is, ramping up the crowd.
So good.
Let's go.
So good. Wow.
She even had enough energy for quite a big jump. She got some air there on the finish line. Oh, and her family is just overjoyed.
So that Maëlle was sixth in the women's race.
Coming in fifth. Magali Melon is coming in now in sixth. So she has, as we saw on the live stream, we believe that she has surpassed Lucy Bartholomew, but this is not confirmed because the algorithm is telling us the other way around. So let's see who the cameras are following.
Yeah, she definitely had a bit more in the tank at the end there, but yeah. What I was just about to say was Anna and Maëlle with the...
Look at that, sorry.
Yes, that is pure joy.
She is having a moment.
Wow. Yeah, 2,500 runners took the start line last night. We've had 41 finishers. So our top 5 females were inside the top 41 overall. So this is impressive.
And still under 600 people have dropped out, which is impressive given the weather conditions that we have seen. It is a tough crowd that enters this UTMB.
She would be fun for an interview right now. It's probably not going to happen, but yeah.
I mean, you might only get one moment to be able
to this is so beautiful.
Take it all in.
It's good. The dad jokes that keep sneaking into the chat. Thank you very much. What do you call someone with a rubber toe? Roberto.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you to that one. That was Sarah V. Yeah. She's ready to go partying now.
And we're also people wondering if Courtney will get caught up by Emily Hawgood.
Emily, I would... Ooh. Well, we'll find out. Yeah. I think Emily's far enough back that that's probably not an option. I mean, the algorithm suggesting Courtney's going to be in an hour. So, 7:30, Courtney Dauwalter, possibly 10th place, possibly later. I think Courtney's just having a day out in the mountains.
No, Emily Hawgood is way too far back.
Exactly.
She has really dropped down in the race. There is, I would say, no chance. Which is a shame because Emily Hawgood, we say, is the queen of consistency, and she is having an inconsistent race.
Consistent in the fact that she hasn't stopped.
Okay, she
so
is
no. I mean, yeah. So, 2 finishers coming in together here.
This could be, is this PTL?
PTLs, yeah. So the PTL, everybody, if you're not familiar with this is less of a race and more of a challenge. Teams of 2 or 3 people. They left on Monday morning. They go into the mountains. They have climbing helmets and everything with them. 300 kilometers and 25,000 meters of positive elevation. And so they are all starting to arrive now. And here we go. Here's our next runner coming in. I believe that this is Magali. And there's Lucy.
Oh, Magali Melon and Lucy Bartholomew. Gosh, that has got to be killing her, having dropped back 2 spots, but nothing to shake her nose at because she is now going to be coming in 7th place, bettering her previous 2 10th place finishes at UTMB. Just incredible. Magali Melon coming in 6th place. All smiles again. This is so exciting.
Historically, there's always gaps, so many gaps between all of our. So yeah, again, as we said in all the other races, the depth of the females, the women's field is getting deeper and deeper. So yeah, so good.
And this is another runner, incredibly versatile. You look at her last 3 results, first in a 20K, first in a 100K, first in a 100-miler. My goodness.
Wow, mixing her up. Yeah.
Absolutely. She has previously gotten 5th at the TDS in 2023.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And we know the TDS, that is a gnarly little race, but as is the UTMB. So yeah. Wow, so finished TDS and UTMB now. Fantastic. Well done.
Will now be
Magali Melon
in our sights, on our radar in the coming years. This is one to watch. Well done to Magali.
Some insight here. Magali is almost Swedish. She lives in Stockholm.
Ah, okay.
There we go. So thank you for that.
And next we will have Lucy Bartholomew coming through.
Yes.
Coming in 7th place. So exciting. We are just rounding out our top 10. And will Courtney finish in the top 10 or not? That remains to be seen.
Yep, Lucy's going to be adding another flag to our top 10 with Australia. And then after Lucy, we've got Claudia Tremp. So Claudia from Spain. And then we're also going to have our first American athlete. So that's going to be Lauren Peretz. And then the question is, will Courtney add a second American flag to the top 10 or not? Let's wait and see. Yeah, but beautiful backdrop there. The Mont Blanc looking fantastic.
Well done to Lucy. When I saw her at Courmayeur, she was looking strong. She was looking focused, but she had a bit of a fall in the night. She gave Ryan Sands, her Solomon teammate, and her crew a bit of a scare because her tracker wasn't working for some time.
Oh, wow.
He had gotten the news that she'd fallen, but didn't see her move. So he thought that maybe she was out for the count. Ryan has himself had a tough time at UTMB, so he knows what that's like. But when she fell, she only hit her shoulder and was able to really keep pushing through. This is just an incredible finish for her. Having just sneaked into the top 10 the past 2 years, she is now firmly in the top 10 in 7th place. She did drop back a couple of places near the end, but nothing will break her enthusiasm. Nothing will break her joy for her performance today.
Well, a third top 10 finish at UTMB. That is
not too shabby.
Not too shabby, 100%. Well done, Lucy. Yes.
Let's get it. Lucy Bartholomew from Australia, a Solomon athlete. Coming into the finish, 24 hours, 51 minutes. So this is now, we are about 2 hours behind Ruth Croft in first. Let's get it, Lucy.
Lucy's time last year was 25:55, so 1 hour and 5 minutes inside that. So well done, Lucy. And it's party time in Chamonix right now as our runners, more and more runners come into the finish line. Hey.
Having a bit of an exchange there between the runners, obviously a bit intense as there was that shift near the end.
Oh, so it looks like Lauren Peretz from the United States has passed Claudia Tremps on that final descent. So Lauren Peretz is up to 8th place.
Wow,
according to the screen.
It is fast and furious with these runners because Lauren Peretz and Claudia Tremps are actually estimated to come in both in 2 minutes. So will we finally see a sprint finish? I suspect if we were, then the camera people would give us a little look backwards to see how far back he is. But I can still hope.
It's just like there's only women finishing right now. It's awesome.
Why not?
That's what's happening, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we finished the men's race. This is our women's race now. So yeah, well done to Lauren up there. That's there said that we anticipate some moving and shaking in that final descent, and it's all happening. So well done to Lauren. Lauren already finished top 10 at this year's Black Canyons. So 101 kilometers. She was also third this year at last year at the Javelina 100. So Lauren does have some history at this kind of distance. So yeah, well done. I don't see any other previous UTMB experience. So
Interesting. And she is being chased down hot on her heels by Claudia Tremps, who this year was first in the Mozart 100 by UTMB. I was actually supposed to run that myself, and then I heard it was a very fast 100-miler, so a very different profile than what we see here at UTMB. And that scared me to switch to a more mountainous race. I'm in the Katarina camp, where I'm more of a hiker than a runner, I'd say.
Right. Yeah, you should get one of those power hiker hats that are flying around from Team Norda here in Chamonix. I even had a couple of friends back in Colorado going, "Can you get me the power hiker hat?" So yeah, they've seen enough of them online this week on different athletes to want one.
Yep. So this is Lauren Peretz from the U.S. And this is our first American female in the top 10. And hot on her heels is Claudia Tremps, who has previously gotten a top 10 at UTMB before. In last year, she was 8th in UTMB, and she has also had a good showing as 2nd at TDS in 2022.
And
oh my goodness, this is so close.
Nice. Well done. Hey, here for the women's race. There we go. That's the t-shirt.
Damn straight. And there we have Lauren. Oh, lots of emotion coming out on the finish line. She crossed with her kids. That was a tough one.
Wow. Yep. Someone in the chat saying Carol, Saba is on the way in now. So, yep. So, yeah, we're obviously focusing on, we've covered the top 10 in the men, and now we're just focusing on the front of the top 10 in the women's race. The good news is the camera will be here all night at the finish line, so you can watch all of your friends throughout the night, and also through tomorrow till 4 p.m. when the last runner crosses the finish line. This is going to be Claudia Tremps. Yep, this is our 9th place finisher in the women's race.
And then I suspect we'll have a bit of a gap before we have our 10th place. Hopefully it will be Courtney DeWalter. But yeah, lots of love for Karel Sabe in the chat. He is most well known for his ability to run in the super long distances and the races such as the Barkley Marathon.
Yes.
Claudia Tremps running a little bit gingerly as she makes that final descent into town on the asphalt. Claudia runs for on running. So her athlete manager, Meg McKenzie, who lives in the Valley, and has currently been managing the athletes.
Did I see Meg? It was Beth McKenzie that was on the start, not Meg.
Yeah, yes. Beth McKenzie from Australia was running. Meg McKenzie is from South Africa, and she has been a professional runner for On, but is actually switching more to the athlete management side.
Yes, no, I've seen that. So there we go, Claudia Tremps. So it felt like about 5 minutes ago we just had the top 3 in, and then all of a sudden we went from 3 to 9. That was, wow, it was a feast of trial running in the top 10. And now the great suspense, is it going to be Courtney or is it going to be Emma Stewart? But Emma yet to reach La Flégère.
What does the algorithm say? So the algorithm has Courtney coming into Chamonix in 45 minutes.
Yes.
Emma Stewart is just about to go through Flégère. I'm going to guess that they're going to make her descent from Flégère around 45 minutes, potentially.
Yep.
Maybe 40. So it could be tight between the two of them. Wow, this is exciting. Alyssa Clark, who was previously in the top 10, has now unfortunately dropped down to 18th, but she's still in the top 20.
Yeah, we had Susanna Zalawa. Susanna was in the top 10 for quite a big chunk of time as well. We have a former top 3 finisher in the UTMB, Mighty Mayora Elizondo, Team Vibram. So Mighty Mayora is also on her way up to La Flégère. Kelsey Hogan, Lindsay Dwyer from the probably from the Bay Area, looking at the fact that Lindsay's running for Team San Francisco Running Company. Lisa Clark, Heather Jackson. Heather Jackson is still out there as well. Heather is on her way to Vallorcine. She should be in Vallorcine anytime soon. So, yep. Some runners are having an amazing day, and others are just slugging it out, and that sometimes is what you need to do.
The way the cookie crumbles. Another name that I noticed in the top 20, Melanie Delasoy. She has had some really strong finishes. Monte Rosa earlier this year, the 100K category, she came in first. But at UTMB, she's also came in third in the 100-miler in Tenerife Blue Trail by UTMB earlier this year. But last year when she tried UTMB, she was 24th. So she has bettered her time here so far.
Loving the costumes. They're all out in force today. These guys were definitely up at Vallorcine today, and they're like, hey, we bought these costumes. We are going to make them we're going to make them work. So yeah, the theme today was Mission Impossible. People were encouraged to wear space-orientated kind of costumes. So yeah, there we go.
So now we had the top 8 women finish within the top 50 overall. You know, you made that comment that I feel like we're only seeing the women's race. We had Anna Carlson, who was in 4th, finish in 40th, then in 41st, Maëlle Duruaz, then in 43rd, Magali Mellon, then in 45th, Lucy Bartholomew, and then in 46th, Lauren Pradetz. So really, it was just actually only 1 or 2 men sneaked in there in between the women. They were running as a pack.
It was kind of like, rush hour in the top 10 for the women. So Claudia Tremp, Claudia will be our 51st finisher overall.
Let's keep going. You got to keep going to the finish. She is down to a walk. Maybe the crowds will give her a boost. Let's go.
Yep, there she goes again. And then, as we were saying, so Carol also from Team On Running, Carol Sab, I bet he's going to be in next. Then we got Ferdinand Arrow, and then we've got Matthias Tenaizi, Jonas Russi, former winner of the Lavaredo from Switzerland. Jonas Russi is also on his way down now to the finish line in Chamonix. Matthew Seidel, Nicholas Jakob, and then somebody called Courtney Dawalter. Courtney is currently 58th overall, which is impressive when you think. It was a long time ago when we saw Ruth running past her on the descent before the climb to Champex-Lac. That was literally 50K ago.
But, you know, for those of you who are just joining us wondering what happened to Courtney, she has just not had her day, but we saw her hours ago really struggling on the trails, going down to a hiking pace, a walking pace at times. But honestly, she has kept moving forward. She has kept her humor. We have seen her smiling at the aid stations. We have seen her partner, Kevin, welcoming her in. She has picked up paraphernalia, a crown that she put on her head at Vallorcine. So while we can empathize with her and really sympathize with the fact that she hasn't had her day out there physically, I want to celebrate the fact that she is still moving towards the finish. She has not dropped, and she is battling it out for a top 10 finish. This is a previous course record holder. My goodness, I am inspired by the incredible performance I've seen today, and Courtney is one of them.
Dakota Jones is out on the course, and UTMB live commentator Martina Valmasoy. Martina is doing Dakota's support. So Dakota Jones has left Vallorcine. Dakota is also on the climb to La Flégère, so he's out and about. We've got Mike Lavery. Somebody was just calling out somebody in the chat. It's their top 20 first time attempt here. Yeah. There we go. Eleanor Horton top 20 on her first attempt at UTMB.
And here we have Claudia Trent coming in towards the finish, making that final stretch. Let's hear a little bit of those crowds. There we go.
Hey.
Just over 25 hours of running. I can see her brilliant smile, her grin from here. Our first runner from Spain on the female side coming in the top 10 in this race, not historically. All right, Claudia. If you are following us online from Spain in the chat, give a little bit of love to Claudia.
Hey. Well, and Claudia.
All right, Keith, how are you with your dance moves? I'm not going to sing, but I'll dance.
You could sing like the Swedish chef.
This is amazing. I love celebrating these women. Take a bow, Claudia. You have earned it. You are 9th at UTMB 2025. And as we are rounding out the top 10, we are waiting for Courtney to come through. Hopefully in 10th place, we will have to see. We are just going to a commercial break, but do stick with us. Lots more excitement coming your way in these UTMB World Finals.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are here in the studio. We are back. We are dancing to the music. The vibes are high. It has been just an incredible few hours being able to bring to the finish line our top 10 women. We are waiting for 10th place. Now going to a little bit of a video.
I think there was a lot of women there this year.
Yeah.
Dans le trail, finalement, hommes et femmes courent sur les mêmes pistes, les mêmes routes, les mêmes sentiers. Ils peuvent performer de manière équivalente.
On me dit souvent, ah ouais, je suis pas capable, je pense pas que j'aurai les capacités physiques, ce qui au final veut rien dire. Si on regarde une fille comme Courtney, c'est la preuve même qu'on peut aller loin dans les ultras et rivaliser avec les garçons.
There's also like just being a woman on the period, which UTMB does super well with the women's kit as well.
C'est un enjeu de mixité, donc de permettre aux femmes de pouvoir avoir des protections hygiéniques sur les points de ravitaillement.
TMB Group a mis en place des choses maintenant pour essayer de nous accompagner là-dedans. Je pense que ça peut vraiment donner de belles choses.
Il faut se mettre des défis dans la vie et c'était un défi dans la FCC et je l'ai fait.
Quand on se fixe des objectifs et qu'on les atteint, bah, on est trop contente quoi. Really good.
And we are back. That was a well-timed video there talking about some of the initiatives that UTMB has taken to ensure that women feel supported and that they are able to race their best with the women's kits in the bathrooms at the checkpoints. But also hearing the women talk about how Courtney Dauwalter and everything that Courtney is doing in the sport really helps to widen the space and encourage other women to join. It's great to hear that and to remind ourselves of the place that Courtney has in just pushing the barriers forward, winning races outright, and really showing up and representing. We are waiting for Courtney to come through in 10th place.
Did you notice the song that we're playing as well?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So
I believe that was, is that Carol that just finished? We have lots of support for him in the chat.
Yeah, that was 377. So there you go. That worked out quite well. We got our female athletes through. We had a little segment on UTMB initiatives for female athletes, and also Carol's, the fan club in the chat, got a little bit of Carol as well. So there we go.
So now we have a 10-minute buffer window, according to the live tracker algorithm, for Courtney to make it in 10th place. They are expecting her to come in just over 30 minutes. And in 11th is Emma Stewart from Ireland. She is expected to come in 43 minutes. So now we are going to another video as we wait for them to come through.
Cette équipe, en fait, il y a différents handicaps, différentes nationalités, des hommes, des femmes. Cette année, ça a un petit peu évolué. On était 12 l'année dernière, on est 14 cette année.
Vraiment, l'idée, c'est d'être traité à la même enseigne que tous les autres. Et on se sent inclus dans cette course au même titre que tous les autres sportifs.
Malgré tout, ils ont tous un handicap et réellement, c'est une performance. Avant d'être sur la ligne de départ, ils ont dû affronter leur handicap, leurs croyances. Beaucoup de combats comme ça qu'ils vont devoir mener avant même de prendre le départ. On a vraiment eu l'envie d'avoir des handicaps visibles comme des handicaps invisibles. C'est pas parce qu'on ne voit pas un handicap qui n'existe pas. Chaque membre va courir pour lui, mais va courir au-delà de sa personne, va incarner un message qui va permettre à des personnes un peu partout dans le monde, en situation de handicap, et parfois même pas en situation de handicap, mais en tout cas de se dire moi aussi je peux le faire, moi aussi je peux venir courir une des belles qu'il y a ici. Tous des parcours exceptionnels. Et voilà, cette équipe, j'en suis très fier. Je suis très fier de chacun d'eux et je suis très fier de l'équipe dans son ensemble.
There we have a bit of a rundown of Team Adaptive. We actually had a guest on the broadcast, can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, giving us a bit of an overview of all of the work that UTMB is doing to ensure a more inclusivity of athletes with disabilities. And as we saw in the video, not all disabilities are visible. So we were following along in the race. I think it was the OCC where we had one of the runners. You saw him carrying a teddy bear. You saw him on that little video clip there. he was one of the runners who has autism. And so he runs with this, he carries this teddy bear with him everywhere, whether he is running or not. And a good reminder to all of us to really open our minds and realize that people with disabilities, it's not just ones that we can see. And so we have to provide different accommodations to ensure that these races, these events, and our trail running community is inclusive to all.
Yep, and one of the cool initiatives running alongside the Adaptive Athlete Program is that these adaptive athletes are being mentored by some of the elite athletes. So, and it's also giving a window into the elite athletes about, some of the challenges, let's say, that the adaptive athletes have, and vice versa. I think both sides are learning from this. So, really cool initiative and there's some athletes running with blades, those that have maybe had an amputation below the knee or even above the knee. So these are incredible. And I remember last year the MCC, the 40K, Vazu, he is from the US. Vazu did the 40K, and he has an amputation just below the top of his leg. And so runners were just there's another running coming on. Wow, this guy, and he ran with 2 crutches and 1 leg and did the whole 40K. And it is so impressive. And Vazu, I know, not an inspiration, because I always get told off when I say, oh, you're so inspiring, but they are just pushing the boundaries of what historically people thought was not possible.
Yeah, quite right. I had the experience once of volunteering with Achilles International, which is an organization that helps to support runners with disabilities. And I got to be a guide runner for someone who he hadn't been born blind, but due to an unfortunate accident, he'd become blind. And he really wasted no time and decided to train for an Ironman. And so I showed up one day, this was in New York, in Central Park, and they said, can anyone here guide this guy in doing his 30K training run? And as an ultra runner, I was happy to jump in and do a 30K off the bat, and we had a blast together. I was a terrible guide runner. I think we were running so smoothly together, I kind of forgot that I needed to make sure we didn't run into other people along the way. But
sorry, Steph, I was trying to see the number of that run. I didn't see it now. I just wanted to call him out as he's coming in, but it said 108. Wow, so he's Hey Dong from so wow, he moved up a few spots there right at the finish line. So Hey Dong, so we're kind of calling out, he's running out there. He is from China. I assume that, but never assume these things. So yeah, wow. So there's actually a really good performance for a lot of the Chinese runners in the UTMB. Here we go, people. These look like PTL runners.
Do indeed.
These wonderful folks have been out on the course since Monday morning. They've completed about 300 kilometers, and they've done 25,000 meters of climbing up and down.
Now,
and
this is a course that changes every year.
Yeah.
So you don't know what you're going to get. If you want to be specific in your training, it just means you need to do a lot of vert, because you don't know exactly what the course will be that they will throw your way. You have to navigate. You have to bring helmets with you. There is scrambling. There's all sorts of different terrain that you will encounter on the PTL.
And whilst there's no direct qualifying for this, you do have to have a lot of mountain experience to get into this.
I came out of my house down, I'm in Servoz in Chamonix Valley, just 10 minutes outside of Chamonix Center. And when I came out of my house on, I think Tuesday morning, there were some PTLers that had just found some place to sleep by the side of the road.
I saw your photo. You posted that.
There are no aid stations with PTL. It is self-supported, so they just have to find bus stops, find places under trees to be able to sleep.
And they've, they have been out in all kinds of weather as well. So they've had the same crazy weather. You can see the climbing helmets attached to the back of their packs, and the ice axes as well. Courtney is on the way down, and if Courtney is the 10th runner, we will have Courtney on the camera. So as she gets to the outskirts of Chamonix. So stay tuned for that. She's not due in for another 30 minutes.
We're now down to 25 minutes. She's got a 10-minute buffer, according to the algorithm, which we take with a grain of salt, in front of Emma Stewart. And I like that in the chat. PTL, freaking with a PH, freaking tough legends. You are correct.
Oh, yes. And as they arrive in the finish line, you normally hear the bells ringing. So the cowbells, or even the small bells, they're not even cowbells, that is the signal that we have some more of the PTL runners. And the irony is, in French, if you translate from French, PTL, it means the short walk, of which this is not. So yeah.
Good sense of humor.
Oh, as an attack at the finish line. Here they go. Well done, gang. Wow.
Now, as we said, you have to start in teams of 2 or 3. If you start as a team of 3, you might have to go slower, but if one person drops out, you can still finish as a team of 2.
Yeah. And the original concept behind the PTL was after the first few years of the UTMB back in the early 2000s. The runners that had done the UTMB a few times, like, hey, we need a new challenge. So the PTL, the original PTL qualification was, it was teams of 3, and 2 of the team had to have already finished the UTMB. That was the original concept. That they've moved away from that now, but that was the early days of the PTL.
And we saw the winners of the PTL come through, I believe, on Thursday.
Yep.
It was the Gabio brothers.
Yeah, that was the first day we were doing the commentary for OCC. Remember that? That was like Thursday.
It was a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
The Gabio brothers, Swiss, they spend their lives in the mountains, and they are known for doing these types of distances. Sometimes doing back-to-back PTL and then hopping over the other side.
I thought that was almost a Coldplay cam there from... Sorry.
Easy.
Oops.
Where we could see a bit of a lean on the PTL.
Yeah, we'll see a few of those tomorrow in the last 2 hours of the UTMB. The golden hours, probably from 2 till 4. The last runners coming in. All right, gang, we're going to have a short break, and then the countdown is on. Is Courtney going to be in the top 10?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series Finals. We're at the business end of the UTMB. We are waiting for our 10th female athlete to complete our podium, and there's a chance that that will be Courtney Dauwalter. Courtney is on her way down to the finish line here in Chamonix. Courtney is expected in the next 20 to 25 minutes. And just behind Courtney is Emma Stewart from Ireland. So Emma is also on the descent to Chamonix. So it will either be Courtney or Emma. So both of them are on the descent. So yeah, Courtney has a 10-minute buffer in terms of how the algorithm is playing this out. So yeah, so it's either going to be Emma Stewart from Ireland or bib number 1, Courtney Dauwalter. So that is something we're going to be keeping an eye on, and the camera crews will be picking up either Courtney or Emma on the outskirts of Chamonix, and we'll be walking them in to the finish line, completing our top 10. We've already done so in the OCC, the CCC, and here we are, the third and final of our UTMB World Series events this year.
And as we've been saying, as we've been covering, we have seen incredibly quick, amazing, strong, fierce performances. And I am putting Courtney's performance in that category. Even though it is not what we are used to seeing from Courtney, the grit that she has shown, the humor that she has shown, and the way that she has been able to carry herself through this race, grinding it out to the finish hours after she would normally have expected to finish as a previous course record holder, is just a lesson for us all.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you in the chat, so just sending a note to our support team that even if for some reason Courtney drops down to 11th, I feel in the spirit of the sport and the energy that she brings that we truly should get the camera out there. So I'm asking the question. I'm not promising anything right now.
I mean, we can try to start a mutiny here in the production room. I think everyone here is going to want to see Courtney finish, regardless of where she comes in.
Yep.
It's not a heavy lift.
I think it's common sense will prevail on that one. Let's hope so. So here we go, gang. Our next runner coming into the finish line. Congratulations. That looks like, that's Jonas Russi from Andermatt in Switzerland. Jonas, former winner of the Lavaredo Ultra Trail in Cortina.
Oh, there we go. We have images of Courtney Dauwalter coming through La Furia. She's moving. She is moving. She's got her poles out. She is using everything that she's got. She's put a jacket on, so I think because she's not moving as quickly as she's used to, she needs a little bit more warmth. This has been a tough slog for Courtney, but she has not given up. She has 3.3 kilometers to go.
Wow. And it kind of, the caption seems weird, 10th woman. It's like first legend, but 10th woman. But yeah, Courtney has been incredible all day today. And yeah, wow, this is great. Emma Stewart is in the awkward position. Hey, Courtney. So Katerina said the same. I felt bad passing Courtney, and it was the same with Mathieu Blanchard when he passed Killian. He was like, Am I allowed to pass? It was almost there's like an aura around certain runners. So yeah, that's the respect that these runners great. So let's see. That would be great to see Emma and Courtney. Emma's going to get a lot more airtime if that's the case. Yeah. So let's see. So Emma Stewart from Ireland, Courtney Dauwalter 10th and 11th on this final descent here into Chamonix. Yeah, I think this is worth a few gifts, gangs, in the chat. Come on. Courtney is just never, ever, ever giving up.
No. And that GIF I just posted is exactly the kind of dance that I was doing when Ruth.
Oh, that's from you.
When Ruth Croft crossed the finish line.
For some minute with that hat, I thought that was Jim Wormsley.
Now, that could be cool.
There we go.
And there we have our fans for Courtney.
She might be 10th, but they are still going to stick around for her.
She is first in many of our hearts.
Oh, yes. No, 100%. And kind of this performance, in a way, defines Courtney as much as some of the wins that she's done as well.
For sure.
Wow.
And again, the fact that she has been struggling for so many hours and she's still top 10.
Oh my goodness. Somebody in the chat, you are amazing. This is so true. The dad joke that we shared with Courtney in 2023 was, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because she was outstanding in her field. And that was the dad joke that we shared with Courtney. Yeah, so that was a good, that is exactly the joke. Well done. I don't know how you pull that one out, but, or unless you were the person that came up with it. So there you go. Well done for kind of a flashback from 2 years ago. Sorry, Steph.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I think this is a content person that's just moving around to get photos of Courtney.
I don't know anyone who has run the UTMB race at this speed wearing a cowboy hat.
Oh, quick, ask ChatGPT. There's got to be.
We saw the snorkel come out during Western States, but we have not said that was Chris Myers, but we haven't seen.
There we go. It's Billy Yang. Good call. Billy Yang is out there on the course.
Of course. It's Billy.
Good call. And yeah, the Courtney Love.
Billy was out filming his partner, Hillary, who ran Hard Rock this year. So pretty excited to see that come out soon.
Yep. Probably one of the most bizarre outfits this weekend was our runner on the star line of the CCC yesterday wearing the Speedos.
Oh, yeah. Now, he is well known for wearing the Speedo.
I'm aware of that, but still, when you see it, it's like, yes.
It's jarring for those, especially outside of Europe.
Oh, there's a runner just past Courtney, but they did actually say it was kind of like showing kind of like a nod of respect. That is beautiful.
Let's go, Courtney. Come on, you can make it. We are down to less than 3 kilometers to the finish. Ooh, you can actually feel the vibe in the pain cave that she is in right now.
Oh, I think you know how we got Courtney a Aperol Spritz in Cortina. I think somebody should be at the finish line. So if anybody's around the finish line and wants to buy Courtney a drink, I think Courtney would rip your arm off if you offered her an Aperol Spritz. So there we go.
And everyone, of course, we can confirm there was no doubt we will be covering Courtney no matter what place she comes in. So
well, we're already doing it.
no mutiny, no mutiny required.
No. Courtney is it's kind of symbolic of this year's UTMB that Courtney Del Walter will be officially closing the coverage of the elite athletes across the 3 UTMB
and
World
what a way to
Series
finish
finals.
These 3 days. I mean, this is I actually couldn't imagine a better way to wrap up this coverage. And, you know, someone had mentioned in the chat, the fact that Courtney will be hopefully finishing in 10th, it means that we are getting more attention, I think, than we might normally get for the top 10 women. Not from our side, but at least from the crowds that are out there waiting for Courtney in the streets of Chamonix.
Yeah, and I just saw somebody just posted, Courtney's bad race day would be my personal best day.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah, I mean, Courtney's, you know, we've talked about, it's just testament to the standards that Courtney has set of herself that we're talking about. The fact that Courtney coming in 10th is like a bad day.
This is still 25 and a half hours to run 100 miles with 10,000 meters of elevation change. That is an incredible feat.
And what I would also say is, you know, you talk about negative self-talk when you're in the pain cave and you're suffering. Courtney has been suffering since we saw her this morning on the descent from La Folie. So, you know, in terms of distance, so Courtney as La Folie was at kilometer, so probably from about 100K. So Courtney has been in some kind of pain, not in the normally Courtney kind of like premium condition for 70 kilometers and multiple hours. But, yep, she still was she was still saying hi to people, acknowledging the kids.
Oh.
You know, it's like with the crowds.
There we go. We had a question about her speed. We just had it flash up. It was 9 kilometers an hour. It is wavering now, but I think based on what we are seeing her going downhill, we can say she's estimating around 9, just under 9 kilometers per hour. She's really using the poles, head down, pump the legs.
Yep.
Grinding her way to the finish. And this is interesting. Maybe she's actually running a little bit slower than 9 kilometers an hour, because even though she's at a running pace, we just saw before the camera froze that there was a runner behind her walking at the same speed.
Yeah.
So that's where it can be deceiving. So maybe it's more closer to 6.5 kilometers per hour. And we are continuing to welcome the male finishers
That was
through to the finish line.
Team Norda. That was Matthew Seidel coming in there with still coming in here. So well done to Matthew coming in now. So yeah, Matthew from the United States. He's finishing 58th overall. If I mix up the women, so just outside. Oh, actually, is he right on the top 50? I'm just rechanging this. Oh, I'm just moving this to a men category now.
Let's get a little bit more of those finish line vibes.
Matthew Seidel, 49. So well done, Matthew, inside the top 50.
And we have his brother in the chat. Congrats to your brother.
Hey.
Or no, it's the sister. Matthew is her brother. Sorry, I didn't see your name.
Yeah.
Hi there, Annalise. Thank you for following along and cheering Matthew along.
So asking about elevation, total elevation in feet. It's about 35,000 feet of climbing today. 10,000 meters there or thereabouts. 35,000 feet of up and 35,000 feet of down. So yeah. Big day out. 24 hours, so 25 and a half hours now.
Lots of love for Courtney in the chat.
Oh,
we are all waiting for her to come in. She's estimated to come in about 8 minutes, but I think it's going to be a little bit longer than that.
So, Stephanie Case, we were talking about Courtney, like looking forward to an Aperol Spritz at the finish line. We're almost at the finish line. Have you got, other than looking forward to seeing your baby, is there anything else that you're looking forward to at the finish line right now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I really just want to see my daughter. Last year when I was commentating, I was 7 months pregnant. My daughter is now 10 months old. And I love being here in the studio broadcasting, but it is incredibly long hours. So we have often been here before she's woken up and after she's gone to bed. So I might need a good glass of wine to drown my sorrows and quell the mom guilt.
Very good. So,
what about you?
I think just a nice cold beer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sit by the finish line because that's kind of, and like, this is the finish line. Yeah, because we've just seen it on the TV screen for 3 days.
Are you going to be able to do that without talking to anyone?
I go, hey, the next runner coming in. Like, excuse me, sir, could you just shut up?
We're just going to be off in a corner mumbling to ourselves.
Exactly. So no, I'm going to go and find a few friends that are here, and I think Josh Wade is around somewhere. So yeah, part of the North Face team. I want to go and see Josh and give him a big hug and congratulate him on top 3 today. So that was probably beyond his wildest dream. So a lot of names that kind of moved up today got a little bit more recognition. So I think the community are loving that. I think we're all loving that as well. A little bit of freshness and newness, new oxygen for new folks.
Yep. But while we will be done today, we have Martin, who will be doing the Champions Walk tomorrow.
Yeah, so
everyone should tune into at 9 a.m.
Yeah, so there's we've got 6 winners across the 3 different races, and Martin has got 30 minutes with each of them tomorrow morning. They're going to be walking around Chamonix, different locations, and so you can follow those interviews with Martin. And that's tomorrow.
Last year he did some of the interviews, not necessarily walking, but there was one in a pool, one in a hot tub.
Yep, the Emma Stewart love. I totally agree with that. So the flip side of this now is, hey, if Courtney comes in 10th, can we make sure that we follow Emma in length? So the dream scenario is that they come in pretty close together. So, but yeah, let's hope so.
We have
let's
a
hope so.
10-minute estimated gap between them. So Emma Stewart from Ireland is estimated to come into Chamonix in 16 minutes.
Yeah, send a note to Emma, friends of Emma. Tell Emma to run past Courtney. She'll get a little bit of airtime, and then we'll have Courtney. And then Emma also gets some prize money because she'll be in the top 10.
Oh, there you go.
So there you go. There's a little bit of money on the line. I think it's 1,500 euros for 10th place in the UTMB. So there you go. Send Emma a note. And
195,000 euros being given away in prize money across the UTMB races. It's really helped to just kind of increase the competition level. Not that we needed to see increased competition, but the prize money does help. It does help support these professional runners in really dedicating the time and energy that they need. A little bit of incentive.
Yep, so our next runner coming in, some good numbers coming in, Mo. We already had all the threes, and now we've got 1, 2, 3. This is Nicola Jakob. And somebody just posted in the chat that Abby Hall's husband is still out on the course. Yeah, there you go. Cordis Hall, bib number 200. Cordis is going to be into Chamonix just after 8 p.m. as well. There we go. Oh, I recognize this gentleman. This is Helio Fumo from Portugal, if I'm right. He's kind of flying the colors there of Team Compress Sports.
Let's listen in to some lots of love for him.
Yeah, well done, Helio. I've seen Helio before racing at the Istria 100 in Croatia.
Well done, Helio. Going out for a little victory lap. That's it.
One of them really wants to do this, and one of them is not so sure. But teamwork makes the dream work. Well done. Yeah, the new headshots, they're getting that.
They're getting bigger.
That is awesome. There you go. That's a good finish.
That's the biggest headshot that we have seen so far. I wonder what they're going to do with it after the race. Put it up in their living room. In case you were just listening to us and you are not seeing the visuals, we have the size of Helio's head printed up into billboard size.
Yep. Hey, Irish trail runner Owen Keith. Owen Keith is highlighting that Emma will be the highest ever Irish category finisher, 11th female or 10th overall, getting in front of Owen's 19th position from about 10 years ago. Well done to Owen for offering up that fact.
Wow.
And celebrating Emma Stewart as well.
We should have Courtney through here any minute now. I wonder if she was moving fairly well, relatively speaking, but on the downhill. But I wonder if once she's hit the flat, if she's slowed down, having a bit more trouble.
Like, Courtney, what do you think of these metal stairs? As a little cheeky. So I think we're probably going to pick Courtney up on the outskirts of Chamonix by the metal stairs, and we'll probably also pick up Emma Stewart at the same time. So there we go.
But everyone, you can see that they are following the tracker. The tracker says that Courtney is coming to Chamonix imminently, and the phones are out. People are recording. They do not want to miss this moment.
There's our next finisher coming in. Hey! And this is the dream scenario now for the runners, is to get in before darkness. Yes.
For sure.
Owen Keith truly is the OG Irish ultra runner. We all agree with that one. And
so let's just remind ourselves, as we are waiting for Courtney, our top 10 female finishers. We had Ruth Croft in first in blistering speed, followed by Camille Brouillat from France, and then Katarina Hartmut from Germany in third, Anna Carlson from Sweden in fourth, Maëlle Deruaz from France, and we had this flurry of finishes between Anna Mayal, then followed by Magali Melan from France, Lucy Bartholomew in Australia, dropping down a few places near the end, but still all smiles in 7th place after 2 10th place finishes. Lauren Piretz from the United States, and then Claudia Tremps from Spain. Then we've had this bit of a gap while we are all eagerly anticipating Courtney Dauwalter's hard-fought 10th place finish.
And congratulations, our next finisher coming in now, 371, Pierre Gauthier. Well done, Pierre. 52nd male athlete across the finish line, and Pierre looks very pleased with that. And
taking his little baby across the finish line. This is now the second time we've seen baby with the headphones on. Smart move by Tom Evans, our male winner. The noise is so loud and so overwhelming. I experienced this in a different form, not quite as loud when I finished Hard Rock last month. My baby was really startled by all of the noise. So I am picking up some tips here from the runners.
Yep.
Bring headphones, bring those noise canceling headphones.
Okay. Yep. There we go. So, you were like, this is getting you all excited now to see your little Pepper.
Yes.
Here we go. So our next runner coming in. So we're waiting for Emma Stewart and Courtney Dauwalter to come into the finish. They're still on the outskirts. We're going to trust our camera crews to pick them up when they can.
Are these PTL runners coming in now?
Could be.
I suspect they might be.
Yep.
The size of their packs suggests that they have been out there for longer than 100 miles.
I'm not sure what the baby was thinking, but I was like, what is going on? So, yeah, well done to our next two. Now, they're UTMB finishers. They're finishing together.
Yes. People are reminding me. Emma Stewart won Tour de Géant 2 years ago.
There you go.
I remember her. I remember her in that race.
Well done, boys.
To see her chasing Courtney down. Very strong runner.
No helmets, no PTL. They were just two UTMB runners running together.
My goodness.
Well done, boys. Welcome back to Chamonix. 25 hours, 45 minutes.
That is a large pack to be finishing that high at UTMB. I
think those glasses suggest...
That's Courtney's mum.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Dauwalter family are in the house. They're waiting. Courtney's husband, Kevin, who's been out on this course doing the support crew. And I love the smile that he had for Courtney in Vallocine. It was just almost... Yeah, there he is.
There's Kevin, Courtney's partner, eagerly awaiting Courtney's finish. He has been crewing her all the way around. We are on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, there's as much... there we go. The Courtney Dauwalter fan club is well and truly in town. As is the Emma Stewart fan club.
You got it.
Look at the crowds. See, the crowds here suggest, that this is... we wouldn't necessarily see... Yeah, there would be crowds, but not necessarily as deep as this for our 10th place female athlete. So, yep, there is something special cooking up right now. Yeah, look at this, wall-to-wall humans in downtown Chamonix.
Okay, now the tracker, we have one part of the tracker that says she's estimated in 6 minutes. The other tracker says that she's estimated in 1 minute.
I think I'm just going to use I'm going to use the expression that Courtney is arriving soon.
Yeah. I suspect we've got 6 minutes. I think this is going to be very tight between Courtney and Emma. If I were Emma, oh gosh. Would I run ahead of Courtney, or would I try to finish with her?
Or would I give Courtney a piggyback to the finish line. Everything's on the table. Nothing's off the table. There we go. All eyes on the outskirts of Chamonix now. This is awesome. Emma Stewart and Courtney Dauwalter.
I've said it before. I will say it again. The women's race is where the excitement is at.
Yeah, I mean, the OCC, we had Joylene and Yao Miao absolutely pushing each other to the very end. And then who can forget last night between Martina and Sylvia in the dark, passing each other on that final descent.
God, that was intense.
18 seconds after 100 kilometers of racing. And then we've had such an amazing race today at the front of the women's race. Ruth Croft, Kemi Bruyère, Courtney was up there for a while, Katarina Hardmuth. So yeah, wow, what a day. And here it comes, people.
Courtney Dauwalter. She is now using everything she's got, to come in towards the finish line. We are so excited for her. There is a groundswell of support. She has gritted it out. She has been in the pain cave for hours, chipping away.
Wow. Who knew that 10th place could get so much excitement both for Chamonix, and now the crowds are here. This is Courtney bringing the community together.
Her family is waiting for her at the finish line, as is the rest of Chamonix. Let's listen in.
Wow.
Let's go. I'm out of my seat. Get out of your seats wherever you are. Let's bring Courtney home.
Yes, Chamonix, stop everything. Courtney is in the house. Wow.
Courtney Dauwalter, still named by Ruth Croft, our female winner, as the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Oh, she is. Emotions are coming out. This has got to mean more than some of her best wins.
Please be upstanding for the GOAT of trail running, Courtney Dauwalter.
Let's do it, Courtney. You have had a previous course record here before, but my God, you have inspired so many people in this race today. The way that you have battled through to the end with humor, with joy. You have really enjoyed that pain cave today, and you have succeeded. We are so happy for you. 10th place finish at UTMB.
Yes, yes, yes. Hey! Wow.
Oh my God. Oh God, I want to cry.
Well done, Courtney. So good. So good.
I mean, that performance just did, it just affected me so much more than all of her previous wins, I have to say. I am blown away. I am blown away. Keith, I'm struggling here. I'm struggling here. Wow. And there you have it. Courtney Dauwalter finishing in 10th place. We are clapping here in the studio for her. So much love for what she did today out there.
I think we're going to get an interview.
Let's listen in.
We'll be happy if you become a Chamonix resident, Courtney. Elle a dit qu'elle va peut-être pas bouger, jamais. Elle va résider sur Chamonix pour toujours maintenant. Courtney, wow, what a day. What a day. We knew this was probably not the race, not the day you were expecting, but for all of us, you are the queen. You are totally the queen, and to see you come across this finish line, even if in a 10th place spot, it's incredible. So, Courtney, c'était peut-être pas la journée que tu espérais aujourd'hui, mais pour nous, tu es toujours la reine. Et juste de te voir ici traverser cette ligne d'arrivée, c'est juste impressionnant et incroyable. Tell us today the emotion that was going through knowing that you weren't going to be on the podium. Dites-nous, même si c'est difficile de savoir les émotions que tu as vécues, à savoir que tu n'étais peut-être pas forcément sur le podium et même en deuxième place. All right, she's going to cheer in this next runner before we get the answer.
It was a really, really tough day out there and night, but I was absolutely boosted by all the cheers on course, and I had an amazing crew here helping. So team sport, doing hard things together makes the best type of memories.
Donc elle a dit c'était vraiment grâce à vous, les gens, le public, ça lui donnait des boosts incroyables et le soutien qu'elle a eu avec ce crew. Oh, and a sprint to the finish for this one. Bravo Valentin. Elle dit que mine de rien, c'est un travail d'équipe, c'est un sport d'équipe de pouvoir finir et c'est aussi grâce à vous qu'elle a franchi cette ligne. So when we were watching the live all throughout the race, you were so generous. You were in your pain cave, but you were still saying hi to the people, picking up babies, giving high fives. I mean, it was crazy. Alors, donc, on disait qu'on suivait le live, elle est tellement généreuse avec ce qu'elle donnait aux gens autour d'elle. Elle a du mal, elle est dans le cave de pain, as she says. Mais quand même, elle donnait les high fives, elle portait les enfants, elle disait bonjour à elle. Comment elle a réussi à faire ça quand elle souffrait autant?
I mean, I appreciate so much all of the support out there, and this welcome back into Chamonix was the best of the best. So thank you all for being out here.
C'est vraiment grâce à vous, elle a dit, cette arrivée, c'était le meilleur de meilleurs. Merci d'être là, présent pour elle. Courtney, congratulations. Honestly, we were all crying. It was an amazing day, and we couldn't have been prouder for you. Why did you keep going? We weren't sure whether you'd maybe drop out. What is your why? Alors, on va les laisser finir.
Allez, on lâche pas les encouragements pour toutes les arrivées. Magnifique. Melvin.
Alors la question, pourquoi continuer comme ça?
I think I continued because a race this special is worth doing the full loop.
Elle dit parce qu'une course aussi importante et spéciale pour elle, c'est magnifique. Ça vaut le coup de finir le tour du Mont-Blanc. Voilà, donc elle est contente malgré la deuxième place aujourd'hui. Thank you, Courtney.
Well, that's it. There we have it. And this is Emma coming through. Emma Stewart from Ireland in 11th.
Well done, Emma. We saw Emma come in then, so that's our 11th athlete cross the finish line now. There we go, Courtney Dauwalter and Emma Stewart. So we got a bit of everything. So wow,
finish!
I know, that was brilliant. So I think we are about to pop up on the screen at any second now. There's going to be a recap of the UTMB in case you've forgotten anything or you haven't seen it. So let's see that. So we're warning you that's coming soon, but we can carry on in the meantime. Then we're going to do a quick wrap up of the top rankings. And then Stephanie, you're going to be allowed to go and see your little baby.
She's already gone to sleep, I'm afraid, but I will.
You can go and see your big baby, your husband.
Yeah, exactly. And here we have the race recap. Gosh, it feels like a lifetime ago when they were lining up at 5:45 p.m. to set off through the streets of Chamonix. Ben Demon leading near the head from the start. We saw Ruth Croft there, strong lead as well.
Yeah, horrific weather, and this was early on, and we didn't know how bad it was going to get. There we go. There's the cow.
And that was Jolene, the winner of the
OCC.
Yeah, gosh, of the OCC, the Solomon teammate coming out to cheer Courtney on.
Major clothing change going on in Les Contamines for the night.
Indeed. They knew that there was going to be a tough night ahead, but we actually had to make a course change before the runners got down to Courmayeur. We took out the Pyramide section. Ben Demon had said it was like the Himalayas when they were crossing Col de la Seine. Tim Tollefson said he thought he was going to die. And then we had a mandatory gear check here, the second mandatory gear check at the Courmayeur aid station.
Yep, and then this is this on? Yeah, this is the Grand Col Ferret.
Wow.
It is absolutely savage up there. Wind, it was 0 degrees, snow and sleet. This is our maneuver before the climb up to the Grand Col Ferret.
We had Francois Dan.
There you go. That's what was going on up there. Wow.
Francois Dan did have to drop out before the Courmayeur aid station, as well as Hayden Hawk.
And there's Josh Wade just passing Théo Détien. There we go. This is at Champex-Lac.
Yep.
Early this morning, Little Canada. There you go, Steph. Last time we referenced that one today. Courtney hugging the family up there down in La Folie. And we're about to see the pass from Ruth Croft, Camille Brouillard, and Courtney Dauwalter.
It's a real battle on their hands.
So
here we have
Ruth
passing Camille. And then Ruth passing Courtney Dauwalter.
That was it.
Surging into first, really showing us what she had demonstrated last year when she was second to Katie Scheid, saving a lot to do an incredibly fast second half. We heard from Martin, her partner, our fellow commentator, that she knew that Ruth would have to hit the wall and put it all out there earlier before the finish line and then grind it out to the finish. No holding back. Here is Valersine, where we have the crowds were out in full force in costume to cheer their runners along the way. The theme of the year was space out of this world.
Yep, and here we go now. That is Josh Wade working his way through the crowd here. So we had, there was the dinosaurs greeting Ruth over the Col de la Forclaz. Martin, Camille Brouillard. Here we are down in Trillon. And so one, and there we go. Courtney just saying hi to a lot of the kids. We think some nephews and nieces are around the family here. And here we go. That was Tom Evans reaching the top of the final climb. There's Ben Demon. And here we go, our champion in the men's, Tom Evans.
Tom Evans, the first Brit to win UTMB since Jez Bragg many years ago.
2010.
Yep.
Well done, Tom Evans.
And there he is, revving up the crowd, really taking it all in. And he did a shoey on the finish line, which made us cringe.
Ben Demon, second place. Well done, Ben. First UTMB finish. Boom, United States, congrats.
And this was the revenge tour. Out of the top five finishers, there's Josh Wade finishing in third. Josh is the only person out of the top five on the men's side to have actually finished UTMB in 2024. All the other four men DNF'd last year.
Right, and there we go. Courtney working her way through the crowds in Valacine. We already knew by then that Courtney was not going to have the day she wanted, but she was still going to have a day. There's our Katarina Hartmut taking over and moving up into third place, and Katarina bringing that home along with Courtney, along with Ruth. Here we go, Ruth Croft, our champion 2025.
And we are not doing a comparison of course records because we had an altered course on the path this year, but an incredibly fast time, particularly for the conditions. Camille Bruyas from France coming in second, and she is followed by Katarina Hartmut, who did struggle near the beginning of the race. We heard her. There she is. We heard her when she came into Courmayeur that she had actually felt a bit sick, and it was the rain that she thinks actually helped sort her out. So while it did cause some difficulties, a lot of mud underfoot, perhaps it saved her on the nausea side.
Okay, I think we're going to give you a quick top 5 or top 10. So I'm going to do the men. So we got China down in 10th, Zhao Jiaiju. We're probably not going to have time for all that. So let's do Tom Evans, Ben Demon, Josh Wade. That's your top 3. Because I have a feeling they're going to remove the caption before I get through them all. But there you go. UK, America, USA, China, and France. All of the spots in our top 10 in the men's category. Well done to all of our champions in the top 10.
Yeah, interesting to see the spread of nationalities on the men's side. And now we are going to the top 10 women. It is coming up on the screen, but it's all fresh in our minds. Ruth Croft in first, the first Kiwi to actually win, male or female, at the UTMB, then followed by Camille Bruyas and Katarina Hartmut, Anna Karlsson from Sweden, Maja Duruas, Magali Melan. This was a really packed this section. Lucy Bartholomew dropped down a couple of spots, but finishing in 7th, bettering her 10th place finishes the last 2 years. Lauren Piritz, followed by Claudia Tremps, and of course, Courtney Dauwalter, the GOAT, coming
in. And yeah, we'll just add in Emma Stewart there in 11th, just to keep
sure.
everyone happy as well. So there you go.
Courtney just under 3 hours behind Ruth Croft. This has been an absolutely incredible 3 days. It has been such a pleasure and a privilege to be able to be with you. Thank you for helping us out in the chat. Thank you for feeding us tips, and thank you for keeping us on our toes as we have been with you for all of the excitement. I dare say this has been one of the most exciting, the most dramatic UTMB weeks we have seen in possibly ever. What do you think, Keith?
Yeah, I just want to say a big thanks to Martin Gaffori as well. Martin was in here all the time. Big thanks to Madge for stepping up last night into our Uber, and also to Tony McCann for being a wonderful colleague in the studio this morning. Wow, can't wait. It's already 51 weeks until we do it all again next year. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stephanie Case.
Thanks, Keith. We hope to see you all next year, and stick with us when we do the Champions Walk tomorrow. That will be from Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the race is back on.
A place like no other.
Oh, insane.
Les meilleurs trailers de la planète se sont donné rendez-vous. Now that was intense.
C'est quand même incroyable.
Les souvenirs sont éternels.
always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
toi dans la gaieté. C'est gars peine d'or qui fait toi pleurer. Quand elle y fait t'oublier ton chagrin. Allô bouge les reins, c'est gars là pour faire ta passe de la fin. Mettre la joie dans tous les quais. Vini danser, pas besoin de topper. Ici c'est grâce à nous dans son frais. De Paris à l'île aux nous pour rouler dans l'unité. T'es gentil, y'en que ma ravane, ça couille, ravane, peut battre les reins, la râpe, vous ira, nous l'aime, nous l'amé, santé danser pour nous amuser. C'est ça! Mettre la joie dans tous les quais. Vini danser, pas besoin de topper. C'est comme ça qu'on fait. Ici c'est grâce à nous dans son frais. C'est ça, c'est gars. De Paris à l'île aux
Et juste derrière les Coca-Cola pour la 73e place. Sur cette UTMB incroyable, HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. On a passé les 26 heures. Et c'est Thomas Sverak.
Well done, Thomas. Great job. Tremendous achievement. A race of a lifetime. And what a beautiful moment to share the finish line. Well done. We know what that means. It's the last of the Mohicans music. It's the PTL, Ludo, the PTL.
L'histoire d'une vie qui peut s'écrire en une semaine. C'est la PTL. Tu reviens jamais pareil après une PTL. Tu reviens grandi. Et des fois, t'as pas envie de retrouver la civilisation. C'est la PTL. Un moment à part.
Mountain Lake, 132 hours, 1 minute, 6 days and 5 nights. Congratulations. As we welcome our next UTMB fighter. It's our next PTL team. Enjoyment, just over 132 hours. Brilliant. And again, not everybody is allowed to start this race. They have to present their experience. They have to present their skill set, that they can get through 6 days, that they can survive 5 nights, before they are given the green light to start. Enjoyment Trail Running Academy. Well done, guys. And a big thank you to our PTL volunteers as well. Ringing the bells all week. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Here we go. Let's hear you got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, free from desire. Mind and senses purify it, free from desire. Mind and senses purify it, free from desire. Mind and senses purify it, free from desire.
Would you like to say a few words? Maybe a few words for the people. Congratulations, you're a champion. Ah, il y a longtemps que vous n'avez pas accueilli un breton. Ça fait longtemps que vous n'avez pas vu le drapeau. Allez, Morgane, il vient de s'offrir la complète. On a fait tout le tour. Bien joué. Profite du public. Profite.
My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, free from desire. Mind and senses purify it, free from desire. Mind and senses purify it, free from desire. Mind and senses purify it, free from desire. Na 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 na
Valérie, elle s'est fait remarquer, c'est une femme libérée. Free up your body, free up your soul, free up your man and you're gonna be fine. Free up your body, free up your soul, free up your man and you're gonna be fine. Move up your hands, check up your body, check it up on this wicked tune. Move up your hands and check up your body, check it up on this wicked tune. J'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. Oui, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mais elle ne veut pas. Non, non, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. Oui, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mais elle ne veut pas. Chaleur des îles, ma demoiselle est belle. Elle me rend tellement fragile, son sourire m'ensorcelle. Juste un battement de cils, je deviens statue de sel. Moi qui ne suis pas docile, je le serai avec elle. Moi perso je les ai bien aimés tes photos. Ça a même joué sur ma libido. À l'autre pied tu as fait ravaler ton chapeau. Quand je te vois à la télé, dans mon poste de
On stoppe les conneries là. Mais comment tu parles à ma sœur?
J'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. Oui, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mais elle ne veut pas. Non, non, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. Oui, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mais elle ne veut pas. Non, elle ne veut pas, non, 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 elle ne veut pas, non, 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 elle ne veut pas, non, 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 elle ne veut pas. Non, elle ne veut pas, non, 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 elle ne veut pas, non, 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 elle ne veut pas, non, 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 elle ne veut pas. Non, mais sur les pages pour ta cabane. Oh, mon Dieu, dans la cabane. Elle goûtera au bruit de la Havane. Que cette nana. Oh mon Dieu, quelle belle améthyste. Tu ferais goûter à mes délices. Mes yeux brillent devant cette divine esquisse. Ce n'est peut-être une autre, mais c'est pour moi la number one. J'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. J'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mais elle ne veut pas. Non, non, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. Oui, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mais elle ne veut pas. Tu peux la chercher, oh, tu vas pas la trouver. Mets-toi le côté, oh, faut la laisser passer. Mon ami, tu rêves, car cette fille n'est pas pour toi. Valérie, t'as pas compris, c'est pas pour toi. King Bay, Valérie, t'as pas compris, elle te veut pas. J'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime, mademoiselle Valérie. Oui, j'aimerais trop qu'elle m'aime,